It's the highly anticipated gene injection ceremony for high schoolers. Each student will receive a special serum injection. This serum contains the primal genes of every magical beast ever recorded in history. After the injection, students will absorb one random gene from the serum and awaken as a mighty beast. The professor warns them not to panic after the injection and to calmly accept the overwhelming surge of power. All the students are instantly overwhelmed by their new power, barely able to hold themselves together. But when Ihi injects himself with the serum, absolutely nothing happens. Even the professor suggests he might have received a defective injection. One of the girls immediately starts laughing at our MC, but as soon as she steps closer to tease him, a strange, profound feeling fills him. Instead of just one gene, he receives an infinite monster template, one that allows him to acquire all beast abilities and traits. His body is suddenly filled with an immense surge of energy, an incredible raw strength. His bully classmate is instantly thrown back several meters, while all the other students are unable to remain standing. They're absolutely shocked by such power, because everyone thought he was the ultimate loser, and now they're all at his feet. Right then, a voice booms through the loudspeaker. All the awakened students are to report to the testing building immediately. It's time to analyze their magical beast genes and martial arts levels. The machines inside will reveal the true extent of each student's power. One by one, students step up for their results. First, Xian Yuan awakens a third-tier bloodline, the Swift Spine Bug. It grants him incredible speed and strength, instantly pushing him to the top of the class. Next, 2 steps forward, and awakens the rare Ice Demon Dragon, a top-tier bloodline. The teachers instantly recognize him as the class favorite and a future champion. Then Miss Lu is called. She awakens a stage 4 Nether Sparrow bloodline, powerful enough to utterly destroy an entire city. Only grandmasters can resist something like that. Meanwhile, Iha checks his own awakening details again. He wonders why his beast is labeled with a letter rank, while the others are ranked as stage 3 or stage 4 types. Something doesn't quite line up. Finally, his name is called. Meanwhile, the student body waits in eager anticipation, expecting something big from our boy. He confidently strides into the testing chamber. Inside the testing chamber, a heavy pressure rolls off Yihi. The other students feel it instantly and start whispering. I think he's about to break through to the next stage. But when the results finally load on the machine, confusion spreads. Most of Yihi's data is hidden, with only the basics visible. His beast bloodline shows up as unknown. His martial level is listed as just stage 3. Martial disciple level. Murmurs ripple through the room. Of course, students immediately burst into laughter, mocking him for such a weak result. Some call him useless, while others scoff at the unknown beast label, claiming it proves he's just an average failure. After all, it seems Yihi has finally understood the situation. He knows his system doesn't work like the others. The testing machine simply can't recognize the infinite monster template he possesses because it doesn't operate on stages or bloodline tiers. He can upgrade his monster template infinitely by doing quests or accumulating reputation. And this is something completely outside standard classifications. That makes Yihi smile because his power isn't weak. It's just different. And once he meets the right conditions, he'll be able to draw monster templates without limits. That means endless growth. If he plays his cards right, he can rise above everyone and become the king of monsters. A few days later, Yihi requests to study from home. His teacher frowns, clearly skeptical. He assumes Yihi just wants an excuse to slack off. Yihi argues that he wants to grow stronger and finally do better. He knows he's far behind the others, and that's why he needs extra time and focused training to catch up. The teacher warns him, even with awakened powers, he won't pass the entrance exam. Without solid fundamentals, he suggests repeating the year and give it another shot next time, instead of just dooming himself to fail. But Yihi isn't backing down. His eyes sparkle with determination. He pleads for one more chance, swearing his very bloodline gives him the power he needs to push through. All he's asking for is a fair opportunity to prove it. Eventually, the boy's raw sincerity cuts through the old man's doubt, and the old man finally agrees to his request. But he warns Yihi not to get his hopes too high. Yihi leaves school and heads straight for the Incheon Warrior Center. As he walks, he reveals a crucial detail to us. He's got over 1 million in starting funds after the accident, the insurance payout, and a mortgage on the family home gave him all the capital he needed. Now he sees two crystal clear options. He can train like a true warrior or find a way to dramatically improve his compatibility with the Demora template. That's when something specific catches his eye. The system shows that Demora has 3 compatibility points, 2 more than the standard template. This crucial detail instantly grabs his full attention. He meticulously thinks through every single possibility and arrives at one groundbreaking conclusion. The gene serum he received earlier must have caused this unusual phenomenon somehow. It must have significantly boosted his template and granted him 2 extra compatibility points. This changes everything. If serums can enhance his template compatibility, then focusing on acquiring more serums might be far more effective than traditional warrior training. This path is faster, cleaner, and far more suited to someone with an infinite monster template. Fired up by this powerful realization, Yihi heads straight into the facility to buy a gene enhancement serum. He scans his student ID card at the entrance and steps inside. As soon as he walks in, something immediately grabs his attention. The room is packed with powerful individuals. Each one is surrounded by a dark, heavy aura, an echo of the monstrous beasts they fused with. These are the awakened warriors he's heard about, and Yihi can distinctly feel it. Every single one has already unlocked their bloodline, ever since awakening the Mad Flame. Demora template, he's gained a special ability. It's called the Life Magnetic Field. It's one of Demora's signature powers, letting him sense all living beings and detect the energy flowing within them. Now, Iha can distinctly feel the heat and pressure radiating from every awakened warrior nearby. His blood boils with a mad flame. Demora is the king of beasts, so naturally, our guy also possesses that insatiable hunger to defeat everyone in plain sight and conquer the world itself. Even though Iha knows he's still weak, the instinct runs far too deep to ignore. One day, he plans to stand above them all. And when that day comes, the world will truly witness the true power of the king of beasts. Suddenly, someone taps him on the shoulder, catching him completely off guard. A stylish woman stands behind him and teasingly suggests he shouldn't stare at people so openly. Iha quickly apologizes, but the woman just waves it off. She says it's normal for new awakeners to lose control. Most can't help it at first. He asks if she can help him find some gene medicine. She affirms, explaining that while gene medicine is incredibly effective, it's also expensive. What's worse, the body builds resistance over time, making future doses far less useful. Her advice is clear. Use them only after hitting a bottleneck, when regular training can't carry you any further. Iha then asks how much it costs. She tells him that, at his current level, only beginner potions will truly work, and each one runs about 400,000 on. Well, that number hits him hard. Even with everything he has, he can't even afford 5 doses. He tries asking for a discount, but the woman just laughs before handing him a business card. As a veteran warrior, she tells him he can get a referral discount by using her name. Iha waves goodbye and thanks her with a grin. She smiles back, wishing him luck. From somewhere nearby, someone watches silently, their glowing blue eyes fixed on Iha, ready for what's coming next. First, he goes to withdraw all the money he has left. Then, he visits the warrior's weapon shop. All the weapons there are extremely expensive, but it's not like he has any choice in the matter. After a long, grueling day, he finally injects all the serum he bought. As the effects take hold, his stats begin to spike one after another. Values climb as the mutation pushes his body to the edge. Every single muscle feels like it's on fire. But at last, he's finally leveled up. A thought that brings immense joy to our boy. For the first time, he genuinely believes he has a shot at dominating the college entrance exam. Even with a cheat-like ability, It means nothing if it can't push him past the true geniuses of the world. To climb his ranks even further, he sets his sights on the secret realms. These otherworldly zones are ranked by danger, from E-class to the catastrophic S-class. S-class realms hold beasts so powerful that if they ever escaped, the world wouldn't survive. Today, Yeho arrives at Ansha number 3, an E-level secret realm reserved for rookies. He heads to the counter, books his entry, and signs the standard death waiver. Moments later, he stands before the realm's glowing portal and locks in his ambition. He's going to become the king of beasts. With that, he charges forward into the rift, diving headfirst into the pulsing energy. On the other side, Yeho lands like a hero. The realm stretches endlessly, scattered across the stars of Konglan, Anhui, and Taijin. He's read about places like this before, but seeing it in person is something else entirely. It's breathtaking. While he marvels at the landscape, a red creature watches him from behind. It's a blade-fang rabbit crouching low in the grass. When it lunges towards him, Yeho doesn't flinch and grabs at midair with one hand, slamming it to the ground. Well, our guy had sensed it coming long before it moved. That's the power of his life magnetic field, Demora's special sensory ability. By crushing it, he swiftly finishes the beast. He checks the rabbit's magic core he just acquired and estimates its value at around 1,001. For just a few seconds of effort, it's already more than what some people earn in a week. Still, he knows this pace won't get him far. Low-level cores won't cut it. It's time to hunt something stronger. A massive figure suddenly appears in Iha's path. It's a second-rank demon corpse bug. Exactly the kind of opponent he came here to face. My guy grips his blade and is ready to fight, drawing from memory. He recalls the monster encyclopedia's details and targets the beast's weak point. Its soft abdomen, the demon. Corpse bug retaliates by firing a swirling blast of energy. Yeho gathers his strength, charging up a wave of martial energy. He launches a full-power hyperbeam directly into the monster's path. Before the dust settles, another beast emerges from the shadows. This one unleashes spinning purple projectiles from its mouth. Yeho's eyes widen as he realizes its mandibles are built to fire deadly. Ranged attacks, one projectile slams into his body, sending him crashing backward. He grinds his teeth, frustrated by the damage and the ruined outfit. His martial skills, clearly, aren't enough to keep up with this level of beast. He blames the original body's weak foundation, both academic and martial, for holding him back in critical moments like this. With no other option, he activates the Mad Flame Demora. Bloodline Emperor Demon, his body ignites with energy. As his strength jumps from 15 to 21, power surges through his limbs, while the demon bug roars in rage, preparing to charge again. The monster lunges forward with wide jaws. Yeho drops low, his claws with energy as he dives toward his enemy. He strikes with beast-like force and finishes the second tier. Demon Corpse Bug in one clean motion. Still radiating heat, Yaya inspects the damage. The venom has already begun corroding his weapon. He mutters under his breath about the sword being a scam, annoyed by its poor resistance. Suddenly his stomach tightens due to hunger. And wouldn't you know it, he catches a whiff of something appetizing. He immediately turns towards it, his eyes landing on a green-grade magic core, emitting a surprisingly rich aroma. It's the magic core of the monster he just killed. Despite the obvious risks, he goes ahead and consumes the stone. The moment he swallows it, a surge of energy explodes within him, coursing through his very limbs. Suddenly, the system flashes an update. His compatibility with the Mad Flame Demola template has increased slightly. You see, even cheap magic cores can boost compatibility far more efficiently than high-priced potions. This single stone yielded similar results to what he would have achieved. After chugging 4 bank-breaking serums, he's shocked at how much money he wasted on those ridiculous pay-to-win gene potions. That's when Ihi makes a decision. He'll hunt all night to make up for those losses. Activating his life magnetic field, he sends out a pulse, scanning his surroundings, and quickly locks on a nearby target. The very next afternoon, his compatibility skyrockets to 9%. His physical stats also surge to 15.8. With white grade cores no longer improving him, he decides to stop consuming them and sell off the rest. When he piles all the stones on the counter, the receptionist is absolutely stunned. A high schooler turning in this many cores is just insane. Following protocol, he earns a cool 200,000 credits from the sale. Only 9 days remain until the college entrance exam. Meanwhile, in the unchanging number 4, a D-class secret realm opens to the public. A small team prepares to enter. Their target, the Blood Jade Flower, part of a high-paying bounty mission. But they're one person short. Old Chin's recent injury left their squad incomplete. One of the guys, Lin, assures the group he already contacted an agency, and a replacement martial artist is already on site. And that martial artist? It's none other than Yi. Now in disguise, he confirms his fabricated identity. Dad's Law, a level 9 martial disciple. Turns out, he'd paid 100,000 credits to an illegal agency for forged credentials just to join this mission. Naturally, the others react to his name with confusion. Yeehaw casually admits it's a copyright-safe version. Lin He then sizes him up and sternly warns him not to hold the team back. His level is low, and they don't need any extra risk. Still, he allows him to come along, as long as he observes the mission quietly. Our guy is ready to do everything they ask of him. Eventually, the group crosses into the secret realm by vehicle, driving through a shimmering portal. Their goal, the elusive Blood Jade Flower. They're heading toward an oasis where the Blood Jade Flower is located, and also a powerful Tier 2 monster with an elite bloodline is guarding that very flower. Meanwhile, Yeehaw surveys the terrain. Unlike the lush rainforest he explored last time, this realm is nothing but wide-open desert. Without warning, a swarm of earth demon rats bursts from the sand and gives chase. The captain reacts instantly, shouting for Hood to handle it. Without a word, Hood gets ready with his blades. As the rats close in, Hood unleashes a set of massive bladed weapons, slicing through the attackers with ruthless precision. One after another, the rats are shredded mid-chase, exploding into dust as the vehicle speeds through the desert. Once it's over, Hood calmly confirms the threat is handled. Yeehaw watches from his seat, quietly, noting how efficient and brutal Hood's combat style is. In the distance, the desert stretches wide, under a sky of glowing planets. A green oasis sits at the center, likely marking the location of the Blood Jade Flower. The team advances on foot beneath a burning sky. Yeehaw wonders why they aren't using the vehicle to cover more ground. Linny explains the reason clearly. If they drive any closer, the engine noise will draw nearby monsters. From here on, they travel quietly. Everyone quickly settles into their assigned roles. Xiao Xia takes point with a stun grenade, while Wu and Hood get busy setting up traps. Old Lu prepares to lay down cover fire, and Lin He fearlessly leads the frontline assault. Meanwhile, Yi is instructed to hang back and observe. Our protagonist quietly assents, keeping things simple. Finally, with everything set, they spring their plan into motion. The stun grenade detonates, unleashing a cloud of pheromones that draws monsters near. A guttural roar answers the signal, belonging to a powerful Tier 2 Earth Dragon, which charges ferociously out of the smoke. Lin He immediately launches a powerful sword slash, slamming hard into the dragon's body. The beast crashes down, its head severed clean. The team erupts in cheers, celebrating Lin He's decisive win. With the immediate threat cleared, our hero decides to press forward without delay. But suddenly, a new danger looms. The Earth Dragons claw descend from above once more, before catastrophe can strike. Our protagonist leaps into action, striking with lightning speed, landing a heavy energy punch directly into the beast's body. The impact shakes the very ground with explosive force. The others are left in utter, speechless awe to think that a mere martial novice just forced a Tier 2 monster to the ground with a single devastating strike. They all erupt in celebration, praising their new champion, while our protagonist brushes it off like it was nothing. Lin He proudly holds up the dragon's core, Confirming their hard-won victory, the team gathered around, discussing the precious red soul essence, harvested from the fallen beast. Its immense power and value leave them all in awe. The captain expresses his gratitude for their swift defeat of the Earth Dragon and securing its blood. But before anyone can respond, a sharp blade suddenly pierces through the captain's back. It's Hood. He betrayed them all. The team freezes, utterly stunned in disbelief, while Lin he turns, pain flickering in his eyes, and fiercely draws his sword, demanding to know why Hood has turned on them. Just then, a massive figure steps forward from the shadows. He's bald, sporting a skull belt and a thick fur collar. It doesn't take E, and his teammates long to realize he is Hugh Pong. Meet the notorious dungeon thief. He swindles martial artists out of their hard-earned spoils. Suddenly, Lenny stumbles, his steps faltering. The blade that struck him was laced with potent poison. He growls through clenched teeth, defiance in his eyes, demanding to know how. Even the bald Hood knew the precise location of this secret dungeon. It's then that Iha uncovers the shocking truth. There was hidden information embedded within the blades. Hood used earlier to dispatch those monstrous hounds, planted with malicious intent, seeing our boy's cunning nature. Hood smirks, mocking our protagonist with a sneer, telling him to stop chasing death and go back to school. But our hero doesn't flinch, his resolve unshaken. He coolly replies that he plans to take first place in the upcoming exam. The bastard then hurls those same poison-laced daggers, but our guy catches them barehanded, unflinching. He incinerates them with his powerful blue aura. Witnessing this, Whooping's interest in our boy skyrockets. Hood, on the other hand, is absolutely furious. He decides to go absolutely ballistic. He throws a relentless barrage of daggers at his enemy. Iha counters with an explosive burst of fiery energy, fully unleashing his true, terrifying strength. Hood then vanishes from his position in a blink, reappearing right behind our boy. He attempts to drop in with a devastating technique, Mountain Splitter, but Iha answers with a surge of crackling electricity. He fires a piercing bolt of raw energy that directly makes its way straight through Hood's heart, witnessing the bastard fall for the count with just a single decisive strike. Captain Lenny and the others are utterly stunned. The supposed novice just took down Hood in one hit, as our hero absorbs the remaining aura, with his enemy still dropping from the sky. Whooping is trembling in his boots. He demands to know what kind of powerful family Iha comes from. There's no mistaking it. He recognizes the gene technique. Iha answers coolly, declaring he's from the Demon RA clan. He then throws in a sharp remark about Whooping's ever-growing desperation. The enemy responds with a guttural roar of dominance, letting go of his human form entirely. He has activated his terrifying bloodline transformation, unleashing the full terror of the tyrant terror. Black Bear's muscles swell, transforming his body into a towering beast. Unleashing the martial technique, Peak Shaker. He charges forward, but our hero strikes first. He aims low, and his attack lands hard against the beast's legs. But Ho-Hong swings back with a powerful spin punch, and his massive paw slams into the earth, blasting debris in all directions. Instead of messing around with this bastard, our hero decides to end this fight. He channels everything into one decisive strike, the core fused mountain-crushing fist. This technique helps him unleash a barrage of devastating blows, pounding his enemy to the point that the bastard is no longer in any state to fight. His teammates stare from a distance, struggling to process what they just witnessed. The so-called martial arts novice just brought down a complete powerhouse. The injured bastard's voice grinds out a final curse. He calls Iha's gene technique despicable and swears that he'll be punished eventually. Iha doesn't respond with verbal jabs, because his blazing blue fist is more than enough to shut this guy up. The scene then cuts to the central stadium of An City, where a massive martial arts tournament kicks off. Cheers rise from every corner as flags wave and lights flash. This year's entrance exam follows a knockout format. Students are paired up, and only those who win 3 consecutive matches in the audition rounds will qualify for the finals. At the top of that bracket waits the title of the highest scorer, From the broadcast booth, the announcer hypes the crowd, reminding everyone that these students represent the future of humanity's survival. Every punch they throw carries more than just personal ambition. The higher-level entrance exams begin in full force as combat erupts across the stadium. In Arena 1, battle energy collides with precision strikes as students fight with everything they've got. In Arena 4, another fierce duel is already underway, with no signs of slowing down. The attention then shifts to Arena 6. Only one participant stands on the platform. Her name is Huang, and she awaits her opponent. The commentator updates the audience, explaining that while Huang has arrived, her opponent, Yi from Anqing Middle School, is still missing with no sign of him. The match may end in a forfeit. Meanwhile, the woman looks fired up. After recalling the humiliation she endured in the past, she has trained hard for this moment, hoping to claim revenge with the help of her fierce fire lizard. But once again, the one person she wanted to face didn't even bother to appear. Meanwhile, students and spectators mock Yi, calling him a coward for failing to show. The referee raises his hand and prepares to confirm the forfeit. Then everyone notices that the sky is shifting. A streak of blue light cuts through the clouds. It's our boy, descending from the sky like a goddamn meteor, and crashes into the arena floor with thunderous force. The ground shakes as dust and debris scatter from the impact zone. Huang flinches, thrown off balance by the blast. She's unable to make sense of what's happening. From within the smoke, Yi launches straight into action, driving his foot into Huang's face. With overwhelming force, that single kick lifts her into the air and sends her flying across the platform. After knocking out her opponent, our guy is farming some extra aura by acting nonchalant. Huang lies defeated on the ground as the announcer declares Yi the winner. The crowd erupts with excitement, cheering for his strength and praising the legendary sky kick. That ended the match. Also, our boy's power stems from the blood jade fruit he got from the captain for saving their lives. Back then, as expected, the tournament bracket updates, showing Yi advancing to the next round. He's now scheduled to face Long Tao. But once again, our guy defeats Long Tao from Unchengno 4 Middle School with a powerful blue energy strike. In the following round, Yi knocks out another opponent, crushing a fighter from a rival middle school, securing yet another decisive victory. The crowd erupts, cheering his back-to-back victories, shouting he's become a one-kick Superman, all thanks to his absolutely unstoppable performance. With 3 incredible victories under his belt, Yi breezes through the audition phase and advances to the 3rd round of the tournament. University scouts immediately swarm around him, each one desperate to recruit him, lavishing praise and dangling scholarship offers. Surrounded by officials and eager representatives, Yi calmly repeats the burning question they keep asking and delivers his definitive answer. He boldly declares his plan to enter Du University, but some nearby voices immediately question his choice, warning him not to get ahead of himself. Du is one of the world's top martial arts universities, and gaining admission is no walk in the park. But our guy is clearly determined to prove them all wrong and claim first place through sheer strength alone. Shortly after, officials approach him, requesting a re-evaluation of his martial arts prowess. Of course, the results absolutely shock everyone. His cultivation stage has explosively jumped from 3rd to 9th. In just half a month, our guy spins an incredible story. He trained inside a dangerous secret realm, motivated by his father's heartfelt final message. This revelation leaves the entire crowd utterly stunned. Word spreads like wildfire that Yi has already broken through his genetic lock. The officials immediately rush off to report the incredible news. But Yi isn't exactly thrilled with all this sudden attention. While other students prepare for their upcoming matches, with family members loudly cheering them on, Yi stands alone, reflecting quietly, realizing there's no one waiting to support him. No parents, no friends, no familiar faces in the crowd. The stark feeling settles in. He's truly on his own. But it seems like he might be mistaken. His teacher watches the match, broadcasting live, and offers a small, heartfelt cheer in Iha's direction. Iha strides into the arena with absolute full confidence for his pivotal next promotion match. His opponent is Luo, a strong fighter boasting elite lineage and a truly powerful bloodline. The arrogant bastard mocks Iha the moment they face off, but our guy remains utterly composed. He knows this battle will be decided by sheer strength, not empty words. As the match officially kicks off, Luo immediately activates his bloodline awakening, unleashing a fearsome martial technique, the dashing lightning claw. The attacker surges forward with incredible speed and raw energy, aiming to rip our boy's face off with that creepy claw. Iha, however, simply stands still, barely bothering to raise a hand to stop his foe. He mocks the pathetic force behind Luo's attack, then effortlessly begins twisting the arm, making Luo cry out in agony as his hand is crushed. Iha then effortlessly lifts him into the air and smashes the poor guy right back into the ground. The slam is so incredibly powerful, it literally demolishes the arena's flooring. And once again, the announcer declares Iha the victor. Even the host is absolutely flabbergasted. Luo was one of the tournament's top seeds, yet he didn't land a single blow. Online, fans explode with excitement. They praise Iha's calm presence and unbeatable strength, calling him a true master. In the stands, the crowd is going wild for the one-kick man, already naming him a sure finalist. As Luo is carried off on a stretcher, a new rival stares intently from across the arena. He watches Iha with a mix of admiration and quietly declares that he fully intends to face him in the final. At Hwada University, the admissions office takes notice and quickly orders a full investigation into Iha's record. Meanwhile, matches continue in the neighboring arenas. As the second group of candidates move into the next round, Xiaoling, known as the Queen of Enqing Second Senior High, steps into the arena, bathed in the spotlight. Across from her stands Lu Qingju, the quiet and graceful figure, known as the unattainable flower. Their rivalry is legendary, and the crowd leans in as the match prepares to begin. The referee blows the whistle. Xiaoling charges forward, immediately throwing out a taunt. As she closes the distance, Lu Cheng doesn't respond. Instead, she activates a powerful secret martial art. A massive wave of energy erupts from her palm, blasting directly at her opponent. The force of the impact lifts Xiaoling clean off her feet, sending her hurtling through the air. But she quickly recovers, countering with her own formidable skill, known as the Howling Gale Step. Lu Qing drops her stance and swiftly shifts. Suddenly, she conjures a swirling field of energy, snaring her opponent's hand in an air current trap. To finish Xiaoling off, she unleashes a strike from her powerful primordial chaos finger technique. Witnessing this, the announcer reacts with utter shock, announcing that Lu Qing has truly mastered a high-level martial skill, a feat few students ever achieve. Xiaoling responds instantly, activating her awakening transformation, the Shadow Claw. The Tiger King surges forth from her bloodline, and with its aid, she manages to create distance from her opponent. Now that she's revealed her true power, she demands to see Luochen's true bloodline too, the Nether Phoenix. But Luochen doesn't flinch, stating that she can easily defeat her without even tapping into her Nether Phoenix potential. Naturally, the Tiger Girl feels utterly mocked. Her fury ignites as she unleashes her full power. Luochen answers in kind, activating the Lu family's secret art. The clash begins. Xiaoling attacks with the fierce tiger's crippling kick, channeling her full strength into a single devastating strike. Lu Qing responds with a glowing surge of energy from her primordial chaos jade finger. The two techniques violently crash into each other. Energy crackles through the air as their powers explosively collide. No one in the stands can tell who has the upper hand. As the chaos slowly begins to settle, Xiaoling stands alone amidst the dust, seemingly victorious, but something feels terribly wrong. A sudden, crushing wave of pressure hits her before she can even react. Her legs buckle, and she collapses from utter exhaustion. Meanwhile, Lu Qing remarkably remains standing. The referee steps in and announces the stunning results. Lu Qing is declared the victor. Online viewers erupt in disbelief as the news spreads. Lu Qing has awakened a rare, fourth-tier ability. With the Nether Phoenix bloodline in play and battles narrowing, the tournament gears up for its intense top 8 round. It's time for the advancement draw ceremony. Yahello steps forward, ready to draw his spot. He pulls slot A for the next round. His opponent is revealed just moments later. It's Shun from Qingfeng Private High. He also draws into Group A, since they'll be battling in the second match. Shun suggests they stay to watch the first fight. Inside the arena, Luo is already on the ground, seemingly overwhelmed by his formidable enemy. His opponent's energy control is incredibly sharp, precise, and clearly built for high-tier combat. Yahello watches closely, suddenly realizing the mysterious victor is actually his schoolmate, Chuzhou. The Qingfeng principal fumes with anger as his school's representative falls in the very first top 8 match. Yahello turns to Shun, asking how he compares to Luo. Shun answers with brimming confidence, stating he's the president of the martial arts club, and that even 2 of his teammates combined couldn't defeat him. He admits, "Our boy is the only real threat." In this year's entrance exam, he describes Yahello as a dormant volcano, hiding a terrifying beast beneath the surface. With no time left to talk, Shun signals that it's their turn. The second match of the top 8 advancement tournament begins. Yahello steps onto the battlefield opposite Shun. The announcer declares the start of the round. Immediately, the 2 titans clash, their powers surging with equal, explosive force. Spectators fall silent, watching the explosive back and forth. Our boy isn't holding back. He's already managed to make this bastard's nose bleed. Shun then decides to get serious as well, and surrounds himself with a solid martial energy shield. Yahello keeps his focus, recognizing Shun's true power and preparing for what comes next. His opponent finally makes his move, activating his clan's dragon martial art, and summons a blazing beast. The creature roars forward as Shun launches a devastating attack. There isn't even time for our boy to react, only to be struck mid-air by a devastating blow. He coughs up blood, the force sending him reeling backward. The impact also shakes the entire arena to its core. That monster then grabs Ihei again and restarts his relentless assault on our poor guy. After this brutal onslaught against our boy, the villain is absolutely relishing the moment. Emergency medics immediately begin rushing toward the stage, bracing for the worst after Shun's brutal, relentless assault. But then the very air around them changes, and something profound stirs deep within the battlefield itself. A massive wave of blue energy suddenly bursts outward from Ihei, shaking the entire arena to its core. Our boy is almost fully transformed into his monster template, covered in crackling lightning and fierce scales. His bloodline transformation is finally complete. The commentator is utterly boggled out of his mind because a full beast transformation and a high school student is almost completely unheard of. The newly transformed fighter steps forward, exuding his heavy, oppressive presence and power. Meanwhile, an elder examiner watches the field even more closely and notices something else entirely. Ihei's core energy is absolutely skyrocketing. A defensive barrier instantly activates, triggered to contain the explosion of raw core radiation coming off his rapidly expanding body. The spectators are having the time of their lives, watching this all unfold. Ihei's bloodline awakening is truly like nothing they've ever seen before. Our guy smirks in his awakened beast form, fully aware that no one else on this planet truly understands what he's become. Across the arena, Shun suddenly starts bleeding again. The sheer pressure from Ihei's surging energy is simply too much, and his body can no longer contain it. In response, he also begins to transform. His own beast form erupts into view, glowing with fierce, golden energy that scorches the very air around him. Both begin intensely charging their ultimate martial arts techniques. Our guy strikes first and fast, and absolutely obliterates his opponent's hand. In the powerful blast, it's now crystal clear who the true winner is here, and our boy wants his opponent to fully realize it. Shun already starts to sense that his strength has gone completely beyond control after his incredible awakening. Our guy wastes no time and dives in once again, unleashing a rapid barrage of strikes, hammering relentlessly into Shun. Both contestants continue to fight fiercely, with Shun desperate to gain the upper hand. But soon, he learns the hard truth. He doesn't stand a chance against this absolute beast of a man. Before he can land a finishing blow, Shun forfeits. He is utterly disappointed the match ended, even before it truly started. Regardless, he is officially declared the winner. Online, the response is instant. Fans joke that our boy didn't even go all out, and his opponent surrendered like a pathetic dog. Clips of the battle flood every platform, and social media explodes with praise. Meanwhile, the principal explodes in anger over Shun's surrender. He threatens to cut off all support, unless Shun repays what's owed. But Shun silences him with a single gesture. He grips his shoulder and explains flatly that he surrendered to avoid permanent damage. He warns this fatty that strength isn't something that can be controlled with threats. The principal stays silent for a moment, then quietly agrees, clearly shaken by the intimidation. The top 4 finalists of the tournament are finally announced, and Iha's school dominates the board, securing 3 of the 4 available spots. Their principal can't hide his excitement, already imagining promoting Iha's teacher for raising such exceptional kids. Meanwhile, Iha walks up and pulls his match assignment. Once again, it's Group A. Across from him, a powerful girl steps forward and draws the same. With that, the semi-final match is confirmed. Iha versus Liu Chung. Excitement erupts through the arena, with fans chanting for what's expected to be the most intense battle yet. Liu Chung, possessing divine phoenix powers easily. She had previously crushed a top-tier bloodline user, which clearly explains that her power is overwhelming. Fans also revere Iha's Thunder Beast powers in the semi-final venue. Once both contestants step into the arena, the referee officially signals the start of the match. Our hero wastes no time taking the initiative, witnessing his powerful opening. Liu Qing remains utterly calm and composed. All she truly hopes for is that he's strong enough to push her limits. The commentator can barely see a thing due to the swirling dust, struggling to describe the action. Let's dive into our hero's inner monologue. He quickly realizes she's not just powerful. Her battle instincts and raw intelligence are far beyond most opponents he's ever faced. Understanding the risk of dragging this fight out, he acts first. His body ignites with blazing energy as he charges directly at her, launching a full-force attack. Liu Qing surrounds herself with energy, preparing to counter as our hero closes in, but at the last moment, he spins into a sweeping strike, trying to catch her off guard. She reacts instantly, blocking just in time, but the move clearly surprised her. Our hero leaps again, driving his energy into a direct punch, aimed straight at Liu Qing. Clearly, our hero isn't giving her a single chance to strike back, or even fall back, completely overwhelming her. After this continuous back and forth, she decides to finally act for real this time. She activates her bloodline, awakening the force of the Netherbird. Her eyes glow with fierce intensity as she warns our hero that she may not be able to control her strength. In this state, our hero isn't bothered at all. That's exactly what he wanted to hear. He explains that until now, he was only using half of his power. Now, he's ready to fight seriously. Liu Qing dives toward him at full speed, unleashing a devastating strike. Our hero roars, power surging through his limbs, and counters with explosive force. Their blows collide. An impact sends a massive shockwave across the arena. The audience shields their eyes as the blast expands outward. Meanwhile, the girl is absolutely stunned when she notices the overwhelming power around our boy. After preparing himself Iha unleashes a concentrated beam of energy. That blast from his mouth, cutting across the arena in a straight, unstoppable line. Lu Chang stands there, ready to counter it. When the beam strikes her, she redirects the blast using her enchanted feather. The energy scatters all over the arena, and some of it goes straight toward the spectators, but a barrier absorbs the impact. Before it can hit the common people, turns out it was the mayor of and city, Huang Qing, who conjured up that barrier. After watching this explosive battle, he declares that the strongest guardian in and city's history is being born today. On the battlefield, blood drips to the floor, and it certainly belongs to Lu Qing, who remains upright, though her body is damaged. By now, she's sure she can't beat him. His single attack broke through her strongest defense. The pressure she's carried since childhood returns, all at once, as memories of her struggle surface. The strict expectations and the weight of her family's legacy, pressing down on her shoulders. Her ancestors had placed all their hopes on her. Her mother's cold voice echoes in her memory too, reminding her that victory wasn't optional. It was the only path she'd ever been given. Meanwhile, Ihu stands there, clearly undefeated. Luo Qing can't stomach her defeat. With the last of her strength, she charges forward in a final burst, giving everything she has left. But the guy stops her cleanly, catching the attack mid-air. He then charges his fist again and continues to slam her into the ground, pushing her beyond her limit. Eventually, Lu Cheng reaches her threshold. The intensity of his blows, tearing through the last resistance she had left. The dormant energy inside her suddenly surges as she unleashes her ultimate transformation. Her magnificent wings flare wide across the sky, ablaze with the combined power of lightning and devastating purple flames. Yahoo watches calmly, now unleashing his own formidable powers. In response, he activates his strongest body technique, fusing raw martial force and elemental energy into one form. From that moment, he leaps towards her, his technique ready to strike. Their epic clash begins, and this time, they both look like two majestic deities, fiercely duking it out with each other. Like literally, their exchange of blows is so incredibly rapid that I can't even follow what in the hell is going on. From the sidelines, the announcer begins to panic, realizing that neither of these fighters can fully restrain the immense energy they are wielding. As her attack heads towards our boy, he braces himself and unleashes a hidden genetic technique. A massive golden wall bursts forth from the arena floor, ready to defend our boy from the onslaught. As the opponent's energy slams into the wall struggles intensely under the immense pressure and eventually shatters apart. Spectators stare in utter shock, wondering what in the world just happened. Some worry that if the mayor doesn't step up now, the entire arena may just collapse. The man in question is also incredibly tense. His eyes track the spreading damage across the fracture barrier, the sheer, overwhelming force generated by Yi and Luo Qing's combined power had utterly overwhelmed it instantly. Meanwhile, back in the arena, blood trickles down Lu Cheng's hand as she agonizingly forces herself upright. Every movement sends fresh, searing pain through her limbs, but she remains kneeling, defiantly refusing to fall completely. Iho steps forward to face his fallen opponent. Lu Qing lifts her head, staring at him in utter disbelief, because her strongest attack left barely a mark. Iho then delivers a chilling final warning, noting the dangerous radiation now spreading through her body. Without immediate action, the damage will be permanent. Lu Cheng's body trembles violently, and she cries out, her voice breaking as she desperately demands to understand why the fight had to reach such a devastating point. Iho crouches calmly in front of Lu Cheng and meets her gaze, completely devoid of hostility. He's genuinely impressed by her fighting spirit and resolves not to give up. Internally, the girl also admits that the only thing on her mind, while fighting, was an intense desire to win. And more than anything, her desire to fight wasn't just about victory. She was actually having a blast. Our hero, meanwhile, helps her recover by giving her some of his mana. He reminds her that she was thinking too much during their battle, which inevitably led to her fall. So on a good note, he desires to fight her once again in the future, when she is at her absolute prime. With that, the battle ends, and the announcer declares his victory in the first semi-final match. Shortly after, Chu claims his own victory with ease and advances to the final round. The final match of Anqing High School begins. The arena crackles with tension as he and Chu face each other. Under the watch of a massive live broadcast audience, Chu draws his glowing sword, radiating aggressive energy. As he prepares to strike, He smirks in response, not worried in the slightest. Chu charges with a spinning slash, coming at our boy with 7 clones of the blade, while He gathers energy around him, preparing for a counterattack. When he strikes his explosive fist against the opponent's sword, the explosion of force sends shards and impact waves in every direction. Of course, the impact of that punch was heavy, forcing Chu to comment on He's brute approach. Instead of hunting down the real sword, He attacks every clone in his path with sheer force. By now, Chu is sure that none of his defensive strategies are going to work against this monster. Despite the setbacks, Chu decides to take another approach. With close combat no longer an option, he chooses to strike from a distance and exhaust his opponent. Energy builds rapidly around him as he summons a giant. A fierce dragon, born from pure, raw power, materializes. The dragon unleashes a mighty roar and surges forward, charging at He with relentless, unstoppable momentum. Activating his unique bloodline ability, Chu unleashes the devastating power of the ice pulse. Freezing energy floods the entire battlefield, spreading outward in a rapid, chilling surge. Jagged spikes of ice erupt violently across the terrain, generating a towering, impenetrable ice mountain that completely seals He inside. Meanwhile, a faint sheen of sweat forms on Chu's face, as the sheer intensity of his power is clearly taking a heavy toll on his body. Moments later, the ice begins to melt from deep within, and a burst of golden and blue light explodes outward. A powerful shockwave ripples through the stage, as He absolutely shatters free, tearing the entire mountain apart with overwhelming force. With his first attempt spectacularly failed, Chu braces himself once more and prepares to launch another devastating ice-based technique. He targets a massive crystal structure, aiming right at our boy. But before he can even land a blow, our guy renders the attack utterly, completely useless, still catching his breath. Chu asks how much of a chance he truly has to win this match. He responds with an unshakable, calm smile, and coolly dismisses the odds as barely higher than that of a lonely stray cat, just like any sane person would. Chu raises his hand without another word and surrenders. The final result is called. He is officially announced as the winner of the Anqing High School final battle. Cheers absolutely erupt across the stadium as He's roaring supporters celebrate his overwhelming victory. Standing tall and triumphant at the center of the stage, he absorbs the electric energy of the roaring crowd. His name echoes triumphantly from every corner of the arena. Screens all around the city flash his victorious face, broadcasting his monumental win live. As his popularity absolutely skyrockets, people immediately begin calling him the strongest champion in Anqing's entire history. The host steps forward, making it truly official, and declares He the undisputed tournament champion. After 3 full days of intense, grueling battles, the coveted title is finally his. During the closing ceremony, a reporter approaches and asks about his meteoric rise. From the stage, Iho graciously responds, thanking his teacher for unwavering support during his toughest moments. From the edge of the stage, the principal calls out to him, eager to show his appreciation. He announces a scholarship offer, $2 million in recognition of Iho's incredible achievement. Of course, Iho accepts immediately, expressing heartfelt gratitude toward the school and the principal with immense pride. And he also gives himself credit for the relentless hard work that made this victory possible. Soon after, a new alert flashes across his system interface. Iho has unlocked a hidden system. Reward for claiming the tournament title. Later, he walks down the quiet stadium corridor, but the moment he steps outside, a crowd explodes around him. Reporters, students, and camera crews rush in from every direction, overwhelming the hallway with blinding lights and relentless questions. Several students push forward, holding up suggestive images and asking bizarre, inappropriate questions. Caught off guard and unable to respond, Iho bolts through the doors, shouting that he doesn't have time for any of it. He slips into the basketball gym, finally shaking off the crowd. Breathing easier, he's excited. After learning that he can earn other template abilities as well, meaning he's not limited to just one template. Before he can mull over it any further, a man steps out of the shadows and congratulates him on winning the tournament. At first, Iho assumes it's another reporter, but the man quickly clarifies that he isn't from the media. He introduces himself as someone connected to Hwa University, here to discuss a matter related to genetic locking. Of course, our guy gets a little alarmed after hearing this term. After all, he gained all his power through monster templates and had never used any system related to genetic locking. The man then asks if this term was something Iho learned from his father, just your average taxi driver. He confirms it, but the man pulls out confidential documents and states the information doesn't match his father's background. There's more to this story, something hidden much deeper. He hands Ihi an envelope and says it's related to his unique case. Ihi opens it and freezes on the spot after seeing the contents. Inside is an image of a divine, godlike being named Prometheus. The documents reveal a connection to a top-secret national biotechnology project, one that has never been disclosed to the public. It looks like he finally understands what this guy's deal is. As far as he's understood, these guys think his father was a scientist, working on this Prometheus project, and Ihi himself is the result of that project. The man confirms this assumption by informing him that he has been identified as a high-level national subject. According to the report, he is now recognized at the national level and will be protected under full state authority. Furthermore, the state has no intention of causing harm. Instead, he is entitled to know the truth about himself and his classification, of course. Our guy plays along and responds accordingly. For him, fame always brings trouble, so he would rather be left alone. Once the guy is gone, he returns to the task at hand. With his official acceptance into Hwa University confirmed, he is celebrating the substantial scholarship and prize money he received. Most importantly, he is excited to draw the template ability he was awarded for clearing the exam. Waiting no longer, he activates the system's template draw function. A glowing, portal-like structure materializes before him, radiating with powerful light. As energy gathers around the vortex, a massive, godlike mechanical being emerges. The system identifies it as a D-rank template, a colossal humanoid. This monstrous being stands 60 meters tall, boasting a mere 1% fusion rate. The revelation leaves Iha utterly stunned. He immediately begins calculating its immense potential. What if this colossal humanoid could be fused with the Demora template? The outcome would be devastating. A terrifying vision forms in the system, an imagined fusion of both monstrous powers, towering, violent, and radiating nearly limitless energy. Elsewhere, a mysterious big shot cancels all of his scheduled appointments. He simply states that private matters demand his immediate attention. The man this big shot is speaking with is an investigator clad in a hazmat suit, reporting that no one was found among the ruins. However, remnants were recovered near the last known signal location. Testing reveals undeniable signs of nuclear radiation and chilling traces of a massive energy explosion. It seems this masked figure is investigating our boy. The big shot doesn't want his supposed brother to put himself in such danger. After all, their mother's last wish was for the big shot to protect his sibling at all costs. He reviews footage of Iha's victory at the launching. tournament but laments his little brother won't be able to enroll in any university now. Back to Iha. He stands there, holding a mysterious package in his hands. He turns it over, opening it cautiously, wondering if its contents will aid him in the upcoming secret realm exploration. Inside is a handwritten letter. He reads the note, learning of an ancient artifact discovered in the realm. The details leave him stunned, and he stares at the letter in disbelief, surprised anyone still writes by hand in this era. As the sun sets, Redwood Mountain Inn and City glows under the fading light. A massive crowd has gathered at the trial site, thousands standing in eager anticipation as the secret realm event approaches. Among them, we see Chu greet Iha with brimming confidence. Iha observes him carefully, noting how much stronger he seems since their last meeting. Curious, he asks which university Chu plans to apply to. He replies, Hua Di University. This clearly means that these two might still end up at the same school. Suddenly, Iha senses a subtle sadness in Chu's demeanor. Just then, a loud announcement rings out across the mountain, calling all participants to attention. In the sky above, a dimensional rift begins to crack open. The rift pulses violently as a massive, dark, multi-headed creature starts to emerge from the void. Above Redwood Mountain, the monstrous beast hovers in the sky. Participants scattered across the battlefield stare upward, stunned by the creature's overwhelming presence. Amid the rising tension, a red-haired warrior steps forward and rallies the group, ordering them to take down the demon and charge into the secret realm. Combat erupts instantly, with so many people charging at one creature. The poor creature is regretting its decision to come here inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm. Yihi and the other participants are trekking through the realm's terrain. As they walk, Yihi detects a sharp, metallic scent thick in the air. From a forest's edge, a swarm of demonic creatures emerges. Their twisted forms rush forward, charging in from every direction. Right away, an immediate order goes out across the group. Eliminate the monsters first, before anything else. Fighters respond without delay, and blades and energy strikes tear through the swarm. As the warriors cut down monsters, left and right, Chu is also doing his part. But just as he's about to get attacked by one of the monsters, our boy helps him out. Speaking of our boy, Chu glances behind him, only to find dozens of demonic beasts lying in a melted heap nearby. Their remains dissolved down to bone and smoke. He's absolutely stunned to realize it's Ihi, who wiped out all these creatures. It's revealed he's been unleashing massive nuclear radiation strikes, silently obliterating the monster's cellular structures without leaving a trace. Onlookers are shocked by the speed and scale of the clearing. Some immediately voice their doubts that a high schooler could be that powerful, but others recall the immense strength shown during this year's live broadcast, reminding them how truly exceptional the top candidates truly are. He and his team stand ready, power radiating from their bodies as they maintain their formation. After the intense battle, the leader of the Beast Tide has finally been vanquished. The remaining monsters have retreated, marking the end of the assault. Meanwhile, our guy went full Green Goblin and swiped every stone he managed to find, though he's unsure how he'll travel. With all this baggage, his friend, Shu, lends him this ring that can help him carry the supplies. Just then, the powerful senior warrior, who defeated the beast leader, returns. Relief spreads through the survivors. Seeing the big shot back, without his intervention, the outcome would have been far worse. The big guy turns his attention toward our guy and introduces himself. His name is Wu Sun, from the In-City Silver Wolf Group. He directly praises our boy for his performance. He's so incredibly impressed that he offers an S-rank contract to join their elite squad. The contract includes university backing and high-level benefits, of course. Those watching react with disbelief. After all, even top university students rarely receive offers of this caliber. Before he can even respond, A girl arrives riding a black flame beast. She teases Woo-san for showing up so early, just to swipe up all the potential candidates. She then also invites he to join their smaller organization, offering a generous 15% of their monthly cultivation resources. This deal is exceptionally generous, in fact, equivalent to a shareholder-level benefit. And once again, the surrounding crowd reacts with utter shock. But he politely declines both incredible offers. He clearly states his position. He's not interested in joining any teams for now. Despite these firm rejections, however, he shakes hands with both representatives, leaving the door open for potential future cooperation. With the beast tide successfully repelled, Ihei and Chu refocus on exploration. They're leaping into the sky, scouting the terrain from above, as the vast forest stretches endlessly beneath them. The two land atop one of the massive red trees, scanning the immense landscape below. Suddenly, Chu spots something truly strange in the distance. Enormous beings, towering like mountains themselves. While Chu feels a wave of profound apprehension, our guy is getting pumped up after seeing these massive figures. He then continues scanning with his life force radar, mapping the distribution of all living creatures in the area. Most of the forest pulses with vibrant life signals, but one zone is completely blank. A vast section of the southeast reads as an absolute void. This anomaly is incredibly suspicious. He's sure there must be something massive hiding there. Where there's smoke, there's always fire. Without a moment's hesitation, he decides to head directly towards Stud Lake. A short while later, he suddenly stumbles upon Sister Yuli in the forest. She's there with two teammates right beside her. He walks right up to them, asking how long they've been exploring inside the realm. Yuli explains her team only arrived quite recently and has been diligently scouting the lake area. Yu-Yang suddenly bursts from the surface of the lake. The guy excitedly shouts that they've struck absolute gold, claiming to have discovered something incredible beneath the lake. He eagerly tells the others that ancient ruins lie hidden below the surface, and the entire group cheers in unison. Ihi, surprised by the sheer energy in his voice, questions immediately what kind of ruins would cause such a reaction. Chu explains that inside these secret realms, structures left behind by long-lost civilizations are simply known as ruins. These places often hide potent knowledge, powerful techniques, or ancient artifacts. Chu further explains that many core principles behind modern martial arts and advanced technology are thought to stem from such discoveries. Suddenly, Yu-Yang goes on high alert, spotting our duo, and he's definitely not looking pleased. But Yuli tries to calm her teammate, explaining that our duo ranked first and second in the last city trials. Their strength is well above average, and she suggests letting them join the team. Yu-Yang eyes them carefully, then demands to know how the spoils from the ruins will be divided. Ihu suggests rewards be distributed based on individual contributions. The more you contribute, the higher your share gets. Reluctantly, Yu-Yang agrees to the temporary alliance, but warns them not to step out of line. With the plan set, they dive into the water together, swimming toward the ruins. They enter a glowing cave lit by crystal formations, hanging from the ceiling like sparkling icicles. The ethereal glow reflects across the cave walls, casting light across the team's path. They survey the chamber ahead and note that the deeper section of the cave lies beyond a narrow corridor. Suddenly, Yu-Yang realizes their teammate, Li, is missing. He was supposed to be guarding the entrance. Another teammate guesses that Li may have gone ahead, alone, in search of treasure. Yu-Yang shouts for Li, but gets no answer back as the group inches forward. Chu asks if any precautions were taken against potential monster threats. In this underground area, one of the girls responds, saying she and Li placed detection bombs near the ruins, but not a single monster has appeared. He doubts if they should continue, especially now that Li has vanished without a trace. Yu-Yang reacts with seething anger and shouts that they must continue. Fortune is ahead, and only cowards turn back. Those who fear risk can leave now, while the rest of us must push forward. As expected, his declaration silences the group. Under pressure, no one steps away. Each person steadies themselves and begins moving through the glowing underground corridor with caution. As they go deeper, our boy can sense the danger ahead, but there's no time left to assess the situation. Further, the danger has already begun. In his mind, he realizes that Yu Yang and Li finding this hidden route in such a massive underground cave is too precise to be coincidence. The path they followed was likely a trap. Even so, he doesn't falter. He smirks, slightly confident in the trump card he has yet to play. The group proceeds into a vast underground chamber. There, eerie green vines crawl across the walls, pulsing faintly with energy. As they look closely, they come to notice skeletal remains, wrapped tightly in vines, evidence of massacre that occurred here. Above, they also see the remains of Li's body, which has been dissolved into nothing more than a skeleton. The group is shocked out of their minds. So much so that Yu Yang drops to his knees. Not only is the relic they came to find missing, but Li also lost his life. But right then, something starts affecting his body. The same force that took Li is now consuming him. He tries to warn the others to run. Before he can say anything further, green vines explode out from his skull. In a bloody fashion, he's killed immediately, his body yanked upward and impaled by the same demonic vines. My guy steps forward and blasts the body into smithereens before things escalate further. Turns out, the demon beast is more intelligent than expected. It captured 2 warriors and used Yu Yang to make a perfect bait in order to draw more prey. It's already too late to realize this, since they've walked straight into the trap. The cave shakes as massive vines slam down, sealing the entrance tunnel behind them. This beast definitely isn't letting them escape. Sheol then decides to enlighten this utterly clueless lady. Based on everything they've witnessed so far, their enemy is a terrifying second-stage demon beast. It's known as a ghost vine demon. Its immense power and cunning nature place it far beyond any normal threat. Yuli's eyes go wide, stunned into disbelief. A king-level beast, she realizes, is something none of them are equipped to face. But our guy isn't fazed in the slightest. He couldn't care less about its classification. The only thing on his mind right now is smashing this monster to absolute pieces. The ground shakes violently under the weight of his power as his first devastating strike launches forward. At that very moment, another powerful force enters the chamber. A formidable man charges forward, his presence fierce and incredibly commanding. Our boy immediately notices this towering, mountainous man. It looks like it's the same man who was digging around earlier. In a flashback, he explains how he relentlessly traced Ihu, using the lingering radiation Ihu left behind in the mountains, even after Ihu suppressed his presence and diligently trailed behind him. Through solid stone walls and collapsed tunnels, he managed to follow Ihu into the cave completely undetected. Now he's finally here to finish what began so long ago. The one who cunningly escaped their ambush before is finally within his grasp. Ihu glances at the furious man charging directly toward him with utter nonchalance, feigning confusion over his attacker's identity. The man, shouting in pure rage, launches a reckless attack. But mid-charge, he's suddenly entangled by a set of insidious, hidden vines. Coiling from the very ground, he realizes too late that he's stumbled right into the ghost vine demon's lair. Panic instantly replaces his fury as he desperately struggles, yelling that the demon is now mercilessly targeting him. He suspects it might have been Ihu's plan all along. Ihu calmly reminds this brute that these menacing vines have the terrifying ability to absorb spiritual energy. Enraged, the man then unleashes a massive energy blast across the entire battlefield. Yuli surveys the chaotic battle and spots ominous cracks spreading across the cavern walls. Due to the intense pressure, the entire structure is beginning to collapse. Under the weight of their combined destructive power, she yells for the others to clear out. Before the entire cave falls, Yehe focuses his energy and fires a spiraling blast upward into the ceiling. The explosion tears through the rock, sending debris raining down. Amid the chaos, Yihe instructs Yuli and the others to escape, while he holds a monster back. The fiery attacker roars in response, determined to stop him. Just as the enemy charges, a sudden burst of ice energy cuts across the battlefield. It's our homeboy, Chu, stepping forward, holding his sword firm and blocking the enemy's path. The attacker scoffs and mocks the defense, reminding them that he holds the rank of an 8th stage martial artist. But my guy doesn't give a damn about these fancy titles. With his fist charged with lightning, he delivers a sudden strike. A fierce blow lands, a technique known as the atomic explosive fist. The explosion spreads in a flash of blue light, rattling the terrain after the hit. Yihe turns to Chu and instructs him to fall back, acknowledging the difference in rank. The opponent is powerful, and Yihe intends to take him on alone. He steps forward, telling the others to leave the rest to him. A while later, everyone except our boy finally gets out of the lake, and Chu also gets out, just as he is worrying about his partner. A massive eruption of blue energy bursts from the lake, and out pops a massive mutant creature from the blast. Is it an Attack on Titan reference? Whatever it is, I don't care. But what I know is that bastard, who is all full of himself, has been cooked through and through. A while later, Yihe reappears in his human form. He leaps from the lake, just as his teammates rush toward him. After taking a seat on the ground, he reveals that the dude who barged in was laced with a plasma bomb. Both that guy and the vein monster died in the aftermath of the explosion, with their joint venture reaching its close. Both teams decide it's time to go their separate ways. He offers polite farewells to Yuli, promising to repay their support once they finally escape the secret realm. Now, the two boys are left alone to grind their asses off, determined to collect as much loot as they possibly can. After their successful exploration, they head back to visit the appraisal center. Yihe slams his massive bag onto the counter. The receptionist warns him to show more caution, explaining that if his gathered loot is damaged, he won't get squat in return. He apologizes and starts calmly placing bags on the counter, each one meticulously filled with precious resources. One after another, they stack up high. By the time he places the final bag down, the receptionist stares on in utter disbelief, barely able to keep up. She hesitates before asking if he's finally finished unloading. Yihe smirks and tells her to begin the calculations, adding that he still has plenty of spirit medicines waiting to be appraised. Not long after, people begin to gather near the center as they start to recognize the rare herbs in Yihe's possession. The crowd is absolutely stunned by their incredibly high value and rarity. Meanwhile, our guy is busy mentally sorting through his inventory, planning to sell off the lower-grade magic cores. After all the exchanges, his account receives a credit transfer of 27 million yen. After the impressive sale, our guy exits the center, preparing to sell the appraised spirit herbs next. But suddenly, a sleek luxury car pulls up right in front of him. An older man steps out, none other than the owner of Ping Pharmacy. He greets Yihe directly, mentioning that he heard all about the rare herbs Yihe had brought in. He offers to buy them at a price well above market value. Yihe quickly realizes that someone from the appraisal center definitely leaked the information, but he doesn't mind selling at all. The buyers came to him on their own, and the price is simply perfect. After the smooth transaction, the luxury car drives away, while the man reminds him to reach out again the next time he has more spirit herbs. Yihe checks his phone and sees that his bank account, he's just received another massive cash deposit. With that cash in hand, he immediately starts plotting his next moves. Standard supplements and common herbs from the market have barely budged his cultivation progress. If he truly wants to grow stronger, his next investment must be in raw power. The resources for major breakthroughs are still out of reach, but another option sparks in his mind, one that doesn't rely on wealth at all. He decides to pursue intensive martial arts training. With that goal firmly in mind, he immediately sets off for Onshino, one middle school. The principal's office doors swing open. Inside, a warm drink is offered, setting the tone for a respectful, formal conversation. The principal kindly greets expressing slight surprise at his visit. He presents a small package from Ping Pharmacy, clarifying that it's absolutely not a bribe, just a simple token of gratitude. Once the principal is receptive, he clearly explains his request. Since he hasn't entered university yet, he can't ask for help from his clan. He's hoping the school can assist him in finding a truly strong martial arts teacher. The principal suggests waiting until university begins, where proper training resources will be much easier to access. But he insists he's ready to grow stronger now and doesn't want to delay. The principal studies him for a moment, then agrees to make an exception. Recognizing he's incredible drive, he decides to help and promises to make the necessary arrangements. The very next afternoon, he wipes sweat from his forehead. After an intense training session, his phone rings with an update, telling him that everything is ready. He thanks the principal and asks which martial arts family is willing to take him in. When he hears the answer, he stops dead in his tracks in disbelief. The Liu family of Anchang has agreed to teach him their secret techniques. In the outskirts of Anchang, a motorcycle tears across the road at high speed. The girl riding on the back is enjoying the ride, and the driver looks like a total playboy. He's ready to show off even more power. Ahead of them is our boy, pedaling his bike, fast enough to keep up with the motorcycle speed. He warns the lovers to ride cautiously, because speed kills, of course. The biker feels utterly humiliated when he realizes that a cyclist is going way faster than him. So, the reckless driver decides to go all out, determined to prove his dominance. He accelerates more than he should, and leaves his opponent in the dust. Before the rider can feel proud of himself for getting ahead, our guy utilizes his powers and zips past the bastard with a speed no ordinary bicycle can match. The riders stare ahead in disbelief, unable to process what they just witnessed. Moments later, Yeho arrives at the gates of the Liu family estate. He takes a moment to take in the grandeur of the towering structure. His radar has picked up a bunch of powerful guys living here. From the estate's entrance, a girl steps into view. Lu Qing greets him with a smile, but she stiffens the moment he tries to tease her. Eventually, she turns and begins walking. As they enter inside the mansion, Lu Qing announces Hai's arrival with her call. Her mother begins descending down the stairs to greet the young man. Her beauty is undeniable, but it's the command in her presence that steals the air. She introduces herself as Qinlan, the matriarch of the Liu family, welcoming Hai. The scene then cuts back to the past. After the college entrance exam, Lu Qing stands nervously before her mother. As she starts to speak, her mother interrupts softly, telling her not to be nervous. A large screen nearby plays footage of Hai's performance in the exam. Watching closely, she praises her girl's exceptional performance in the exam, even though she lost. She then brings up her younger brother. The mother reminds her how her son lacks the talent to carry the family forward, leaving Lu Qing as the sole heir. Similarly, she acknowledges her daughter's worth, her intelligence, her beauty, her strength, making her their final hope. The Liu family is standing on a fragile edge, with her father already pushing up daisies, and their future hinges on powerful alliances. Without blinking, she suggests marrying her daughter to our boy. After all, Hai's strength, talent, and solid bloodline make him the perfect candidate. He isn't just a rising star, but someone worthy of the Liu family. She simply asks her daughter to spend time with him and see for herself what kind of future he represents. In the present, at the entrance of the Liu residence, He bows respectfully and presents a gift. Lu Cheng's mother receives him warmly, greeting him with kindness. She mentions that the school principal informed her of Yi's request to study advanced martial arts. She confirms the arrangement and instructs Lu Cheng to guide him. Yi will be taken to the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. According to the family's rules, he will be granted 1 day inside to train. She explains that deep within the pavilion are 3 powerful martial techniques, and whether he can comprehend any of them depends entirely on his own talent. Yi bows again, offering formal thanks to the Lu family rather than to her alone. The gesture does not go unnoticed. Lu Cheng's mother silently marks his awareness, noting his political tact and steady demeanor. The girl, meanwhile, watches the exchange, puzzled by the way her mother seems to view Yi with new interest. Without commenting, she leads him through a long, underground corridor toward the martial pavilion. As they walk, Yi decides to lighten her mood by making a teasing remark, prompting a flustered denial from Lu Cheng. He leans in way too close to her face, and she reacts with a mix of irritation and embarrassment. The cause of her embarrassment is already crystal clear to us. The poor girl just can't shake the fact that he's gonna be her hubby one day, no matter what. They arrive at a massive, sealed gate, carved from a rare, reinforced material, designed to endure high-impact martial techniques. Hiho studies it closely and asks if he's allowed to strike it directly. Lu Ting stares at him clearly, unsure if he's even supposed to ask this question. Moreover, why? This goofball isn't exactly impressed with his stone's material. Without waiting, he unleashes a glowing blue punch, filled with raw martial energy. As he's about to strike the surface, Luo Qing stiffens slightly. The technique's color and sheer force bring back fragments of past memories, one she would much rather forget. Yiho follows up with a second strike, launching another wave of blue energy into the gate. The impact ripples powerfully through the air, but the stone doesn't even crack or shift. Lu Qing lets out a quiet laugh over his epic failure, while the guy's totally confused about what just happened. All he felt was his energy being absorbed into what felt like a void. Anyhow, she escorts him further inside the scroll library. Going further through this library will lead to the secret vault, containing powerful techniques. Before heading further, he's told he may select any technique and unlock it, using the identity card he's been given. The girl also warns him that mastering a profound level technique in a single day is almost unheard of, and advises him to begin with something more foundational. EHO responds with another casual tease, earning a hesitant, flustered response from her. Regardless, she inputs the code and unlocks the secure vault, where the techniques are stored. As the chamber opens, we see several small vaults that contain the techniques. She further educates him, explaining that learning Xinyuan martial arts hinges entirely on feeling the martial rhythm deep within. If he fails to sense it, then he simply can't learn it. To put it simply, Xinyuan martial arts are truly living things. It's not the martial artist who chooses the art, but rather the art that chooses its martial artists. A short while later, Yiho finds himself seated beneath a glowing statue. All he's tasked with is simply soaking in the light, pouring forth from this statue. For some crucial context, we flash back a moment where a girl schools him on how the Wanhuang martial arts aren't passed down via scrolls. Instead, their transmission is tied to statues, sculptures, tools, vessels. Any object, really, capable of carrying the imprint of martial rhythm, can store and preserve a technique's essence. Legacy isn't written, but forged into matter itself. Lu Ting explains that only a true master possesses the unique ability to forge martial intent into a physical medium, transforming it into a lasting vessel for transmission. So what happens next hinges entirely on him. Returning to our hero, he stands there for a moment, then lies down flat on the floor. Lu Ting observes from a monitor, looking completely unimpressed, thanks to his antics inside the chamber. Our boy realizes this martial rhythm is some kind of spiritual world, and being currently inside it, he doesn't possess his full powers. Even the system notes he has entered a spiritual world. The statue behind him comes to life and promptly reminds its guest that only those with true strength and will can master martial power. It demands proof, strength, resolve, and the courage to truly walk the martial path, to prove his worth. The old man tasks Yi with guard duty, where he's supposed to safeguard this temple from the hundreds of ghosts who will roam this place at night. As water drops begin to fall, it marks the beginning of the trial. Right away, red demonic ghosts begin to swarm the area. As those fiends lunge straight for him, He channels his power, charging headfirst into the wave. With his blade in hand, our hero continues his relentless slaughter, slashing down these spectral foes left and right, as if it were utterly effortless. Meanwhile, the ancient statue watches on in stony silence. Its gaze is filled with utter contempt, as it openly mocks the weakness of the current generation, dismissing how far martial arts have truly fallen. Our protagonist, however, diligently goes about his work. But just as he's attacked by one of these relentless ghosts, absolutely nothing happens to him. Even the watching statue is forced to acknowledge what it's seeing. Yes, these puny ghosts can't do a single thing to our boy. It turns out that his system is automatically protecting him from these spiritual beings. So within mere minutes, he massacres all the ghosts with his majestic, golden energy, much to the statue's absolute shock. Now, the next step is to dive into that mysterious well right in front of him. The well before him holds far more than just light. It contains the condensed essence of the old master's very life, a potent reservoir of pure martial energy, accumulated over generations. Within the well lies a forbidden technique, known only as the devil in the flesh. If he can endure the grueling process, there's a chance he can integrate the technique directly into his body. With that in mind, he dives right in. The mysterious observer watching from above tenses at the sight. After all, never before has someone entered so boldly, so utterly unshaken by the immense risk inside the well. His consciousness is immediately drawn away, pulled into a strange, spiritual dimension. He finds himself standing before a fierce, multi-headed beast, an embodiment of the trial itself. As the process violently begins, blood inside his body immediately starts to boil. His muscles seize and his bones convulse under the crushing pressure of the demon technique. Back in the control room, Lu Qing stands beside her mother in hushed silence. Watching her boy go through this terrifying process, the girl is practically losing her mind, figuring out what in the world is going on with this guy. It looks like her mother is starting to grasp the impossible truth. It's a third Shuang Huang martial technique, the one sealed away in the deepest part of the vault. This technique once fell into Lu Qing's grandfather's hands. He stumbled upon it by chance in his later years, and yet no one in their family ever managed to master it. The technique demanded enduring a mind-numbing amount of unimaginable pain. No one had the sheer willpower, the guts of steel, required to truly master this technique. Not even her grandfather. If he has truly chosen to bear the full weight of that technique, it means his will is far beyond anything normal. He must be ready to face whatever steep price it demands. Right then, our guy finally wakes up, yawning and stretching casually, as if he just had a leisurely Sunday stroll. Against all odds, he somehow survived the trial. He then turns toward the statue, giving his thanks to the elder. He directs his words toward the ancestors, the ones responsible for creating this technique. Though his base stats remain unchanged, he confirms that mastering the technique has doubled his combat capacity. Moments later, Lu Qing and her mother step into the room, still reeling from what they've seen. Lu Qing looks directly at him, asking if he truly completed the technique. Iha responds with a casual salute, confirming his success. Of course, her mother struggles to find any words. This technique had defeated every single practitioner in their family. 4 generations. Yet, Iha completed it in under an hour. As Iha basks in his smug glory, Lu Qing silently watches him. Though praised as a genius herself, she knows the one in front of her stands on an entirely different level. Iha then turns back to the group, preparing to demonstrate his new power. In an instant, blue and red energy surges from his body. His martial aura erupts like a storm, drawn directly from his internal martial world and transformed into raw, explosive force. Lu Qing senses something darker buried deep within the energy, a presence that echoes with the cries of trapped demons. As for her mother, she's clearly impressed, complimenting his strength with admiration. Not gonna lie, Mommy looks totally captivated. Lu Qing then suggests he used the rest of his time in the vault to study the remaining techniques. Meanwhile, the mother feels disappointed for her daughter, while she strongly discourages the idea of marrying our boy. She's still handing over literal, generational wealth to this boy, without any clear reason. But, surprisingly enough, he declines further training, explaining that absorbing the last technique required immense effort, and that he has other responsibilities to tend to. Lu Qing's mother accepts his answer and instructs her daughter to escort him home. Before they leave, she casually mentions a rumor about our boy arriving by bicycle earlier that day. So she offers to open her garage, where he can pick out any top-tier vehicle he might like. Remembering that couple on that cool Hayabusa E, he also decides to grab a powerful motorcycle for himself. We then cut to that Hayabusa rider walking down the road on foot after losing his bike in an accident. Turns out he's that pathetic brother of Lu Qing her mother had mentioned. Suddenly, a high-end motorcycle blazes past the estate entrance, kicking up a trail of dust behind it. Of course, it's our boy. That young man outside freezes mid-step, realizing with shock that it's the same person who was racing on his bicycle. Back at our boy's residence, he prepares a strange and unconventional meal. On the table sits a bowl filled with glowing spirit crystals, arranged with sauce and chopsticks, as if it were an ordinary dish. He lifts a glowing blue shard and eats it first, treating it as casually as any other bite. As soon as he consumes the stone, his physical stats skyrocket. But it's not enough. He chooses to allocate all available points. Diving into the colossal transformation template, he's aiming for maximum impact. Pressing onward, he lifts a golden demon core, ready to consume it. The moment he does, energy explodes out of him. His system then presents him with an option: mutate his Demora template. He's prompted to choose whether to proceed. Of course, he hesitates for a moment, carefully weighing his options. After making up his mind, he slams the confirmation key, hoping to strike gold. Once the procedure is complete, he manages to unlock yet another monster template, known as the Star Universe Demora. Once the Savage Trace Demora reaches 100% synchronization, there's a 2% chance it might evolve into the Star Universe Demora. Moving on, our guy is thrilled to hear the good news. To complete this evolution, he must push his current template to 100%. The only path forward is accelerated growth. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts outside, a clear sign that things are about to hit the fan. Right outside E's apartment complex, dozens of police cruisers swarm the area, as armed officers lock down the perimeter and evacuate civilians. Suddenly, someone knocks on our boy's door. E knows the original owner of this body had no friends who'd show up like this, and there were no scheduled deliveries. So, something's definitely off. Right then, he spots an intruder, sitting right above the apartment's window. She looks tall, sharp, and deadly. But we don't know who this clown truly is. She hints at her intentions a little. Her original plan was simple: hide an item in this apartment and alter the host's memory on her way out. But now that he's seen through her stealth, the situation changes. He'll need to be dealt with. Our guy shows no fear. Instead, he takes a moment before dropping a chilling line. She's already a dead woman walking. Meanwhile, a group of officers clash with a lone man named Joe. Even with all eyes on him, Joe's trying to stand his ground. But he's getting cocky. He activates the forbidden blood-burning technique. But the bastard is soon humbled, where a guy drops in from above, while still fighting that strange woman. Her nano battlesuit is now scorched black, which clearly means our boy isn't holding back. Turns out these two freaks are working together, and the woman declares to her accomplice that she's hidden the item, so they should retreat before the police can capture the criminals. A smoke bomb detonates. Thick white fog floods the street, and by the time the fog lifts, the targets are gone, vanished into the sewer system without a trace. Just when these two think they finally managed to shake off the threat, our guy, Yahello, arrives. He wants to know why the lady who broke into his house still hasn't offered an explanation. Joe shouts at our boy, demanding to know how he managed to track them, when even the elite forces couldn't. But Yahello doesn't owe them an answer. In reality, Our boy could sense the specific nuclear traditions the woman was exuding, signaling it was time to strike. He doesn't waste a single moment talking. He rockets forward like a missile. His fist is already in front of Joe. Once the punch connects, the energy rips through the bastard, slamming him into the concrete wall behind him, cracking it on impact. As dust bursts out in every direction, that woman, May, loses her breath after witnessing this horrific scene. Seeing Joe toss like that truly hits her. That shouldn't even be possible. And whoever trained this kid isn't normal. Yeho bothers to clarify that. He is the disciple of Emperor Guangla. Turns out the woman has never heard that name before. That is when that knocked out guy decides to get serious and transforms into this grotesque, this otherworldly alien, boasting the dignified title of a 6th-tier martial artist. This guy is an absolute force to be reckoned with. Seeing such a powerful opponent really puts a smile on our boy's face. Meanwhile, that Busta woman tries to ambush our boy from behind, thinking there's no way he'll see her coming. But before she gets close, our guy fires up an energy beam. Without even looking in her direction, the force knocks her out of invisibility and sent her flying. Seeing the busted woman knocked out, like yesterday's trash, her accomplice, Joe, decides to unleash a devastating punch. In the aftermath, their fists collide in a thunderous impact. The enemy's attack power is tremendously high, and he can feel it. In the next scene, our boy is nowhere to be seen, much to his opponent's bewilderment. But then he reappears in his giant humanoid form, intending to crush this bastard under the weight of his heavy blow. As soon as he throws the punch, you can only imagine what's going to happen to that poor guy. The busty woman watches in utter awe, regretting ever messing with our boy. This is way above her pay grade. She has no way to escape, leaving her only option: fight to the death. With that in mind, she lunges at our boy and tries to wrap the humanoid's giant head with strings. These strings are a molecular thread, pulled from her nano armor, strong enough to cut through high-grade alloys. As soon as she tightens the threads, the humanoid's head disintegrates into nothingness. Just when she thinks she has won, a gigantic beam of energy strikes her out of nowhere, obliterating her into oblivion. Our guy then approaches that injured bastard, fully bloodied and battered. Since he's going to die anyway, he decides to take Ihi down with him. The thing that woman, Yao Imei, hid in his room is something called the Golden Gene. Now it belongs to our boy. He's now a prime target for many. And because of this, Yeho's demise is practically inevitable. Our hero quickly silences this loudmouth with a brutal kick straight to his face, killing him on the spot. Yeho knows reinforcements are likely en route, and the sheer ruckus he's caused won't go unnoticed, so he retreats to his apartment, texting with Lu Cheng's mother, who's visibly relieved to hear that the police didn't suspect him in the slightest. He then shifts his focus to the mysterious Golden Gene, the very item those thugs were discussing. Taking a closer look at it, he notices a distinctive emblem he's seen before. It was in the Prometheus file that a man from Hua Du had once shown him. From what Yeho can gather, it seems those two thugs stole it directly from Laserbird and were being relentlessly hunted as they tried to escape. Now those damn idiots have passed their headache directly onto him. Meanwhile, in the B-level secret realm, Swan Lake, deep within its perilous inner zone, a squad of seasoned martial warriors is mid-hunt. They've successfully managed to corner and bring down a pack of savage bloodwolves. As the team captain expertly splits open a blood wolf stomach and carefully pulls out the glowing magic core, a low, ominous rumble suddenly breaks through the forest. The very ground shakes under the weight of countless monsters, their footsteps pounding like thunder, all stampeding furiously in a single direction. What they witness next absolutely freezes them in place. An endless, terrifying wave of beasts, tearing violently through the dense forest and devouring anything in their path. The terrifying highlight of this monster wave is a massive beast, known as the Sovereign-class beast, Sinwolf. Seeing the colossal monster leading this chaos, the adventurers' party immediately bolts in full retreat. With this colossal Sovereign-level beast tied relentlessly marching toward In City. The adventurers are sure as hell that In City won't possibly survive this. You see, high-tier magical beasts almost never leave their own established turf. That's precisely why the Swan Lake Secret Realm had stayed stable and safe for so long. Now a monster that level showing up here meant one thing. Something was seriously, dangerously wrong. That colossal ape beast lets out a deafening roar, then hurls these devastating meteor-like objects. In mere seconds, the warrior team is ripped to shreds, crushed beneath a relentless assault of massive boulders. Meanwhile, outside the Swan Lake's secret realm, blaring alarms pierce the city's silence. People across the city freeze, stunned where they stand. Just a second later, the mayor's voice booms out across the citywide broadcast. A massive beast tide is advancing from the B-level Swan Lake realm. Estimated breach time, 20 minutes. The military has already mobilized, and all citizens are ordered to shelter or evacuate. As the mayor's broadcast continues, pleading with every warrior in the city to stand and fight, armed police immediately flood the streets to maintain order. Government agencies spring into action, desperately trying to keep the city stable and calm as best they can. Inside the mayor's office, he paces, moving from one urgent call to the next, doing whatever he can to stall the inevitable doom. The second his secretary bursts in with an update, he immediately asks about reinforcements. Who's sending troops? The answer's grim. This city isn't the only one under siege. Beast incursions have hit multiple regions simultaneously. Most cities are too deep in their own disasters to offer any support, and the ones still standing are locking themselves down, building fortifications and bracing for impact. His voice shakes as he nervously asks about Huadu. Maybe someone from there, a Grandmaster-level warrior or higher, could be sent to help? Even one would be enough. But that's off the table too. An S-class secret realm just opened in Guanshan City, right beside the capital itself. It seems like the battle for that city has already started, and one is coming to save them. They'll just have to fight with what they have. Elsewhere, in the Chu family's training grounds, Yiha and Chu are locked in an intense sparring match, just as they move in to start another round. A siren blares, echoing across the district. Seconds later, their phones buzz with official alerts. College prep students in City are ordered to evacuate immediately. Chu breaks the silence, asking if he plans to leave. But well, our guy is suddenly on cloud 9 after hearing this announcement. Our hero, Iha, is itching to smash some monsters himself, so evacuating feels like a complete waste. Meanwhile, Lu Qing heads straight for the door, ready to leave and join the fight. But her mother steps in, firmly blocking her path. Her daughter is ready to face the beast tide head-on, but her mother isn't having any of it. Lu Qing's survival is her mother's absolute priority. If she steps outside now, there's no safety net, no guarantee she'll ever come back. And City's entire fighting force barely scrapes 30,000, even counting old veterans and fresh volunteers. They're under 50,000 in total. Against a beast tide of that monstrous size, they're like small boats in a raging tsunami. And if sovereign-class monsters are lurking in that wave, that's an instant death sentence. Even Grandmasters would struggle to hold the line. According to her mother, Lu Qing's life doesn't belong to just herself. She carries the entire Lu family's legacy with her. One mistake, it all goes down with her. But the girl isn't having any of it. A warrior clan that can't stand against monsters doesn't deserve to exist. Without waiting any longer, the determined girl leaves to fight for the sake of her city. As soon as she's gone, Aunt Hong steps out. She questions the mistress about our boy, Iha, wondering if he's going to leave too. The mistress decides to let Iha make his own decision. Inside the Swan Lake secret realm, fighters, young and old, packing tight, getting ready for the ultimate fight. The beast tide is back for the first time in 20 years, and no one plans to run. With no hesitation, the fighters charge ahead to protect their homeland from the monstrous horde. At the realm's entrance, the soldiers are ready with their artillery and weapons. This isn't City's last line of defense. Right in the middle, Huang takes command. He emphasizes that 60% of City's military is already inside, along with every ranked martial artist available. They're supposed to gather intel and return back in one piece. Because losing isn't an option. Suddenly, one of those soldiers staggers through rubble, soaked in blood and barely hanging on. Medics rush to his side as soon as they see him. They quickly drag him towards the mayor. In his trembling hand, he clutches a USB drive that holds the Vanguard's entire combat log. Huang demands answers. Desperate to know the unit's fate, the soldier lifts his head and delivers the most devastating news. No one made out alive. He warns his superiors about the Black Ape, the monster responsible for annihilating their entire platoon. Finally, the monsters have begun their full-scale attack, poised to burst forth from the realm's gate. These bastards are truly cunning. They're intentionally targeting the landmines, buried near the realm gate. Near the tower, the moment those mines are triggered, everything begins exploding. The very traps humanity laid are now tightening around their own necks. Huang roars his command. Hit back with everything you've got, and wipe out the enemy before the damage spreads any further. Explosions rock the entire battlefield as flaming debris rains down from the sky. But the monstrous boss is certain these little bitches won't last much longer. Meanwhile, let's check in with our boy, whose aura farming atop the city's tallest building. He's grown rather fond of this city, you see, so he won't let it turn into mush. With that resolve, he leaps off the skyscraper, activating one of his monster templates, ready to join the fray. Meanwhile, the city is already crumbling. Aerial beasts swarm from above. Flames devour the streets, and overturned vehicles litter the ground everywhere. Chu is also in the thick of the battle, cutting down monsters left and right with his precise, deadly sword strikes. Xiaoling is also on the front lines, fighting. Suddenly, she notices a beast, so utterly massive that she remembers all too well what this monster is. This bastard is an elite-type monster, a truly formidable force. Chu is absolutely floored as he grasps the sheer scale of their foe, just as the monster is poised to smash everyone with its massive fist. Our guy unleashes a colossal energy beam, instantly knocking the beast right off its feet, while the attack packs a serious punch. It's clearly not enough to finish off the bastard. Now, completely enraged, the monster swings its hand, lunging at the new threat. Our guy, however, remains utterly unfazed, radiating pure dominance over the creature. Sprawled beneath him, Bro's smile is so utterly wicked that even the monster looks genuinely confused. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? In a mere matter of seconds, our guy makes his move, unleashing an attack so utterly devastating that the monster absolutely disintegrates into an unrecognizable, gory mess. From nearby, Chu and Xiao Ling watch in utterly stunned silence. Yihe then turns to his friends and gives Chu a direct, commanding order to hold the line. Meanwhile, he heads out to support other zones, soaring high above. In the air, he begins scanning the entire area for bigger prey. Down on the battlefield, a monstrous creature, resembling a spiked elephant, is absolutely causing chaos. The soldiers are trying their absolute best to take it down, but their guns are utterly useless against this beast. One soldier tosses his rifle aside and shouts the order to switch to blades, with everyone now armed. These fools charge straight toward their utterly certain demise. As expected, not a single one survives. They all end up impaled on the elephant's spiky tusks, giving the monster a downright terrifyingly badass look, while the remaining soldiers argue whether to retreat or fight until their very last breath. The elephant prepares to strike them down with its massive trunk, but before that happens, the bastard is instantly pierced by a burst of blue energy that kills it instantly. Of course, it's our boy, crashing down to the ground like a goddamn meteor. Meanwhile, on other battlefronts, the monsters have suddenly started retreating to a single location. The awakened fighting there are utterly confused by this sudden withdrawal. One girl explains that the enemy isn't retreating. They're swarming Yeehaw from every single direction. As for his introduction, Yi, who is a top candidate, who'd already crushed the entrance exam, her companion then suggests they can't let him get swarmed by monsters. He proposes they dive into the chaos to help protect their top-ranked student. Meanwhile, the city's martial artists face another challenge. A Lord-class beast has appeared that they need to overcome, and it's locked its sights on Ihei. They're ready to protect in city's pride, no matter what it costs them. They truly believe they are humanity's saviors, and as heroes, they must hold the rear line, the only line keeping in city's residents safe from the encroaching behemoths. Mayor Huang Chung is also protecting his people from within the city's boundaries. Using his signature Earth Vein seal, he's well aware that his seal won't stop all the primal beasts, and their true focus should be on eliminating the sovereign beasts. Suddenly, a monster scrambles up the Earth Vein seal and lunges right at him, but he reacts quickly, scorching the low-tier beast to a crisp before it could even reach him. Once again, another behemoth appears, a fourth-tier king species, the Lord-class mountain-crushing python. This beast is the blood-eyed black ape's strongest mount, and its sudden arrival on the battlefield only indicates the ape must be getting nervous. The beast unleashes its mountain-crushing Dominator Hammer, one of its devastating special abilities, to bury its opponent in rubble and wreckage. However, Mayor Huang Chung emerges from the wreckage completely unscathed and reveals that he already knew his enemy excelled at Earth-type attacks. He then retaliates with his Burst Martial Serpent Surge, an attack just as strong, if not even stronger. This burst of energy inflicts massive damage on the beast, but that's still not enough to overpower it. The retaliatory attack enrages the beast to a whole other level. As the beast prepares for another round, the mayor considers himself lucky for obtaining intel on this powerful beast. If he hadn't gotten it on time, the situation could have taken a far darker turn. It would have been even worse if it had gotten into the city. Defeating it then would have been far more difficult. In a burst of pure fury, the mayor unleashes a flurry of punches at his opponent, but his enemy already has something prepared to counter his attack. The mountain-crushing python, it sprouts quills from its entire body, making it practically impossible to penetrate. As if its defenses weren't enough, things go from bad to worse. As another beast strikes from the shadows, it turns out it's the blood-eyed black ape, who is hiding inside the stone spike. The ape isn't satisfied with how this battle between the mayor and his minion is unfolding. To prove just how insignificant humans are, he crushes the mayor with his bare hands. Acknowledging Mayor Huang Qing's capabilities, the black ape claims he has confirmed that there are no strong martial artists left in the city. This means he can kill everyone without restraint. However, Mayor Huang Qing is not ever going to let that happen. He casts Blade Wind Tempest to stop him. The enemy dismisses his actions as pointless, declaring that his death is inevitable. The ape further adds that he no longer has a natural enemy in this field. This has become a game for him. He wants to make humanity drown in fear and despair. The Blade Wind Tempest, unleashed by the mayor, makes no difference. The caster himself admits it was fast, but unbelievably weak. In his second attempt, the mayor does the exact opposite. He shoots a powerful attack, but it's so slow that the enemy dodges, without even breaking a sweat. After the mayor's multiple failed attempts, the ape decides to demonstrate the best of his strengths. Once he closes the distance between them, he throws a jab at him, which the mayor surprisingly absorbs. As if it were nothing, Huang Xian shoots him a fearless look and angrily tells him that he's miscalculated things because he's an arrogant beast. The mayor then lifts him into the air, using his blood-forbidden technique. It's in this moment the beast realizes he's been lured into a deadly formation, meticulously laid out by his enemy. This was planned in advance to end the fight. The mayor unleashes his Earth Vein seal, but it's several times more intense, exceeding any he's shown before. The ape quickly deduces his enemy plans to bury him underground, a notion that sounds naive to him. He warns the mayor that the moment he falters, he will obliterate every human here. Grinning, the mayor shows off the surgical scars on his chest, revealing this isn't a mere backup plan, but a hymn to humanity and courage. He then begins striking his chest, right over his heart. Confused, the enemy demands to know what he's doing. He reveals he buried Ant City's only nuclear warhead, beneath the battlefield before this war even intensified. The trigger is implanted in his heart, and if it stops, the warhead detonates. However, the enemy assumes he's bluffing, because no one would ever bet their life on something like that. The mayor states that as the mayor of Ant City, he would never walk away from this. After all, he made a promise to his people that he would serve them. Now, with his life flashing before his eyes, he feels he's done enough. He finally closes his eyes, embraces death, and stops his heart, triggering the nuclear warhead's detonation. The explosion is so insanely massive that the martial artists on the front lines hear it loud and clear. Before this explosion, birthing a towering cloud, the martial artists received an evacuation signal. Now, as they witness the battle's end, they stand in complete silence. The explosion from the nuclear warhead erased an enormous portion of the city from existence. The mayor went all out to pull this off, but even destroying a big part of the city wasn't enough to kill the evil. Black Ape, it quickly starts regenerating, and after twisting and reshaping, it transforms into something even more terrifying. Though not immensely powerful, he still couldn't believe he was nearly wiped out by a human. Absolutely enraged, he vows to slaughter every soul in Ant City. But his brutal fight with the mayor has left him weakened. Unable to continue, he retreats to the Sin Domain, the very realm where these beasts are born. His plan, return. Once his blood and chi are fully restored. As he's about to make his escape, Iha suddenly appears, calling out from behind, demanding to know where he's headed. The Black Ape instantly remembers him as one of his greatest threats, and acknowledges him as a terrifying prodigy. Aware he's too late, he laments, "What a shame. He was so ready to fight and win." Iha unleashes a radiant energy in a powerful blast fist, confident it'll be enough to defeat his opponent. However, his enemy emerges from the smoke and scathe, calling this moment a perfect chance to kill him. The top scorer tells him that if he'd taken a chance and escaped, he would have survived his mini-nuke. But now he can't evade what's coming. The top scorer's mini-nuke is so incredibly massive that the evacuated martial artists deduce it's another trap set by the mayor. The Black Ape, nearly scorched, glances at Iha, now in his armored titan form, and calls him a true monster. The beast calls him the more beastly one, because not even king-rank beasts carry an aura like his. The top scorer declares he's nothing like them, and then begins throwing successive punches. Though weakened, the enemy still manages to evade his attacks. Impressively, he tells him there's no point in running, which only fuels his rage, prompting him to warn that he's not to be underestimated. Once again, both sides clash with full force. Neither side was willing to back down. But ultimately, the top scorer claims victory, ending this brutal fight having taken minimal damage. He acknowledges the blood-eyed Black Ape's power, confessing this battle was far from easy, even in his formidable armored titan mode. To top it off, the ape actually injured his arm, though he's already healed it by now. Even with his inhuman strength, it still wasn't enough to bring it down. The ape admits he poured everything into his last attack, and since it couldn't take down our prodigy, he's now certain victory is out of reach. And with that, he turns tail and runs for his life. But Iha is not about to let him escape. Not after Mayor Huang Qing's heroic sacrifice. He unleashes a radiant pulse strike to finish the ape, but the ape narrowly manages to evade the attack. The evil ape dives underground, feigning death. But this only means one thing to Iha. It's gravely wounded, and now it's afraid of death. He thinks this is his best chance to hunt it down. He realizes that these beasts, like his enemy, can completely suppress their life force. He laments that if he'd known this a little sooner, Mayor Huang could still be alive right now. But since the ape is injured, its stealth won't save it. Even the faintest trace of its life force would give its position away to Iha. Just as he thinks about the ape's life force, He suddenly senses it far off in the distance and starts firing powerful beams at it. Before its position was completely exposed, it was so close to reaching the Sindome's entrance. And it blames the deceased mayor for its impending failure. And then, in a blink, the ape finds itself plummeting through the air. In its last-ditch efforts, the evil ape starts burning the last of its core power, intended to take Iha down with it. With its remaining core power unleashed, it recovers one of its arms and lunges at the top scorer with a suicidal attack. As the two sides clash, they both sustain a great deal of damage. In this collision, both lose their dominant arms, the very arms they use for their ultimate attacks. Just as he believes he's finally destroyed the enemy, his head suddenly begins to spin from a mental attack. He senses another beast might be on its way, and when he glances behind him, he catches sight of countless limbs peeking out from the ground, pulling the ape completely out of sight. Soon after this, these limbs begin to erupt from his giant's joints, completely jamming them up, to the point where he can't move a muscle. The top scorer grins, realizing this is exactly what the wicked ape is doing to stop him, but that's never going to happen. He activates Wicker Flame Howl, a spell that allows his giant to unleash flames 1,000 degrees hotter. Meanwhile, pushed relentlessly by the limbs, the black ape gets perilously close to the entrance of the Sindamine. However, despite making it all this way, he hasn't escaped death just yet. As the scorching flames close in, he panics, seeing literal death hot on his heels. And in that critical, desperate moment, the very limbs that were carrying him towards the Sindamine's entrance begin to merge, forming a grotesque face. Soon after, these limbs morph into a colossal creature with feminine characteristics. Witnessing such overwhelming power, he wonders if he's facing another sovereign. If this is its true form, he thinks he'll be done for in a heartbeat. This newly emerged sovereign opens its eyes and screeches so loudly that the scream echoes through his enemy's head, even though he has muted the giant servant's auditory system. Yeho is absolutely consumed by rage. He can't just stand by and watch these monsters leave. After everything they've stolen from him, he reverts to his usual crazy self, flips off the sovereign, and then triggers a nuclear warhead. The explosion is so utterly immense that it fractures the entire secret realm, leaving the martial artists outside the battlefield, doubtful of the mayor's victory. Even though they know the odds are stacked against them, they still desperately cling to hope. The secret realm invasion finally ground to a halt. Our martial artists surged through the city, eliminating every last lingering beast. Ant City had won, but at the devastating cost of 80% of its defenders. Later, as he awakens amidst the nuclear detonation site, he realizes he's completely lost all sense of time. He recalls pouring his entire nuclear power reserves directly into his core, into the giant construct designed for that massive explosion. But the atmosphere here is still ravaged by harsh radiation and lingering remnants of atomic force. This battle was an absolute bloodbath. He had to blow himself up multiple times just to finish the fight before that brute could turn the tide. He admits he was no match for a sovereign class beast, not even with his infinite monster template activated. He thinks he was lucky to emerge victorious because he had the time, terrain, and sheer luck on his side, having no idea when he'll unlock his next template or if it'll even be a gold tier one. He concedes the Star Thunder Titan template is still his best shot at achieving his peak combat power. To do that, he needs high-grade plant type monster cores that are compatible with the fusion template, especially blue, purple, and gold ones. Additionally, he's also planning on mastering the Huang martial arts. If his template can adapt to the martial rhythm, field body refinement will be key. Xinyuan techniques develop more slowly than template abilities, but their potential is significantly higher. He believes that's the very reason he was brought into this world. It's been a month since the Ant City crisis, and the city has already erected a statue to commemorate the tragic death of Mayor Huang Qing. The top scorer sits on a bench in a local park, watching a broadcast covering the beast tide's devastation. Through this bulletin, he discovers that the beast tide disaster struck 18 cities across the Shia nation. 12 of these were completely overrun, and among them, Guanshan City vanished, swallowed whole by an S-class secret realm. To investigate this baffling mystery and rescue the citizens of Guanshan City, 30 Shan Wu martial artists and 5 formidable grandmasters, led by Du Jingming himself, from the renowned Great Xia Dragonfinch organization, were dispatched. After all that transpired, Guangzhou City has become the 12th global death zone, with over 1.8 million lives lost. Shocked by this grim coverage, he realizes he can't sit idly by any longer. And although he already seems to have a clear idea for his next move, he immediately calls Qin, who promptly picks up the phone. Thinking he's about to ask her for the other 2 Huang manuals, he starts nervously giggling, then informs her he plans to collect high-quality, plant-type monster cores, preferably blue, purple, or even gold tier, and he needs her help. She first lets him know he's demanding something incredibly rare to an extreme. Lord-class cores cost an absolute fortune, and since he's asking for something of that caliber, she's definitely expecting something substantial in return. In response, he explains that Huadu University is holding a realm trial for new students, and he says he'll team up with Qingju to help her secure first place. That's his plan for repayment. However, she thinks he's completely underestimating the other city elites, and honestly tells him her daughter is, at best, mid to upper tier. Furthermore, she believes that even if he triumphed over her in a spar, he's still far from being a monster himself. He confidently tells her he's the only one who can restore the Liu family's legacy. Surprisingly, he seems keenly aware that this is exactly why she's been supporting him. From the start, he's ready to sign a promissory note. If he can't help Qingju win, he's going to serve their family for life. As their servant, she finds this offer rather amusing and decides to help him with this one. Yihao arrives at the city's central hospital to visit Chuzhou, but the moment he steps foot inside, a horde of people claiming to be his fans block his way, gushing about how much they adore him. After finally getting past the crowd, he arrives at the room where his friend is admitted, covered in bandages from head to toe. Yihao starts cracking silly jokes about his friend's miserable condition. Just as he's laughing it up about his friend's plight, a stranger suddenly greets him. When the top scorer doesn't recognize him, the stranger introduces himself as Luo Xian, his first opponent in the tournament. Yihao is stunned when he notices Luo Xian's amputated leg. The boy asks him not to look at him with such pitiful eyes, because his leg isn't toast just yet. In the worst case, he might get regeneration surgery or a combat prosthetic. Seeing how optimistic Luo Xian is, despite having lost his leg, Yao considers him a real one. Abruptly, the top scorer receives a call from an unknown number. Thinking it's a spam call, he tries to mark it as spam. Just as he's about to flag it, the principal of his alma mater calls him. He tells Yihao that he's blocked a big shot from Huadu University and urges him to unblock that person immediately. Once he does as told, Wang Tao, an admissions officer from Huadu, tells him that a special train will pick him up in 3 days. While Yihao speaks with the admissions officer, his friend also receives an invitation to Huadu from a professor named Liu. Meanwhile, seeing both his rivals getting an invitation, Luo Xian feels upset for not being invited. Before enrollment, Yihao remembers something he still needs to do. A few days later, at Swan Crater Lake, he arrives to disperse the thick ash and smoke clouds from the atmosphere. He activates the infinite monster template. His triumphant battle against the blood-eyed ape proved a success, as it skyrocketed the demon race's decline rate by 1.5%, which is a truly massive jump. And then, training for 3 consecutive days boosted that rate by another 6%. He's incredibly glad this place proved worthwhile. Having achieved his goal, he decides it's time to move on. Chuzhou is already waiting for his arrival, so they can board a train bound for Huadu together. Blazing through the skies at near Mach 1 speeds, He swiftly lands at the train station. Sensing his presence even before he touched down, the nonchalant martial artist, Chujo, instantly acknowledges his friend has grown even stronger. Once more, as Ihi hops onto the train, he suddenly realizes this is his very first stop since transmigrating. With that, he bids this city a final farewell. Noticing Ihi, he's making things awkward by not sitting still in his seat. His best friend tells him to stop making everything so incredibly intense. Chujo first informs Ihi that everyone on this train is a top-ranked scorer from various cities across the Shia Kingdom. He then explains that this train is crafted from next-gen alloys, meaning it won't break apart, even when struck with immense force. The top scorer, Ihi, used his life sense to scout around and found a few real powerhouses aboard, but none of them could last more than 5 moves against him. All of a sudden, the driver reports the train is under attack by unknown forces, triggering a level 1 alert, while the professors and staff frantically assess the situation. The students are instructed to immediately evacuate their carriages. Immediately, chaos erupts as everyone on board starts panicking. Some speculate this is merely a trial from Huadu University, while others suspect a nefarious plot by an enemy nation. Chujo asks his friend, who's just about to drift off for a nap, for his opinion on the matter. Since the top scorer trained relentlessly before coming here, he now desperately wanted to rest and recuperate. However, as this pressing threat can't be put off any longer, he chooses to personally investigate it. When they reach the entrance to the forward carriage, a freshman named Zoe Jinxian crashes right into them. And severely injured, he tells Ihi that the first 3 carriages have already been overrun. The enemy is using a dimensional field to drag people into an isolated space where the battles don't spill out. Inside that space is something terrifying that's hunting everything. To make matters worse, the Wanwu instructors guarding the train have reported a massive death toll. Those instructors risked their lives to push him out of that space. To warn them, he remarks, this isn't a drill, which gets them all serious. As soon as Zhou Jingxian finishes speaking, a freshman named Yin Jingxiong demands proof. He suspects him for various reasons, mainly because the boy is claiming to be the only survivor. Not to mention, he's got a friend up front who's strong enough to secure first rank. Exasperated, he decides to head to the front carriages, with the other freshmen trailing behind him. Seeing that they're not listening, Zhou Jingshan warns them that they're heading straight into a death trap. Turning to the top scorer, he asks him, "Are you Ihi?" Sensing an abnormal emotional field around him, the top scorer asks, "How do you know?" Zhou Jingxian explains that a girl named Lu Qingju showed him his photo and asked him to pass on a message. No matter what, you must not go forward. He shockingly reveals that she took a blade for him and got seriously injured. He says he's going to fulfill her last wish and make sure he lives before he can say something even more ridiculous. The top scorer smacks him in the head. He then reminds the erratic guy that he's speaking of her final wishes when she's not even dead yet. Annoyed by his pitiful behavior, Chojo draws his sword and unleashes an energy burst aimed at the freshman, reflecting his attack. The freshman calls both of them thugs. Annoyed, the top scorer lands a powerful knee kick to his stomach. Then, with a touch of pity, he offers him a blood chi pill. After they're done dealing with the freshman, they rush off to rescue Qingju. They quickly arrive at the entrance to the dimensional space the freshman had mentioned earlier. EHO attempts to inspect the entrance by tossing a briefcase inside, but when there's no response, no sound, no feedback, and not even his life sense can detect any energy within, he deduces that the freshman must have already entered. Wasting no time, he leaps into the portal with Chujo, making it inside the dimensional space. He starts to feel unwell. However, what he appears to be most concerned about is that he can't find his friend anywhere. He's vanished. Despite this, he presses onward, and soon he finds himself in a ruined city. Realizing he can't use his life sense, he wonders if he's being blocked. Intending to utilize what is working in this situation, he scales a building and shoots an energy beam into the sky, Hidden deep within the ruined city, the martial artists still alive are witnessing Yi's detonated explosion. Awestruck, they wonder, which big shot is showing off their extraordinary power? Jing Shu gets emotional as she recognizes her friend, though she's still incredibly worried about him. His attack was so flashy that not just his soon-to-be classmates, but even the enemy caught a glimpse of it. The enemy appears to be wearing a pig mask and is equipped with a menacing machete. The top scorer wastes no time and immediately lunges at him, but the enemy takes his nuclear fist head-on without even flinching. The enemy retaliates by stabbing him with a weapon, which turns out to be ineffective due to Yi's super regenerative ability. He grins as he boasts about his healing, letting the enemy know that his muscles alone can jam his blade. He's then surprised by the enemy's weapon. It slices through his defenses as if they were made of paper. He grabs the enemy's jaw, forcing their mouth wide open. Then he blasts a powerful magic ray right from his mouth. It rips straight into the enemy, successfully tearing their head off. Inside the mask, he discovers a peculiar pendant. He wonders if this is some kind of twisted trial, one that demands securing the loot. He deduces that the masked guy's weapon must have been reinforced with a high-level martial artist chi. It was unbelievably sharp until its chi finally faded. Curious about the pendant he just found, he assumes his task is to hunt down more masked enemies and snatch the pendants right from their helmets. Just as he starts thinking, he's stumbled into a battle royale. Another enemy ambushes him from behind. Although he detects the enemy's presence, he's still caught in their attack. Even so, these low-level attacks don't harm him a bit, and in the very next moment, he unleashes the armored Zodiac unit to fight back. He goes all out against this new threat, taking down an entire building with a single shot. Since everything happened unusually fast, he wasn't able to see the enemy's face. Now, curious, he closes the distance, confirming it's indeed a rabbit-themed mask, Zodiac-themed, when Ihu attempts to strike again. The enemy outsmarts him by changing their trajectory. Mid-air, shifting their path, they strike when an opening appears. But at the crucial moment, an ice wall shield appears before him, trapping the rabbit-masked enemy within the ice walls. Chuzhou jumps forward, but the enemy dodges effortlessly. The rabbit mask attempts to counter with a sharp spear, only to be overpowered by his opponent's ice magic. Just as he's forced back, Yi seizes the moment and crushes him in his palm. A few minutes earlier, a group of survivors hidden across the ruined city is wondering if he's even alive. They're making that guess, because even with 10 of them combined, they couldn't leave a single scratch on a mast. Enemies. One of the women's survivors, a skilled martial artist. She figures whoever just blasted those light beams must have stumbled into Huadu University by pure luck. For what she's heard, powerhouses like Yin Jianshuang and Ouyang Zhe from Modu, Lanyushi from Shundu, and Xian Shun from Lioli Island have already begun hunting down the masked villains. It's truly unbelievable. On top of that, she's convinced this year's top spot will definitely go to that group. That's just how powerful they are. But then she remembers that Huadu's own locals always claim the top spot anyway, and students from the CIA nation can't even hope to compete with them. Suddenly, another massive, ear-splitting blast. A railgun shot catches them completely off guard. Witnessing the blast from another part of the ruined city, a few of the strongest freshmen mentioned earlier concede that it was likely triggered by a fellow freshman, Ouyang Zhe, an elite from Huadu, is intrigued to find that someone outside the Huadu elites possesses such immense power. Between him and Zheng Shuang, they've already collected the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants, and Lin Yushi of Shundu most likely has the goat pendant. Xian Shun from Lioli Island has the snake pendant, and Qingju, who seems to have joined forces with them, killed the minotaur and snagged the ox pendant. Assuming these masked ones follow the zodiac pattern, only 5 pendants remain: pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. However, the dragon masked fighter is like an unkillable boss, a guaranteed death encounter. They can only flee from him. He's certain that whoever fired the blue beam must have at least a few pendants already. What's more, he believes Xin Shun and Lan Yushi will get drawn there as well. With that, this game is entering its final stage, and if they want to win, they must steal from others elsewhere. Choo Choo notices the boar pendant in his friend's hand and asks him about it. Ihua reveals that before he arrived here, he'd taken down a warrior in a pig mask. They even pulled this pendant right from its head. He seems to have cracked the code for this trial's end, collecting every zodiac pendant hidden within these masked figures. His friend quickly grasps that they're now proactively hunting down the masked enemies. The top scorer then tells him about another masked foe he'd encountered earlier on a rooftop, one who had managed to escape during the chaos. Luckily, that enemy's arrow grazed him, allowing him to track them down. While tracking, they stumble upon a site, clearly marked with traces of battle. Ihua deduces that someone else got here first, and his friend confirms it. The burn marks are still warm. Just as he's inspecting the scene, he realizes someone is close by. He immediately unleashes his ice magic to expose the enemy's location, revealing a girl, the infamous freshman Lan Yusi, who had been using optical stealth. Coming to Lan Yusi's aid is another popular freshman, Shun Shun from Lioli Island, who unleashes his gene art, the flame demon physique, to attack Chu Ju, but the top scorer intercepts the enemy attack and manages to save his friend with the help of the demon pendant strike. Since his gene art was busted, he blames Lan Yusi for her weak optical stealth. He approaches them and asks if the two of them were lying in ambush for them. The girl clarifies that they just took down a guy in a chicken mask and were lying low to catch more of the masked foes. However, the top scorer isn't convinced by that explanation. He grabs her by the neck, and it's revealed she's a clone of Lan Yusi. Since her decoy got spotted by them, she acknowledges their skills. Meanwhile, her partner in crime was expecting an outcome much like this. He throws away his cigarette and says that he's going to show her how it's done. The infamous freshman exhales a toxic smoke that forces the duo to retreat. And soon after, Yuji unleashes Wind Rise, soaring into the fray. Even after an attack of that magnitude, Shin declares he's far from finished and casually hurls a devastating heat burst to utterly decimate his opposition, believing them plunged into an eternal slumber. Shin mocks, urging them to laugh now. Just as he finishes his taunt, Iha claps, scattering his blazing flame cloud. And then, before Chun can even register his physical might, the top scorer's punch sends him absolutely soaring. Yet, none of these elite fighters has truly ascended to the martial artist rank. This includes both Yusuke and Chun. They're all still confined to the martial disciple level, their immense physical potential sealed by an unseen, potent barrier. However, freshmen often possess a slight advantage here. But Yusuke has never faced anyone quite like Iha, whose physique utterly shatters the boundaries of conventional understanding. As she was solely focused on the top scorer, Chujo cast his ice magic at her feet, ensuring she couldn't possibly flee. Realizing the tide had decisively turned, she admits that even alongside Chun, they stand absolutely no chance of victory. She makes the only logical choice, deciding that escape is her best, indeed only, option. However, the top scorer snatches her ankle midair, slamming her face first into the unforgiving ground, just as he prepares for another brutal strike. The girl employs hollow chaos steps in a desperate bid to escape. Watching her desperately flee for her life, he grins for a brief moment, and then unleashes the flesh-bound demonic art, Shadow of the Demon Realm. This powerful skill restrains her, preventing any escape. Unable to flee, he demands her surrender. Lan Yusi finally yields, handing over all the pendants she had collected. He tells her things wouldn't have escalated like this if she'd simply been honest from the beginning, urging her to reveal everything she knows. She explains that to truly win this trial, they must collect all 12 pendants. And since they're now in the final stage, the remaining participants would surely come to snatch the pendants from him, even if he doesn't make the first move. She adds that Ouyang Zhe and Yinjin Shuang from Evil City are among the top freshmen, and they've probably already snatched quite a few pendants already. Knowing she has no chance of winning, she offers to escort him to the elite freshman, intending to stir up some serious trouble. He responds by telling her she shouldn't be worrying about such things. Meanwhile, Z and Zhengshuang are closing in on the location, where they detected that blue energy burst. The former assumes their companions have likely already located their target, and the fight's outcome doesn't matter. Whoever wins, they'll simply snatch the pendants afterward. Not long after, they stumble upon a body split in half, and as they get closer, they realize it's Chun, just a few minutes earlier. After battling Yi Ho and barely escaping, Chun was ambushed by the dragon mask enemy. Shaken by the horrifying sight, he couldn't react to the enemy's attack, and was consequently split in two. While Zhengshuang wonders why Chun died here, his friend seems to have already figured out who was responsible. He enlightens his friend, explaining that the only one capable of landing a clean and decisive one-hit kill is the dragon mask. However, the dragon mask was supposed to operate only in the underground parking lot. He says he had taken over 20 freshmen underground to find Zai, but now only the 2 of them came out alive. They assumed this was just a trial, where students weren't meant to be killed. Yet the dragon mask slaughtered them all. Zhang Shuang asked him what they should do now. That Chen's pendant has been taken. Furthermore, he's certain the dragon mask may have left the underground lot because the freshmen must have completed some condition, such as defeating all the masked enemies. If that truly is the case, then the boss can move freely now and will proactively hunt the freshmen, just like the other Zodiac masked ones did. Confronting the dragon mask, a head-on clash is nearly impossible, and that's precisely why Yu Yongzai aims to reach the others and locate their pendants. He absolutely can't let the others fall into enemy hands. With a well-thought-out plan already set, he transforms into his ultimate, powerful form and sends out a clear signal to attract the other pendant holders. He's spoiling for a fight that will decide the victor of this trial. Meanwhile, somewhere in the desolate dead city, the injured Qingju remembers how she got here. She was just taking a bus to Huaidu, but was inexplicably dragged into this eerie dead city. She seems aware of Dragon Mask's brutal killings and encountered a teacher who offered to take one person out of here. However, she can't leave without her friend. Lacking the strength to search for him currently, she's still certain he won't lose to anyone, given his immense brute strength. So long as he doesn't face Dragon Mask, she suddenly gets a chilling sense that someone else has discovered her, conceding that some other party has spotted her presence and will come to snatch the pendant from her. Even though she doesn't care much about that, she has a feeling her counterfeit fiancé needs those pendants right now. Her only thought is luring the enemy over there. Turns out, Z's signal was what exposed her. Watching from above, he notices the figure below is Qingju. She appears to have the ox pendant, and he also realizes that she's luring him into the underground parking lot, where Dragon Mask awaits. He thinks she's a fool, since Dragon Mask has already left, and there's nothing left in the lot. Asking Zhang Shuang to wait for him there, he goes after her to catch her. Chasing after Qingju, he calls out, saying she can't run. But just as he speaks, he senses a sinister, chilling energy. Frightened, he looks around and spots the unmistakable silhouette of Dragon Mask. Something impossible, since Dragon Mask should have been pursuing the other pendant holders. Feeling the enemy's deadly intent, he questions if his actual targets are the ones carrying the pendant, especially since he has 4 of them. He's certain Dragon Mask will come for him first. Unable to withstand the crushing pressure, he admits his overconfidence and that he's now in grave danger. Just as he's about to make his escape, the enemy drags him right into their domain. It's a technique that activates when one makes direct eye contact with the caster, and Z was forcibly drawn in. Now that he's ensnared his prey, Dragon Mask promptly unleashes a strike. Elsewhere, Yiha and Chucho are confronting Zhengshang. It seems the duo spotted the signal from Zhe and pursued it, leading them straight here. Coming face to face with him, the nonchalant martial artist tells his friend, "Let me take this one." simply because he wants to test his own strength. To their utter surprise, the enemy overhears their entire conversation and suddenly charges right at them. However, Chuzhou evades his strike using Ice Vein, only to be attacked once more. This time, though, he counters by blocking with a wind. Soul-severing blade. Yin is truly proving to be a formidable opponent. He's fighting as one with his blade, fearlessly pushing his opponent back. After exchanging a few considerably inconclusive successive blows, both sides begin unleashing their bigger guns. Magical beasts, meanwhile, Yiha spectates their fight in complete boredom. Suddenly, Zhang Shuang picks up a distress signal from his best pal, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. Informing his opponent of the urgent business, he declares that he must take his leave. But the top scorer has no intention of letting him walk away. He hurls an immensely powerful punch, catching him completely off guard. Hurled several yards back, he believes he was smacked down by a mere magical beast. The top scorer steps up to him, revealing that it was his doing, and curses his ear-splitting shriek. Jing Shang immediately assumes it's an ambush, but he quickly sets him straight. No ambush, he declares. My fist was just quicker than my thoughts. Incensed by such brazen words, Jing Shang vows to kill him. And yet, a mere 3 minutes later, he sprawled flat on the ground, thoroughly beaten to a pulp. Since he managed to last a full 3 minutes against the top scorer, he tells him not to look so defeated. After all, Chen only lasted a few hits, inspecting the elite freshman's blade. He muses it still needs some serious upgrades. His friend, meanwhile, informs him the pendant they snatched from their foe is now flashing, likely broadcasting a signal within Dragon Mask's desolate domain. Wiang Zhe is barely clinging to his sanity. He hadn't expected this devastating outcome. He used every single relic he'd acquired from the secret realm ruins. Every last one, and this was as far as he could possibly go. To seal Dragon Mask's immense martial power, one would have to strike directly at his heart. Even after sacrificing an arm, he still couldn't drive the nail into Dragon Mask's very heart, missing by only a few agonizing centimeters. In his final moments, Z finds himself utterly powerless. He accepts his crushing defeat as his enemy drives a sword straight through his chest. Tired and panting, Qingju is frantically climbing the stairs to the rooftop of the tallest building in the desolate dead city. She knows Dragon Mask will come for her after finishing off Wiang Zhe. So, she plans to bring her friend here and escape with him. Once she reaches the top of this building, she will fire a signal flare, just like Ihi did earlier. This would allow them to reunite by activating her blood, awakening her nether sparrow. She manages to send the signal, but the immense effort drains her energy and she collapses, just as she hopes he'll get the message. She hears the ominous footsteps of Dragon Mask. Peering down from the rooftop, she spots the villainous figure relentlessly closing in. He's startled to realize he's been caught so swiftly and desperately considers sending another signal to warn her friend not to come. But tragically, Dragon Mask suddenly materializes before her, activates his terrifying domain, ready to strike. Her eyes well up with tears as she silently accepts her dire fate. But her friend dramatically arrives, saving her just in the nick of time as he descends from above. He reminds her of the solemn promise he made to her parents. And as a man of his word, he declares he will never abandon her. The top scorer swings his sword with such incredible speed that he momentarily halts the enemy's terrifying assault. Turning to Qingju, he urgently tells her to head to Eastern Alley, because that's where Jing Shuang, Chuzhou, and the little brother he just took in are waiting. As for him, he will personally deal with Dragon Mask. After regaining his footing, Dragon Mask makes a truly flashy entrance, slicing an entire building clean in half. As he confronts him, he admits to his foe that, when he received Qingju's distress signal, he instantly realized something was gravely amiss with this place. Eho ridicules him for fighting like a slow turtle, holed up in such confined area. Noticing the strange nail impaled in the enemy's chest, he deduces that this must be the plan. To finally deal with the formidable dragon mask, Jian Xiong had mentioned seeing this enemy charge. The top scorer quickly draws his sword, matching the enemy's incredible speed with his own swift reactions. Despite initially showing unbreakable confidence, Iha now visibly struggles to contain Dragon Mask. At this critical moment, he transforms into his powerful magical beast form and unleashes a devastating blue energy burst at the enemy. Since Dragon Mask is the first truly formidable opponent he has faced in this new world, he genuinely acknowledges his opponent's immense strength, and he knows this opponent won't go down easily. Suddenly, his eyes fixate on the enemy's face. The mask has finally cracked open, leaving him momentarily exposed. This feels more fitting. After all, the unbeatable boss, Qianlong, was never going down that easily, or so everyone believed. With its mask shattered, Dragon Mask gains terrifying speed and strength, and in a matter of seconds, he overwhelms his opponent, slicing his blade in two. After shattering his sword, Dragon Mask seizes the opportunity and attempts to strike him from behind, but the top scorer's insane speed allows him to deflect the enemy's attack with just his teeth. In the very next moment, he counterattacks, driving a fierce punch straight into his enemy's gut, all in the blink of an eye, catching him completely off guard. With these successive heavy blows, he overpowers his enemy. However, he declares he's not done yet, and throws another decisive punch. When Dragon Mask clashed with Z shoved a bronze spike into the enemy's chest, throwing his chi flow into disorder and blocking his meridians. The top scorer is now targeting his vital points and meridians with strikes, laced with deathly energy, ensuring deep internal damage. Suddenly, Dragon Mask kicks his sword into the air and hurls it toward the top scorer. Fortunately, Yiha had already anticipated such a cheap shot and reacted swiftly. The first time Dragon Mask caught him off guard with a one-shot attack was due to an information gap, and even then, the enemy only had a 30% chance of winning. However, the fight isn't over yet, as the top scorer strikes back with two insanely powerful punches, one after the other. After landing those two punches, the top scorer isn't done yet. He follows up with Mountain Black Fist, Black Flash. The attack hurls the enemy through several buildings, before finally crashing into one. He expected Dragon Mask to be stronger, but after clashing with him, he realizes the feared boss isn't so tough after all, just as Dragon Mask is about to respond to his provocation. The top scorer aims directly for his head and swiftly decapitates him. Having vanquished the last Zodiac masked one, he finally obtains the coveted dragon pendant. Now, he contemplates bringing the trial to an end. Soon after, the top scorer reunites with Young Shirong, Chuzhou, Qingju, and their waiting comrades. They had been secretly awaiting his triumphant return. Qingju had wanted to accompany him personally, or at least have someone join him on the mission. But the top scorer's nonchalant friend tells her that anyone other than he would have only gotten in his way. Looking back now, she completely agrees. At that time, she was severely injured and couldn't even use her martial techniques. If she had gone with him, she would have only been a distraction. Noticing her lost deep in thought, he leans in closer and asks to borrow her ox pendant. Soon after, he collects all 12 zodiac pendants from a group and arranges them in a seemingly random order. But when nothing happens, the nonchalant martial artist guesses he must have placed them incorrectly. As they try to figure out what went wrong, Zhong steps forward and informs them that the dragon pendant wasn't designed to be one of the masked hunters. Instead, it's a specialized hunter, specifically designed to eliminate other pendant holders. In short, the dragon pendant is utterly useless if they want to clear this trial. Surprisingly, the pendants, which hadn't reacted at first, begin to shake violently upon contact. Seconds later, a bright cloud forms in the sky, and soon, a massive eye emerges within it. The gigantic eye then sucks the top scorer in, and he suddenly opens his eyes. Aboard the Hua Du train, it's not just him. Every single freshman aboard the train has returned. Even the ones who had tragically died are back. Once everyone snaps back to reality, an announcement blares through the train radio. The train attendant, likely an instructor, first reveals that everyone was drawn into a magical illusion realm created by an artifact called the Mirage Eye. This was Imperial Capital University's freshman trial, the first of its kind for all the hopefuls. Right after, another announcement rings out, with the train attendant declaring Qingju and Chuzhou as the trial's top rankers for collecting every zodiac pendant. But wait, there's more. The overall top scorer will receive a special award upon enrollment for their absolutely stellar performance. All the freshmen are completely stunned by this announcement. Not a single one of them expected such an unfamiliar face to claim first place. The system then notifies our top scorer that he completely outperformed all freshmen in the trial. Thus, he's rewarded with a single template draw. This template turns out to be a D class, level 13, the infamous Vampire Raked. He celebrates his draw of the Vampire Raked, even though its base bloodline ability isn't even worth mentioning. Fortunately, the evolved form of this template, however, possesses a time freeze ability, but as he's busy celebrating, he's approached by Z and a companion, and Z immediately asks if he was the one who defeated the Dragon Mask. Our top scorer quickly corrects him, stating he didn't just defeat the enemy, he simply killed him. Z then leaves all the freshmen completely baffled when he invites He to join his brand new club at Huadu. As the president of a club that's yet to even launch, he enlightens He about how Huadu locals hold firm control over the student council and the top freshman spot every single year. Z extends his arm for a handshake and remarks that he hopes He's strength will break the Huadu tradition. However, our top scorer quickly declines his offer, stating he prefers to go solo. After hearing his answer, they decide to leave, but before Z walks off, Z hands He a mysterious business card. Soon after, the train finally reaches Huadu City, a city that looks like a true metropolis. As they get off the train, the freshmen are escorted toward an aircraft and instructed to find their seats, according to their assigned roll numbers. Spotting Qingju as she walks toward the aircraft, he sneakily creeps up behind her and gives her a fright. In that instant, a chilling warning from her mother echoes in her mind. She must not let her fake fiancé take advantage of her, especially not in public, even if he's only her fiancé in name. Snapping back to reality, she immediately shouts at him, but he promptly explains he only wanted to ask why they're taking a plane in the first place, blaming her mother for betrothing her to a country. Bumpkin, she points to the sky and tells him that is the direction where Huadu University is located. A little later, after boarding the aircraft, he gazes out of the window at the breathtaking city of Huadu. He's absolutely awed by its revolutionary technology. As the aircraft passes through the electromagnetic net, he notices the detection range shrinking, making him realize just how incredibly prestigious Huadu University truly is. After the aircraft lands, he's issued an ID card and directed to the maglev station, where a train will take him directly to his dormitory. Arriving at the Huadu dormitory, he proudly celebrates, unsettling the other freshmen. Yao's room is on the 42nd floor, Unit A3. Meanwhile, Chuzhou gets off the elevator on the 45th floor, Unit B7. Upon entering, the top scorer discovers his dorm room is a spacious 100-meter single room, something that feels like a dream. He also finds a fully equipped, latest computer model and a luxurious massage bath in there, which further elevates his excitement. After jumping onto a warm and cozy bed, he realizes that it's time to get down to business. For starters, he plans to max out the Vampire Requiem template. Back on the maglev, he figures out how to use his student ID and log into Huadu's dedicated apps. Huadu Pass, the Academy City's marketplace, is accessible only with a Huadu Pass and operates exclusively on Academy points as its digital currency. Luckily, he converted over 30 million coins into Academy points at the bank. When he checks his phone, he discovers that 100,000 coins equal just 1 point. Talk about complete daylight robbery. However, the Academy Marketplace has seriously good deals, and there are also items that are not sold on the regular market. He calls this exclusive privilege, one of the perks of being a Hwa-Do student. He plans to buy only a blood attribute magic core. Soon after, drones arrive to deliver his package, containing blue and green cores. Once he eats all the cores at once, his vampire recode template compatibility reaches 100%, but the price is a seriously painful stomachache. Other than his stomach ache, the template's effects are absolutely incredible. Not only have his fangs grown sharper, but his fingernails have as well. All at once, a daring thought crosses his mind, and he plunges his sharp nails right into his neck. After slitting his throat and coughing up blood, Iha's vampire regeneration quickly becomes noticeable. However, his bodily mutation is secondary, though. What truly matters to him is his incredible newfound power. Crimson Calamity. Just a few moments later, when he goes to the Hwa-Do University dormitory training grounds, he summons a Rakudu to train with. He orders the magical beast to go all out, and it responds by unleashing a fierce surge of power that he struggles to withstand. Once he calls for timeout, he activates Crimson Calamity, Time Freeze, which he's only able to hold for 5 seconds. Once he goes beyond the 5-second limit, his body starts to react negatively, forcing him to give up at 5.4 seconds. The original owner of the body could only endure it for 5 seconds, but he feels incredibly fortunate to have surpassed that limit. The next morning, as he walks toward the athletic hall with his best friend, he finds himself disliking the sunlight. Though it's nothing too serious, Chu-Jo asks him if he's seen Hwa-Do University's new academic reform for the year. Since he was busy fighting a recap last night, he simply remarks that he hasn't heard about it. The nonchalant martial artist explains that Hwa-Do University has changed its previous classroom-based teaching model and adopted a group mentorship system. That means each academic year, students will study under a main mentor, with assistant mentors supporting them. So when Iha says they need to find a mentor, his best friend informs him that everyone but him must. He then reveals a special announcement was made last night, and since the top scorer has successfully collected all 12 zodiac pendants, the institution is granting him the exclusive right to directly choose any mentor he desires. Upon arriving at the athletics hall, they find a place absolutely packed. While his best friend queues up, he decides to take a leisurely stroll instead. Since he can pick a mentor whenever he wants, he's not worried about when to enter. Leaving the hall, he catches a strange, distinct scent of blood. He figures if it were just ordinary blood, it wouldn't be so unsettling. But this blood carries a hidden, ferocious intent, like an ocean of murder and sin. Following the disturbing trail of the scent, he stumbles upon a girl eating organs. He is completely shocked to discover that a cute little girl is the source of such a terrifying aura. Just as he begins to wonder if he might have mistaken her for someone else entirely, she suddenly asks, "Have you been using the flesh-binding demon prison?" When asked how she knows this, the little girl calmly states she helped Xiao who refined that art. Hearing that name, the top scorer recollects a moment he absolutely doesn't want to revisit. The girl then adds that Lu Cheng was her disciple 90 years ago, assuming she's messing with him. He reminds her that it's true. Martial artists can certainly outlive the average human, and a grandmaster might still be in peak form, in her 90s, but he can't comprehend her appearance. She's looking like a preteen. He's aware that certain martial artists can compress their skeleton into a childlike form. Furthermore, he believes the level of purity the girl is showing isn't acting at all, something so incredibly genuine that even an Oscar wouldn't do it justice. Despite all this, he decides to throw in some sarcastic remarks, which only further angers the girl. She then shows him a terrifying glimpse of her power and ensnares him in a deadly illusion, so utterly overwhelming that it leaves him trembling to his very core. Her killing intent was simply devastating, that it made him hallucinate being beheaded. Just as he tries to speak, she stuffs a strawberry gummy into his mouth and apologizes for overdoing it. The truth is she fears the school authorities and doesn't want him to report her. Calling herself pitiful, she adds, that she gets 1 or 2 hours of outdoor time a week. Curious, he questions her identity. The girl introduces herself as Gong Ko, a powerful grandmaster. She adds an interesting fact, revealing that she once made sure Jin won. Huadu University's president cry, conceding that Gong Ku refined the Shuang Huang martial art he believes. She can help him break through his bottleneck. As a slaughter-type grandmaster, she is the perfect match for him. He begs her to accept him as her disciple. Hearing his pleas, she makes a peculiar face. Inside the Huadu University gymnasium, the deans of all 5 Hua University academies are serving as this year's new student mentors. If one were to become a disciple of any of them, they would be set for life. However, it's very unlikely that they would waste time on. Nobody's like them all. The freshmen believe. The deans have nothing to do with them. The truth is they're here for the top scorer, who has completed the Zodiac trial. What the new students don't know is that the Zodiac trial was streamed live, with every teacher at Hua University watching, ever since the train broadcast. At the start, the faculty was evaluating how each student handled an unprecedented crisis. This was made possible with the help of AI, which analyzed micro-expressions and reaction patterns. Each student's response was scored, and those who charged into Zodiac City unprepared received poor marks expectedly. He was the only student to receive the highest score across the board. But even that wasn't a feat that impressed the deans. What truly shocked them was that the top scorer managed to slay a boss that wasn't even meant to be fought. The untouchable, a certain death boss. This boss, Chunlong, was a formidable battle model designed by Manhwa, the nation's top supercomputer. Its training data came directly from Fu Hongxiang, a national-level martial artist, dating back to his time at Hua University. Even though not all of Fu Hongxiang's abilities could be perfectly replicated, in the Mirage realm, one fact remains clear. Fu Hongxiang is, without a doubt, the strongest martial artist in the history of the Xian nation, or potentially even the entire world. For how to defeat a model based on him, even if it wasn't a perfect replica, is already staggering proof of his monstrous talent, as long as nothing hinders him. He is guaranteed to reach the Archmaster level. From here on out, the deans can only wait for him to choose his mentor. Just as they wait, word suddenly arrives that the top scorer has requested to become the disciple of Gong Ko, a former Imperial University professor and current special personnel. Back to Yahello. He's hugging and nagging in front of the Grandmaster, begging her to take him in as her disciple. Though she looks like a lowly, she's actually over 100 years old. That's exactly why he's openly kneeling to her, in broad daylight. In response, she states that she may have been expelled from Imperial University. He then snags her by remarking that he's going to restore her freedom within 2 years, but only if she takes him as her disciple. She accepts him without a moment's hesitation. Abruptly, the deans of all 5 Hua University academies appear before Yahello and Gong Ko to confront the latter. One of the 5 deans respectfully reminds her that she had agreed not to make contact with any students during her release hours. He further adds that her current mental state isn't suited for combat. The dean there insists she return home immediately. Gong Ko asks the top scorer for his name, then tells him to follow her. Following Grandmaster Gong Ko, our duo finally arrives at the Huadu Research Institute, her very own residence. She reveals this place has been her home, mostly because she had issues and kept hurting people. She adds that in recent years, she's finally learned to control herself, which grant her occasional liberties. But his corny comments make her realize he has a truly odd way of thinking. As they head into the hallway, he notices how incredibly narrow it is. She responds, that's just how it is, because only she's meant to walk through it. When he spots a strange timer outside the door, he asks what it's for. Just as he mentions the countdown, she bolts toward her room, telling him to follow her inside. As she runs, she explains that every time she leaves, that clock starts ticking. If she doesn't make it back in time, the alarm blares directly in the Huadu headmaster's office. If that happens, she'd be hunted by the university. They'd barely make it inside on time. He immediately notices that his martial energy can't properly gather outside his body. This indicates that all martial arts techniques will be significantly weakened here. Genka calls this institute her confinement cell because to prevent her from escaping, Su Jinwen and his crew built her this massive, 3-level house stocked with everything, from entertainment to training rooms. Everything she could ever want lies right before her. What's more, layers of high-powered magnetic suppressors are in place to disrupt martial energy in case she tries to break out. While she views the institute as a cell, the top scorer considers it a luxury suite. Elsewhere, President Su Jinwen is informed via phone that he has become a disciple of Gonka. The president tells the person on the other end that their goal isn't to raise a pack of mid-tier talents. They are raising someone who can truly bear the future of Zia and all of humanity when a true genius emerges. Their primary duty is to fully support them. He wants the top scorer to train directly under Gonka, with a special training camp for local freshmen. Nearing its end, he will serve as the whetstone to sharpen those fledgling blades. Afterwards, he's informed that Gonka has returned to the confinement zone on time and that everything remains stable. However, predictive analytics still label her as dangerous, even with someone accompanying her. The president calculates the top scorer's chances of survival and concludes they are slim at best. The special class combatants are either death row convicts with incredible strength or martial artists with uncontrollable power. Their freedom is restricted during free time. But when Zia faces a true crisis, they are deployed to the front lines as national-level weapons. He hopes for the new generation to grow fast. At the confinement room B 3-level training hall, she reveals it's been decades since she last taught anyone, and now wants to start with a spar to see where he's at before their session begins. She suppresses her cultivation down to the martial stage to spar with him. Once he's ready, he signals her and the fight begins. Instantly, doesn't want to experience that guillotine illusion from earlier, so he plans not to hold back. In an instant, she moves forward and aims for his throat. He ran through at least 5 dodge patterns, but all failed. She was reading his body like a book. With only one choice left, he changes into his magical beast form to take her attack head on. She smiles upon realizing he's trying to use his bloodline, awakening to boost his speed, defend, and counter all at once. However, she leaps over him, grabs his shoulder, tells him she's quicker, and drives him hard onto the floor. The impact with the ground left him bleeding from head to toe. Grandmaster showed no mercy, going full throttle. As a result, his bloodline awakened, returning to normal. She tasted the blood dripping on her face, murmuring, "It's been so long since I last tasted blood." Admitting he's no match for her physically, he warns her he's about to use some slightly unfair martial arts, unleashing the mega humanoid template. He feels lucky he spent all night maxing it out. Grandmaster, meanwhile, is astonished by his technique as well. Even at the martial disciple stage, she feels like she's facing a true monster. She declares it's her turn to get serious. When both sides clash with equal force, Iha gains an advantage, unleashing his ancestral humanoid form armor plate humanoid. His direct punch is intercepted by her spiral smash fist, shattering parts of his armor plate humanoid. He's agitated, conceding she tore right through his armor plate. Humanoid body, a flesh-forged armor with defense, dozens of times stronger than a mega humanoid, even with all his vital signs suppressed. She still senses him, lunging straight at his face. However, the area of the armor plate humanoid's body, where he's hiding, he activates split-form meteor humanoid right on time, launching quills from his body. But before the quills reach her, she shifts trajectory and falls back. And having pushed his master back, he prepares another strike and challenges her to try, cutting through his next attack. Just as he finishes speaking, he once again falls into a hallucination. He's back in the same place as before, unable to break free from the guillotine. In an attempt to break free, he summons Zawarudo, He realizes he pushed Grandmaster too far, and now she's dragged him into her domain. He's also aware this isn't the real world. It's a mental illusion formed by her bloodlust. To break free, he needs to fight back with pure mental force. Moments later, he opens his eyes, suddenly finding himself by her side. He figures she must have violently ripped him out of the humanoid, formed by sheer force. What's more, she shattered the hardened outer layer that had crystallized to shield his true body. But that's not something a martial disciple should even be capable of, which strongly suggests she must have cheated. In response, she insists she fought fair and square, though she just used a little more strength than she meant to. She admits she sometimes misjudges her own immense power during the first few strikes. But when her gaze meets his, it's clear from Yi's gaze that he refuses to accept that. Still crying, she promises she won't cheat next time, though she's had fun for the first time in decades. She desperately doesn't want him to leave her now. Telling her to stop crying, he reassures her that he won't leave. He points out that he worked hard to become her disciple. It wouldn't make any sense for him to just leave afterwards. She says she has a good sense of his strength, even though he's nowhere near her level yet. She acknowledges that he's a gifted one. Now that they can finally train, she asks him what he'd like to learn. He responds that he wants to learn advanced martial techniques and understand how she cut through both lightning and his humanoid's arm. She refers to that move as slashing and claims it's hard to teach. She adds that one would get a feel for it after cutting enough things. When asked what kind of feel she means, she explains it's called a line. Whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or any object, there's always a precise point of entry, a line that can be cleanly severed. It seems to him that Gong Ku's style differs from Chun Long's, even though Chun Long also focuses on slashing. If Chun Long's slash is all about overwhelming might and its devastating, piercing sharpness, then the Grandmaster's slash is that of a master butcher, executed with nothing short of perfect precision. Since mastering the art of slashing is a complex process, she advises him to become a true martial artist first. Without a truly solid martial foundation, he won't even qualify to learn most of the techniques. She then abruptly asks him if he knows the distinction between a martial disciple and a seasoned martial artist. Noticing his utterly clueless expression, she tells him it's far more than just physical improvement. It's about the mind, spirit, and inner self. Compared to mere disciples, martial artists unlock a critical new ability, inner vision. With this profound insight, a martial artist transitions from broad martial cultivation to detailed, micro-level refinement. Through it, one can perceive their own meridians, pressure points, and even internal organs, then use martial energy to reinforce them, drastically expanding the limits of their physical body. She puts it simply, a strong spirit comes first, and only then the strength of the body. Having fully comprehended her profound words, he realizes what an incredible teacher his master truly is. It's truly no wonder she holds a professorship at the Imperial University, even if she's a little bit unhinged. Her vast knowledge hasn't regressed at all. She then suddenly speaks up, telling him she's noticed a distinct rise in her own mental state. This will give her a huge edge at the martial artist stage. Intrigued, Iha asks how the advancement methods differ. Once someone reaches that stage, she explains that advanced techniques and martial skills are ranked into 4 tiers: Tiangang, Disha, Shuanghuang, and unranked. Normally, students from vocational colleges or lower tier schools only have access to unranked advanced techniques. The benefit of these techniques is that they are relatively easy to use. Anyone with sufficient blood, energy, and martial power can easily break through. Over 80% of martial artists break through using unranked methods. Students at Huada University, however, start with Shuanghuang, only tier methods as a bare minimum. And that's when he shows his eagerness to learn more about the other two, advanced techniques and martial skills. She explains that Tiangang tier skills are essentially sacred relics. Most of them were retrieved from hidden realms or ancient ruins, and now There might not even be 10 left in the entire world, though he can learn a Disha tier advancement technique. And she herself has mastered the Killer's Body Heart Sutra, a Disha level advancement technique. But what's even more interesting is, Xiaohu's flesh-bound demon cage was directly inspired by this very method. Hearing her talk so highly of that Disha level advancement technique, he's so captivated he wants to learn it. Immediately, she tells him to get ready to experience the killing intent domain she just created just for this. And with that, the training begins. Later, when Ihe's class is dismissed, his best friend, out for a walk, bumps into him as Chu-Chu is about to greet him. The top scorer shoots him a lethal glare, filled with pure, murderous intent. Frightened, he leaps back instantly. When the top scorer notices him, he apologizes, calling it just a reflex. Taken aback by that killing intent from earlier, he asks him what it even meant. About 10 hours ago, in the illusion realm, Ihe was battling a massive horde of zombies. Donkey commands him, no martial skills or powers. He must rely solely on the blade in his hand. However, when he mentions that, he's not optimistic, facing so many zombies. She explains that the point is for his body to remember the sensation. This would help him get accustomed to the feeling of slicing skin and splitting bone. Furthermore, he could train his muscle memory, so he can instinctively locate the kill line and strike better. Once he starts slashing down the zombies, his master is stunned by his remarkable swordsmanship talent. Training in her disciple tier technique is incredibly dangerous, and most martial disciples aren't even qualified to try. It's all thanks to Ihe's abnormally high mental stats. Otherwise, the sheer killing intent would have utterly devoured him. She now completely understands why Shi Jingguan calls him the rising star of Huadu. The very next morning, he's already exhausted, and that's after only one day of training. But now he finally understands why. This is considered the top university in Xia. While he's taking a bath, Qingju calls to tell him that her mother has sent over what he asked for. It's with her now, she adds, and her mom also wanted to thank him for helping her daughter secure the first place in the freshman team trials. He replies, saying he'll drop by her place to pick it up soon, but she quickly assures him that she'll just send it over via drone. After that, he gets her to reveal that Dean took her on as a disciple, simply because she saw Qingju's amazing potential. When she asks who he got as his mentor, he chooses not to reveal that he turned down 5 deans in a row. Otherwise, she'd probably lose sleep worrying about it. Roughly half a semester later, the first term was drawing to a close. Huadu University had been an eventful ride for freshmen. For instance, Z did exactly what he had told Ihe earlier. He formed the powerful Dragon Blood Society, gathering elites from various provinces. They quickly became an incredibly influential organization. Among the first years, though not entirely relevant, after Huadu students returned from their summer training camp, they immediately clashed with Dragon Blood. As tensions escalated, duels erupted between Dragon Blood and local students, and naturally, Z's organization lost more than they won. At the moment, the most popular first-year student is named Shang Jianhui, or more accurately, he might be the most famous freshman nationwide. After all, he was the top scorer in the Huadu entrance exam. During the live-streamed exam, his incredible powers absolutely stunned viewers. But as for E, who once basked in the school spotlight, no one remembers him anymore. 3 months have passed since he was completely forgotten. Meanwhile, at the Huadu Research Institute, Gonka is helping him solidify his recently broken through martial artist stage. He's currently holding a plank position on the ground while she climbs onto his back, pressing her full weight down on him. She claims that with every step, she's injecting refined martial energy directly into him. This energy is laced with her profound insights into the Killer's Bodhi Sutra. Our top scorer struggles to carry her on his back, especially since she's sealed away all his martial energy. What's more, her martial energy wriggling through his body feels like it's tickling him to death. Seeing him complain, she scoffs at his weakness and casually calls him a scrub. Driven by anger, he goes all out, pushing through more and more intense push-ups. As he pushes past 1,000 push-ups, a sudden burst of raw, bloody energy tears through his worn-out muscles, breaking them down and replacing them with newly forged strength. With his new physique acquired, he tells her he's finally heading home. He's been stuck inside the institute with her for 3 long months. When she asks if he'll come back to her, her emotions clearly get the better of her. He quickly reassures her with a positive reply. Stepping back into the city after 3 long months, he feels like ages have passed since he was last here. But our top scorer didn't just come out to stroll around. He's got some crucial work to do for Hwadu. A crucial part of their grading system involves off-campus missions. These can involve hunting down wanted martial fugitives, or even battling criminal groups and foreign forces. He thinks of grabbing a mission, and also saying hi to his best friend. Just as he finishes speaking, his friend dramatically shows up to greet him. When he, asking his best friend about his latest power-up progress, he reveals that he broke through to the martial artist rank 2 months prior. This is their first time seeing each other in 3 months. While on the surface, there's no obvious change in his friend's physique or aura. That very fact only highlights how truly terrifying his growth truly is. Just 3 days ago, the nonchalant martial artist was invited to watch a private ring match between the Hwadu freshman rep, Xiang Yanhui, and the Dragon Blood Society vice chairman, Ouyang Zhe. As he expected, Zhe didn't last more than 2 minutes. But what's even more interesting is that Xiang Yanhui wasn't even going all out. He now wonders if his insanely strong best friend could defeat the current most popular freshman. As they're chatting, Qingzhu arrives, since it's been so long, and she's finally face-to-face with him. In this moment of pure ecstasy, she recalls her mother's advice to do things couples do with Ihi. After all, they're meant to act as a couple in Hwadu. Blushing, she shuts her eyes, tilts her head upward, and embarrassingly puckers her lips for a kiss. She's left completely flustered when he remarks that she hasn't even greeted him, despite them not having seen each other in 3 months. Now that the 3 of them are together, Ihi takes a look at a big screen showing the hottest missions and outstanding completions. His best friend informs him that he and Qingzhu have already completed 3 missions over their quota. They're just here to team up with him. As the two converse, she, absorbed in her screen, brings up 3 available missions and presents them before him. He explains that all 3 missions were originally Tier 2, but now one has been bumped to a Tier 3 mission. It's rare for a 3-member squad of first-year students to receive approval for a Tier 2 mission. However, a top scorer makes it acceptable. He's now got his hands on a privilege card. Earlier, during training, Gonk had given him a privilege card. He told him to take on much tougher missions. Shaking off the sudden flashback, Qingzhu asks him where he got that privilege card, right? Just as he starts to completely stress out. Chuzhou then asks for his take on the 3 potential missions. He's relieved as his friend swiftly changes the subject to their squad's missions. He adds that the first mission is a pure manhunt, offering extremely low efficiency. The second is minor investigative support, with little to no real action. The third puts the entire process completely in their hands. High risk, but incredibly high reward. They both immediately agree on the Tier 3 mission. Later, at the reception desk, the receptionist immediately dismisses their request as utter nonsense. She reminds them that second-year squad was already completely wiped out in Ling Shui. When Yiho shows her his privilege card, she flat-out refuses to believe him. She even threatens to report him to the director. However, her attitude shifts instantly after she calls and speaks directly with the director. After obtaining what they came for, he tells them to prepare their gear, while he's going to pick something important up. Sometime later, the top scorer arrives at the College of Mech and the Magitech Foundry. He meets one of the deans of all 5 Hua University academies. He informs the dean that he's here to claim his weapon, the incredible prize he earned from the Pennant War. The dean praises him for skipping a disaster, skill in favor of choosing a weapon. Then, he presents him with the magnificent blade he deserves. The sword itself lacks elemental attributes, but it channels martial energy at an astounding 95% efficiency. Forged from the ultra-tough alloy, Starfall Gold, it truly stands as a divine blade. Its spine is etched with dense sun and moon serrations, adding significant mass and impact. Every single swing lands with incredible, devastating force. The grip is also wrapped in anti-slip black leather, threaded with sturdy metal filaments. Each cut rides a powerful gale of wind and a blinding flash of light, even though the sword was designed to. His exact measurements 3 months ago. It feels flawlessly balanced. No excess weight, no unnatural lightness. It fits his grip perfectly. As he leaves, he acknowledges Dean's incredible weapon forging ability, and more specifically, all the blacksmiths of Imperial University. Now that he's got his new sword, he heads to Ling Shui County with his friends. Upon arrival, Chu Zhou reminds them they're on a secret mission. They must act like ordinary students who are just here for an internship. The top scorer blankets the entire county with his life field sensing, pushing his demonic aura template to 71% in half a term. He's doing it because he feels there are people around with ill intentions, and he wants to handle them before they can slip away. Right when Chu Zhou suggests they should check out the house, the Imperial University arranged for them. They get a lift from a 3-wheeled cargo vehicle. The 3-wheeled cargo driver, an old man, asks Yi where he's from and what he's doing here. The top scorer replies he's from Ling Shui County, studying in Yunxing, and has brought his 2 classmates here to have some fun. The old man doesn't recognize him, prompting him to reveal his family details. Yi tells him his grandfather's name, Ishurong, who passed away a few years back. He moved away after that. Before landing, the top scorer brushed up on the Ling Shui dialect on the plane, and his cover identity has a real background. It actually exists. Soon after, they arrive at the Hua Du mission base, as the top scorer and the others are about to thank the old man for the free lift. He invites them to Ling Shui County's biggest triennial event, taking place in 2 days. With that, they thank the old man and bid him farewell. As soon as they step inside the house, they realize it hasn't been lived in for a decade. It's covered in weeds, and there are mosquitoes everywhere. But that's no problem for the top scorer. He simply stomps his foot on the ground. To make it perfectly clean, after setting down the luggage, he decides to install micro cameras, scouting around the mission base, doing some recon. Meanwhile, Qingzhu offers to check inside the house, but suddenly she halts and calls him over to look at something. That something is a mysterious shrine, which Ihei immediately recognizes wasn't there originally. He explains the shrine is wooden, and if it had been here long, it would have rotted away years ago. Jojo quickly realizes this shrine must have been intentionally placed here by someone else entirely, and since he doesn't like the look of the statue, he plans to chop it down. Qingzhu, however, suggests they shouldn't act so hastily, as it could be a crucial clue. To her surprise, as she turns to Ihei, she finds him fully prepared for battle. Unable to match their stubborn resolve, she suggests they at least uncover the clay mask to peek inside before smashing it. Just as she reaches out her arm and partially uncovers its face, the top scorer senses a sinister energy and prompts his friend to cut it down. Chu wastes no time and slashes it, and to their shock, black goo bleeds from it. The top scorer summons Zawarudo, and with its assistance, the nonchalant martial artist manages to seal it. Meanwhile, Qingzhu starts to be tainted by the statue's psychic energy, and to break her free from its influence, her counterfeit fiancé channels some pure martial energy into her. With the earlier wave of terror gone, her body feels warm inside. From how it appears, all the Ling Shui anomalies are tied to this strange clay statue, thinking they've made their first real breakthrough in the investigation. He tells them to wait right there while he goes to take care of something. Earlier, when they got off the tricycle, Ihei tagged the old driver with a radiation marker. He believes that with the right timing, he could draw him in elsewhere in Ling Shui County, at the Jinshan Buddhist temple. A monk greets the old driver, calling him their benefactor, and escorts him to where the abbot awaits. Soon, they stand before the abbot, and the monk informs him that the benefactor has met their blessing standards and also has something important to report. The abbot questions the old man about his intentions and why he arrived so suddenly. Suddenly, one of the monks, a terrifying lizard-like beast, senses someone other than the old man nearby, just as it lunges to attack the old man. Believing he's the traitor he descends from the sky and crashes face first, completely distorting it. Luckily, he wasn't tainted by the splashes, thanks to Zarudo, who keeps the gunk outside after he provokes the enemy. All the other Buddha statues in the temple spring to life and launch their attacks at him. However, Urudo jumps to the front and blocks the enemy's strikes, though he still ends up being crushed. With the enemy now targeting Yihi, he hides his spatial ring and summons his sword, Starfall Cleaver. His sword gives him a clear advantage in the fight, but the challenge escalates when the Buddhas begin firing lasers from their eyes. Nevertheless, he dodges the slow beams and cuts through the rest of the enemies, including the old driver from the very start. His life field sensed no vitality from the two bodhisattvas. He's now convinced that those weren't living beings. What baffles him more is how a remote place, like Ling Shu County, could possess such advanced constructs. He wonders if the answers lie behind the door, where the abbot is, and then commands Urudo to force the door open. Once the path inside opens, he walks in and discovers a giant Buddha within. Noticing no one around, he calls out for the enemy to crawl out of their rat hole. In no time, a monk appears and tells him the temple holds no grudge against him, asking why he is being so disrespectful. It turns out the top scorer was actually a robot. He already knew at the moment he slashed his foe. Another replica instantly pops up behind him. It recognizes the top scorer's blood karma. But just as he's about to charge for another strike, he suddenly falls into a strange, sewer-like place. This place has 18 doors in total. Soon, a massive herd of lizard beasts, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 2, begins to appear. Sensing the same energy from these beasts, he becomes sure they are all mass-produced, artificial bio-androids. He's thinking of overwhelming this beastly horde in just one strike before they can gain any power. Summoning his Starfall Cleaver, he unleashes the Huang Blade art. Its first form, 1,000 leaves. He begins slashing through the enemies with a wide smile, and in no time, he piles up countless corpses. After decapitating the robotic monk, he's annoyed hearing it loop a pre-recorded line. Even though he's wreaking havoc in the temple, the puppeteer behind the curtain is still not coming out. Just as he's thinking about the puppeteer, the monk transforms into a grand, giant form, a giant statue, attempting to crush him with its hand. But instead of dodging, he fully embraces it. Just milliseconds later, the giant reports an energy spike beyond its limits. The temperature rises to an unimaginable level, and he emerges in his magical beast form, breaking right through the giant's hand. Now equal in size, Iha begins to overpower the giant statue. After throwing a series of punches, he says he's not done yet, and goes for decisive knee kicks. The enemy takes critical damage, and begins triggering multiple warnings. Being pushed to its absolute limit, the enemy fires all its weapons, draining its batteries. It can't believe it's facing someone who can force it to launch so many attacks. Iha tells it that its weapons are useless against a true martial artist. Yet the giant still attacks. With techniques like meteor personification, the top scorer counters by unleashing biokinetic breath. And this time, he manages to utterly smash the giant. After taking down his foe, he uncovers a passage leading downward. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunges in. Let's rewind half an hour. A cabal of scientists, orchestrating their wicked scheme, detect the top scorer encroaching on their territory. When he decimated the mechanical bodhisattvas guarding the gate, they presumed their newly constructed door would halt him for good. But after he breached the hidden chamber, they were certain their cyborg army and tens of thousands of bio units would finally be enough to stop him. Yet, once again, they were dead wrong. The operation's second-in-command, a frantic scientist, informs the leader, a Dr. Feng, that their sole recourse is the make, a Buddha combat suit, which ultimately was torn to shreds. With He closing in, the doctor opts to deploy the guards, to buy them precious time, while he and a select few crew members retreat, to activate the base's self-destruct sequence, preventing any intel from leaking. In the desolate underground laboratory, Dr. Feng lies collapsed in a corner, his frail body trembling, gasping for air. Meanwhile, He stands before him with calm precision, his cold eyes locked on the dying man, as he relentlessly searches for the truth behind the deaths of 3 young martial artists and the dark secret this place conceals. The old man weakly explains. He carries a monitoring device in his head that will trigger an explosion if he reveals anything. And as he speaks, He scrutinizes him with intense focus. He then notices a decayed tooth deep in his jaw, emitting a faint trace of green smoke. Realizing his time has run out, the old man clenches his teeth, and the poison surges through his veins. It burns his throat as his face twists in agony. He watches in silence, kneeling beside him with visible irritation, concluding that the poison had been preloaded, as yet another twisted precaution by the ruthless members of Laserbird. Before he can decide his next move, the laboratory lights blaze crimson, and a piercing siren wails through the air, signaling the self-destruct sequence has begun. Yet, He stands utterly composed, because he knows death would be too easy a release for the man before him. He summons a vampire model, and as the grotesque creature slithers from the shadows, it lunges violently at the lifeless doctor. Its gnarled limbs pierce deep into his throat, flooding his body with potent venom. The venom spreads with terrifying speed, consuming every trace of decay in its path. But under He's absolute control, the transformation abruptly shifts course, and the corpse begins to regenerate instead of rot. Crimson light bathes the room, as Dr. Feng's skin tightens, rejuvenating. His body rejuvenates, and his dull eyes snap open once more. What stands before He now is no longer a man, but a chilling creation bound by his iron will, one that retains memory and keen intelligence, yet holds absolute, unyielding loyalty. He observes him with deep satisfaction, knowing he has achieved what he proudly calls a perfect bloodline, because the creature before him is immune to light, resistant to destruction, and utterly obedient. Dr. Feng's old life simply fades into nothing, as He commands him to recall when the city was first infiltrated, and as the command takes hold, a blue glow immediately spreads across their eyes. As their consciousnesses inextricably connect, He sees a younger Dr. Feng, trembling in the oppressive dim light, his hands slick with fresh blood, and his eyes wild with unholy hunger. Around him, another doctor chews raw flesh, claiming it's an offering from the villagers, calling it fresh and sacred. The images then shift to a dark, foreboding hall, where an old man sleeps before a Buddha statue, while Feng's assistant mutters quietly that a deep slumber makes it easier to transport people into the laboratory. He feels a chilling unease settle in his chest as he realizes that something profoundly unnatural is happening there. The vision changes again, showing Dr. Feng kneeling before a crude clay idol, muttering strange words while rolling up his sleeve, to reveal a string of numbers etched into his arm. Driven by pure confusion, he starts to decode them, eventually discovering that the sequence corresponds to a secret access key. When he enters it into his computer, encrypted files flood his screen, but before he can even process them, his consciousness begins to fracture, and he realizes his memories are being rewritten. In one final, desperate act of awareness, he carves the code onto his arm, to serve as a warning for the version of himself that will remain after this manipulation. The memories grow darker as the truth truly comes into focus. The raw meat is human flesh, and all the horrific experiments and disappearances lead directly to a cult called Divine Decent Nation. Returning to the present, E finally understands the full scope of the corruption. The cult has infiltrated the laser bird facility and turned its scientists and workers into mere hollow shells, stripped of all will. Dr. Fong, now kneeling before him in submission, confirms this terrible truth, explaining that the organization erased their minds and converted them into obedient, empty vessels. Yi's anger rises as he looks at the doctor's pale, vacant face and recognizes the 3 young martial artists among the victims of these cruel experiments. In the flood of recovered memories, he sees how Dr. Fong's pursuit of progress twisted into a dark obsession. The man who once dreamed of enhancing human potential had instead opened the door to forces far beyond control. Through Fong's final, agonizing memories, he learns that everything began with an ancient, mysterious relic carrying a parasite known as a motai, a living organism that invades the mind and feeds on human will, spreading quietly. And as it grows, it drives people to cannibalism and an endless sleep, reducing entire villages to mere offerings that nourish a darker, greater power. Fong once believed his own cruelty to be unmatched, but compared to the cult, he was utterly insignificant. The divine, decent nation had gone far, far further. They're sacrificing an entire city to feed their god. Finally, the whole pattern becomes clear. The relic, the experiments, and this coming festival, it's all part of the same grand design, all leading to a Motai's awakening. Yiho's breathing slows as this chilling realization sinks in. And amidst that cold, hard truth, a faint memory surfaces, one that reminds him of the grand celebration, said to be held in just 2 days, and he realizes the old man actually gave him crucial information. Yi's eyes turn icy as he declares, the memories have been fully extracted. He turns to the doctor and explains this base belongs to the Laserbird organization. He demands to know more about the divine descent nation, the demon fetus, and the 3 Huara warriors. As he scrutinizes the doctor, he realizes how much he's extracted from him, including their secret experiments, once carried out by Laserbird. Though tempted to act against them right now, he reminds himself that Huara will deal with them later. Still, the thought of the golden gene truly interests him because the doctor once studied it and understood its power, but he decides that matter can wait until he resolves the incident in Ling Shui. Thinking of the school's mission and the seal, he feels conflicted. Huada had already allowed the investigation to end, but the reward means little to him now, and he decides he will claim the results of the divine descent nation's prize for himself. After a moment of thought, he orders Dr. Fong to hide in Ling Shui. He will provide his blood and have it mixed into the water system. To maximize infection, the doctor just laughs, calling him mad. Yet he calmly explains that the people of Ling Shui have already reached the 4th stage of pollution and cannot return to normal. He intends to control them and later, if possible, restore them to their former lives, at least under his control. They won't harm others again. When Iha returns to the old house, he brings food from Ling Shui. Luo, Qingju, and Suho hesitate when they see it, and Iha immediately understands. They've guessed its origin. Suho trembles as he explains that they've found signs of cannibalism. Among the people, Iha only smiles quietly, knowing they're close to the truth. He tells them everything, and Luo, Qingju rises in anger, shocked that an illegal, experimental base could exist for years. Beneath Ling Shui, Suho grows pale and says that even a large biotechnology company has fallen to the corruption here. Luo Qingju insists the threat is beyond level 3, and they should call Huada for help. But Iha refuses, knowing it would cost him his credit, almost crashing out. He assures them that the mission is dangerous, but manageable, and that fear will only slow them down. Iha places his hands on their shoulders and tells them to hold their ground until nightfall. He's already seen people eating raw flesh and worshipping clay statues. He believes that only at night will the true nature of Ling Shui reveal itself. At the Laser Bird headquarters, the board of directors holds an emergency meeting. After learning about the destruction, At the Gizan Temple base in Ling Shui, reports confirm that the base's self-destruct program was activated, but interrupted, suggesting something has gone wrong. Communication has been cut off completely. Masked. Director orders the detonation of all heart bombs implanted in the researchers to erase every witness, while a special forces team is sent to Ling Shui to investigate. Back in Ling Shui, an explosion rocks the central water plant as the doctor's implanted bomb detonates. Thanks to the vampire's power, his body survives despite losing blood. Rapidly trembling, he reports to Iha. Laserbird has triggered the bombs, and though he removed his in time, special forces are already on their way. Ihu immediately instructs him to proceed with their plan, and the doctor obeys without a moment's hesitation. As night descends upon Ling Shui, the streets lay eerily silent. A train pulls in, and several passengers step off. Leading them is a tall, shaved-headed man, known as Catfish, who chuckles at the city's quietude. Behind him, a woman named Ares, holding a baby, confirms that Great Xia Dragon Fish wasn't involved with the Jin Shan Temple base. With them are a short-haired girl named Bluebird, a quiet man, Gold Snake, and Black Lion, a sharp-eyed man wearing glasses. He orders them to destroy all experimental records and equipment. The five walk through the empty streets, speaking in low tones, ignoring his team. Black Lion reminds them that blending into the environment is part of the job and quickly assigns roles. Snake and Bluebird will investigate the city, while he, Ares, and Catfish will move toward the Shuangxi base. Snake and Bluebird enter a nearby house to investigate. In the kitchen, a basin filled with rotting flesh gives off a foul, fly-swarm smell. The sight makes Snake's stomach tighten, as she realizes the residents may be consuming human flesh. Forcing herself to move on, she steps into the living room and notices a clay statue in the corner, identical to the one Ihei and his team saw earlier. A strange unease rises in her chest as she senses something corrupt about it. Meanwhile, Bluebird speaks to his superiors through his communicator. He learns the Buddhist temple base was annihilated by a single martial artist who destroyed everything inside. Tens of thousands of creatures lie dead, and fortress-grade armor was torn apart by sheer force. Dr. Fong's body is missing. As he listens, the connection suddenly cuts off, and he wonders if the signal is being jammed. Moving toward the window, he looks outside and freezes. The streets are full of people who are slowly walking with their eyes closed, and he realizes an entire city. The masses have fallen into a deep sleepwalk, and now they're surrounding them. Gold Snake realizes his cover is blown and instinctively recoils. But before he can even send a signal, a blade plunges right into his abdomen. The attacker is Bluebird, the one he trusted most, whose eyes now glow with an unnatural light as dark energy swirls around her body. The strike confirms her will has been completely taken over, and as Gold Snake traces the source, he finds a statue placed right beside the deity's talisman, which turns out to be a relic, identical to those once uncovered in the ancient ruins of Yuan, where ritual objects were said to enslave minds. At the same time, on the bell tower overlooking Ling Shui County, Iha studies the moon, noting that its size and brightness are distorting the natural order, and he concludes that this anomaly connects directly to the incidents of mass sleepwalking reported across the city. He immediately sends instructions to his team to move toward the southeastern sector, where the concentration of sleepwalkers is highest, before vanishing to verify it himself. Gold Snake wakes up later, tied to a tree. His vision slowly clears, and he sees Bluebird bound right beside him. Below, a crowd has gathered. The people stare upward, utterly expressionless, their mouths agape and their bodies trembling. When he calls out, they don't react. Their silence tells him they're no longer conscious, and he realizes they've lost control completely. A bell rings out through the air. The sound spreads across the forest, and the moon above grows larger as its light brightens, until it covers the entire area. Under that light, the villagers begin to move. Their limbs shake, and then they start climbing onto one another, forming layers as the moonlight pulls them upward. And soon, their bodies create a column that rises toward the sky. The wooden pillar holding Gold Snake and Bluebird is lifted right along with them. Both rise higher as the tower dramatically expands. Back at Buddha Temple, Captain Black Lion grows uneasy. He's received no signal from either agent since. Not a peep since their last report. The unsettling silence and recent attack on Ling Shui base strongly suggest these two events are connected. He immediately orders the team to move out. But outside, the team halts abruptly, eyes fixed skyward. The clouds have completely vanished, and the moon is larger, brighter, more intense than ever, almost touching the horizon itself. Ares points a trembling finger toward the distance, where a dazzling silver beam of light shoots down from the moon, striking the ground directly in Ling Shui County. The light doesn't fade, doesn't spread. It stays absolutely fixed, like an unyielding bridge between the sky and the earth. Black Lion meticulously studies the ominous beam and realizes this is no natural phenomenon. The recent destruction of Ling Shui base may have been part of the very same operation, all leading to this precise, critical moment. He commands his team to move toward the light immediately. They navigate through the winding, narrow streets until Black Lion suddenly senses movement ahead. He rushes forward, his blade slashing out in a fierce attack. But before his strike can land, a spinning black umbrella abruptly blocks it. His weapon slams into the barrier and rebounds with incredible force, carving a deep mark into the nearby wall. Black Lion steadies himself, eyes narrowed, recognizing the umbrella is clearly a high-level tool, far from ordinary gear. A mysterious figure steps out from the swirling mist, holding it. Her every motion is smooth, deliberate, and utterly precise. The very air around her seems to still. She calmly closes the umbrella, standing defiantly before them. Black Lion watches her intently, every detail registering. Her appearance and manner confirm she is definitively not local. The timing and location leave him absolutely no doubt. She's deeply connected to the Ling Shui base incident. Across the field, the veteran hunters observe them, and through their movements, they realize the two are stalling, clearly awaiting reinforcements. Feeling uneasy, they prepare to finish this fast. Their decision: kill within seconds. Su Hao raises his sword, summoning a powerful pillar of ice. He stays intensely alert, waiting for the slightest opening. Suddenly, one of the enemies, a massive man, charges directly at Lu Qingju with a cruel grin. He mocks her beauty, his words dripping with pure malice. Lu Qingju senses his power and braces for the impact. But Suho reacts first, sweeping his hand out. He forms an icy path, sending the attacker flying. Then Lu Qingju charges, furious and fearless. Striking back, the ice wall between them begins to crack, slashed again and again by the enemy's relentless blades. The wall shatters with a deafening crash. Su Hao feels a rush of disbelief at just how easily it broke. He drops smoke grenades from the Empire's arsenal, clouding the enemy's vision instantly. Through the smoke, he pulls Lu Qingju along with him. As they retreat, he warns her, the opponents are seasoned senior martial artists, and far too strong to fight head-on. She agrees without a moment's hesitation. But before they can truly escape, a faster figure suddenly appears, cutting off their path. Two short daggers glint menacingly near their throats. The team leader smiles, absolutely sure of his victory. He grabs her collars. But a sudden shift in the very air makes him spin around. A blade nearly 30 meters long slams down toward him. He dodges purely by instinct as Ihi steps into view. Calm and utterly cold, he faces down the assassin. The assassin attacks in a dizzying blur, his body splitting into 12 deadly shadow forms. Blades strike from every single direction, moving faster than the eye can even follow. For a single moment, Iha seems caught off guard. Then everything freezes. Time itself simply stops. The blades hang frozen midair, locked perfectly in place. Iha studies the scene, genuinely impressed by the technique. But he doesn't need to guess which one is the real deal. He and his allies strike together in perfect sync, shattering the phantom clones into oblivion. he immediately locates the real assassin, Black Lion, a top-ranked killer known for surviving absolutely anything. His skin is tough enough to completely resist bullets, but against stop time, even he is utterly defenseless. He draws immense energy into his hand and forms a lethal, blood-red arrow. The arrow pierces straight through Black Lion, all before time can even resume. The killer's instincts scream, but it's far too late. His long and deadly career ends in a single instant. His final thought, how could it move faster than even sight itself? With the battle done, he hoists the severed head and begins to drain the assassin's blood. The corpse withers and shrivels, its power merging with his own. His energy surges, propelling him to the 8th stage of martial mastery. The battlefield falls silent. The remaining enemies, Catfish and Ares, stare in disbelief. Killing someone 2 realms above, with sheer force alone, is beyond reason. They realize something is terribly wrong, and immediately prepare to retreat. He looks down at the blood pooling on the ground, a twisted grin spreading across his face. The blood stirs and releases a dark red aura. From it, a monstrous hand rises, followed by the demonic shape of their fallen captain. Catfish and Ares freeze in terror. The aura feels familiar, yet horrifying. Their captain's image stands before them, twisted beyond all recognition. They can barely breathe before panic takes over. Ares steps forward and shouts for them to move aside. She lifts the small child in her arms, and the baby's body rapidly changes, swelling rapidly, until it becomes a massive 3-meter-tall monster. The child was never human at all, but a bioweapon designed for battle. Ares orders it to attack, and the creature charges forward with a monstrous roar. He watches calmly, hands in his pockets. Ares and Catfish flee, desperate to escape before he strikes again. But he already has a plan. He orders Suho and Lu Qingju to stay behind with his phantom and destroy the bioweapon. The 3 take position at once. Suho channels the Phoenix martial technique, merging the Ice Wall Dragon Shadow and Northern Cold Sword into one deadly move. Cold energy fills the air, shaping into a dragon that dives at the monster. The cold aura forms a fierce dragon's head that roars as it strikes toward the towering bioweapon. It lets out a monstrous scream and charges, ready to sacrifice itself so its allies can escape. When blazing heat collides with freezing cold, the entire alley explodes in a blinding mist. Suha grits his teeth, launching himself into the air. He slashes down with devastating force, his blade carving across the mutant's face. The creature tries to dodge, but utterly fails, and a deep wound splits half its head. Beneath the torn flesh lies no blood or bone, only alloy plates and intricate microchips. It is basically a machine disguised as a man. The giant surges forward with impossible speed, forcing Saha back. He grips his sword tight and narrowly avoids the next brutal strike. The attack misses. In that instant, Black Lion appears from the shadows, moving like a phantom. He splits into 12 blood-red forms, each wielding a deadly spinning blade. Together, they weave a deadly net that slices down on the mutant's head. The creature's body bursts apart, torn into pieces. Even with its regenerative power, it cannot recover from such a brutal attack. As blood and smoke swirl through the air, Lu Qingju rises above them. Her massive wings unfold, glowing with a bright, purple light that floods the battlefield. She looks almost divine, like a goddess descending to bring judgment. From high above, Lu Qingju gathers her strength. Dark feathers burn around her hands, fading into ashes that form a dense black sphere. The sphere expands until it spans 5 meters across. Then it erupts, transforming into a blazing purple sun. Her cry echoes through the night, her power declaring that the enemy cannot escape. The mutant's legs freeze solid. Trapped in ice, Black Lion holds it from the front, locking it completely in place. The explosion shakes the ground, and a pillar of purple fire erupts, swallowing the cold moonlight and burning everything in its path. The mutant's screams echo for only a moment, before fading into silence. Its body burns away completely until not even ashes remain. The battle ends in a flash of light, and the night falls eerily quiet. Far away, under the city's dark sewer tunnels, Catfish runs through the filthy water, gasping for air. His face is pale. He flees, his steps desperate, muttering curses. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue light bursts ahead, striking down and freezing him instantly. Terror floods his eyes as the eerie light spreads through the darkness, revealing a menacing figure in its glow. From the shadows, an eerie smile appears. Panic floods through Catfish as sweat pours down his body. Knowing he's being hunted, he bolts in terror, trying to escape into the maze of tunnels. At the very same moment, Aries sprints through the narrow alleys above. A blinding blue beam crashes down from the sky, like divine lightning. Her body trembles as she realizes it struck where Catfish had run. In that instant, she understands the truth. Their captain is dead, and now Catfish has fallen too. She's the only one left, standing alone in the ruined alley. Aries shakes uncontrollably. Her mind races for a way out. She tells herself she cannot die here. Desperation fuels her every thought until a wild idea flashes through her head. Her eyes land on a strange structure nearby, the human ladder of Lin Xuan, a bizarre tower stretching up to the sky. Her heart sinks as she realizes it is the work of Tiangu. Jiang Lin fear mingles with determination. She bites her nails until they bleed and swears to survive no matter the cost, even if it means surrendering her soul to darkness. She rushes toward the human ladder, her fear rising as she draws closer. Bodies stack upon bodies, forming a grotesque staircase that reaches the heavens. When Aries finally stands before the structure, a cold shiver runs through her. Out of the shadows, Ihu appears, with a massive blade resting on his shoulder. In his other hand, he carries the severed head of Catfish, blood dripping onto the ground. His presence freezes the air around her. Panic seizes Aries, and she bolts for the ladder, climbing desperately. She tells herself this is the only way to survive. The climb feels endless, yet her hands never stop. Looking up, she spots a colossal door of shimmering jade. It slowly creaks open. Tears well up in her eyes as she recognizes her dad. The column of people glows with a dazzling intensity. It stands tall, right in the city's heart, shining like a beacon piercing the dark night. The massive door slowly begins to open as Bien finally sets foot upon the moon. A faint, twisted smile plays on Iha's lips. His body then collapses under the moonlight, disintegrating into black smoke that quickly fades away. It was never truly him, merely an illusion, crafted by the moonlight itself, designed to prey on her fear and compel her upward. The real Iha quietly observes from a distance, his calm gaze unwavering, fixed on a glowing pillar. After a brief moment, he speaks softly, as if he'd already anticipated this. He notes that Tian Guizhonglin used Bien's fear to construct his image and force her climb. He then pulls out his phone, his tone remarkably steady, as he reports the Laserbird Assassin Squad has already lost 2 members, with the remaining 3 barely clinging to life. A dark smile slowly creeps across his face, his eyes now glowing blue with chilling satisfaction and keen anticipation. He predicts that by tomorrow, Tiangu Jianlin's forces will have arrived, and with Laserbird's base now lost, another powerful faction will surely fall. As the night fades, the moonlight weakens, and the luminous human ladder slowly disappears. As dawn breaks, the giant moon retracts, and its final beam of light extinguishes. The people from Ling Shui County, whose bodies have formed the human ladder, return to the ground. Some are dead, others remain alive, and some walk as if nothing ever happened. Their faces eerily calm, their eyes closed. Yet their very life force has been completely drained, leaving them nothing but hollow, empty shells. They quietly head home, in the cold morning breeze sweeping across the rooftops. Yihue, Suha, and Lu Qingju observe the scene from afar. Qingju's voice carries a noticeable doubt as she questions the bizarre mission. Yihue offers a calm smile, his eyes still fixed intently on the crowd below. He reveals his plan, adding that they're not alone, hinting at a capable ally working in the shadows. Suha hesitates, his expression growing tense, as he ponders the implications. He's certain Iha must wield significant power, perhaps the hidden heir of a great figure, or a young master sent to train among mortals. If that's the case, then the hidden ally could be a secret guardian. Before he can dwell on it further, Iha's aura bursts forth, filling the air with dark energy as his voice booms, summoning them both to action. Dark mist spreads across the ground, twisting into illusions that slither through alleys, and over rooftops like spirits breaking free. Amidst it all, Iha commands them, destroy every clay statue in the city. Suha moves instantly, merging into the ghostly swarm. Lucina lingers, uncertain, her eyes fixed on Iha. Noticing her hesitation, he calls her name. She startles slightly, then gives a small, trusting smile. She tells him to rely more on his team, instead of shouldering everything alone. Iha turns and walks toward the hidden base, beneath the Ji and Shrine Temple. Inside, the mad scientist greets him with deep respect. Iha cuts him off coldly, ordering him to prepare for battle. He steps into a dark pit, filled with heaps of failed biochemical bodies. The doctor explains that all the artificial beings, once defeated, have been gathered here. Our boy is aware of this, pleased with the sheer number. He shouts powerfully, his body erupts in thick, black smoke as a giant skull forms behind him, glowing with raw energy. He suppresses the lightning within him, to avoid harming the bodies nearby. From the smoke, a massive figure begins to form, tearing open its chest to reveal a huge, beating heart. Blood gushes out, pouring into the pit and soaking the dead bodies. Their eyes flicker with life, as their flesh begins to heal. Iha watches, as they transform into a resurrected army, their eyes glowing red, filled with rage and power. He orders the doctor to use the vampire virus to awaken them and dramatically boost their strength. Each one will then transform into a colossal, immortal soldier, completely bound to his command. The doctor swiftly works, controlling a swarm of tiny, mechanical mosquitoes, each carrying potent vampire blood. They scatter towards Ling Shui County, infiltrating every home. He smirks, claiming the warmth they bring is his alone. He then orders the doctor to restore the great Buddha's mechanical armor, even if only partially, to make it functional once more. The doctor laughs, agreeing without question, utterly satisfied. Ihai lifts his hand, a chilling smile playing on his lips, and declares that everything on their side is proceeding exactly as planned. Now, he eagerly awaits Tian Guo Jianglin's response. Meanwhile, another formidable force advances toward Ling Shui County. A convoy speeds down the highway, marked with the distinctive emblem of Tian Guo Jianglin, the ancient sect that rose to power when the secret realms first opened. Their leader, a mysterious pope, once gained immense power from those ancient ruins. He wielded the artifact, the divine embryo, a dark relic said to consume both body and soul, to forge his cult into a rapidly growing empire. Their twisted belief dictates that the divine embryo will become a vessel for the divine, leading humanity to a false salvation. The bishop's cold voice echoes as he declares, "This land will soon belong entirely to our faith." As the vehicles pass the fertile plains, his eyes burn with an unsettling mix of greed and conviction. These fanatical cultists may lack refined martial skill, but their dark methods are utterly unmatched. They fervently believe that through sacrifice and blood, the divine embryo will awaken, and the divine realm will descend upon the mortal world itself. That dreadful moment is now drawing agonizingly near. Inside, the bishop speaks solemnly about the land ahead, where their great patriarch once unleashed a divine calamity. For years ago, a deputy bishop in a red robe, overcome with raw emotion, replies that the patriarch devoted everything to the divine church before being assassinated by the foolish Long Ju. He died without ever witnessing the calamity he had created. Another deputy lowers his head in solemn grief, lamenting that a man so faithful and pure couldn't even keep a single bone of his own, ultimately branding it a cruel injustice. The bishop at the front clenches his jaw, his eyes blazing with incandescent fury. He vows that the patriarch's sacrifice will not be in vain, and proclaims that this world must not remain in the hands of fools who are spiraling it towards ruin. His anger boils over, and he shouts wildly, his powerful voice echoing through the cabin. The followers around him tremble, shouting in unison that the gods are finally descending, and salvation is near. Their frenzy grows as they chant, their eyes wide and disturbingly hollow, repeating their fervent belief that heaven will come to earth, and that they must fight for their god. By the next night, the moon hangs high, bathed in an eerie light. Two dark chasms stare down like a demon's eyes, smoke coiling eerily around them, and the cracks beneath them form a twisted, sinister smile. As the convoy arrives at the edge of the human ladder, in Ling Shui County, the bishop steps out, his excitement clearly boiling over. He murmurs to himself about upholding the divine legacy, removing his hood with a palpable sense of pride. Smiling broadly, he recalls that only two divine beings had ever been successfully born. Each one unleashed global chaos with storms, tsunamis, and eruptions that wiped out millions. He vividly remembers the second descent, which occurred on the Australian continent, where everything vanished into a swirling sea of mist and became known as the Dark Forest Sea, forevermore forbidden. He lifts his frail hand and deliberately cuts his palm, letting his blood drip onto a massive demon stone. The blood reacts violently, and dark energy waves ripple outward, forming a massive, ominous circle around him. The bishop murmurs that their cult will now welcome a third god. His followers begin their rhythmic chant, and the ground beneath them transforms into a burning ritual field. As the preparation concludes, he ascends the human ladder. His eyes lock onto the radiant moon, whispering dark blood spells as he treads upon the motionless bodies below. Eventually, he arrives at a massive, sealed gate and bows deeply. His blood-soaked hand gently touches a corpse at his feet, and tendrils of red energy crawl across the ground. He smiles and offers his very blood to the dark power before him. As the gate creaks open, a blinding white light bursts forth, and a booming voice from deep within imperiously commands him to step forward. He instantly obeys without hesitation, walking slowly through the radiant light, until he reaches a silver altar, holding a platinum coffin, carved with ancient holy symbols. His eyes fixate on it as he mumbles in awe. Inside lies the god of plague, imprisoned there years ago after draining the very vitality from the people of Ling Shui County. But now, the time of awakening has come. The believers chant faster and louder, as blood drips from their hands, filling the air with a sickly sweet scent. The bishop raises his voice and proclaims that the moment to welcome their deity has finally arrived. The air crackles as a powerful energy descends. The cult leader himself appears, walking slowly down the steps of human sacrifice, carrying the platinum coffin, as if it were a sacred burden. The followers erupt in shouts of devotion, while he reverently places the coffin at the center of the ritual circle. Standing tall, he raises his arms toward the radiant moon and implores its power to descend upon him. As the clock in Ling Shui County strikes midnight, the sound of 3 bells resounds across the land. The name Yu Yin Boros booms through the air, and the entire county quivers. Souls begin to rise from the bodies of every resident, glowing pale white, as they float upward like a swarm of lights. Their lifeless bodies collapse. Drained of all vitality, the souls gather into thick clouds, forming a vast, swirling current that surges toward the divine light. Then a deafening roar rattles the very sky, washing over every mind with raw power. Half the shimmering souls abruptly turn blue, as if their pure essence has been tainted. They whirl around, charging straight toward the bishop. Panic flashes across his face as he visibly trembles, realizing the sacred ritual has been corrupted. He mutters under his breath that the souls have been defiled by the strange roar, and that someone is actively interfering. Yet, The ritual cannot be halted now, and the corrupted spirits pour into the platinum coffin. Like a raging tide, the bishop screams in frustration as the unclean energy taints the very god they had sought to awaken. In that very instant, a dark figure materializes beside him. It is Yihao, standing calmly with a sharp, cold smile playing on his lips. He states he's been waiting for this moment all along. The bishop spins around in utter shock, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what is happening. Yihao's eyes flash with crackling lightning as a powerful aura suddenly fills the space around him. His weapon roars to life, glowing a fierce red as faint symbols pulse along its edge. A blinding slash cuts through the very air, slicing clean across the bishop's throat. In an instant, Yihao charges forward, his blade sweeping through the air in 3 rapid strikes that blend blood and light. The sheer power of his attack distorts the world itself. As time itself seems to split, the bishop collapses before he can even breathe his last word. The dark energy around Yihao burns so fiercely that even the shadows recoil. He tilts his head ever so slightly, a faint grin forming as he says with calm finality, "What stands before them now is a demon." The bishop gasps for ragged breath, blood spilling from his mouth. As his body trembles between life and death, he tries to utter a few final words, but can barely speak. Yihao frowns, annoyed that the man is still clinging to life, and swings his blade once again. The strike cuts clean, decisive. Standing over the fresh corpse, he shakes his head, muttering that his opponent was far too weak. That's when, from the encroaching shadows, a calm voice calls out, making Yihao whip around. He realizes he's killed the wrong man. The real bishop steps forward. Calm and composed, he removes his hood. His bald head gleams under the moonlight. Introducing himself as Lin Chi, the highest leader of the Xia Kingdom's divine church, he casually reveals that the man, Yihao, just cut down was merely his deputy. He laughs lightly, explaining that in his line of work, it's smart to use stand-ins. Yihao clenches his blade, absolutely furious. Without another word, he charges forward. Striking fast and hard, Lin Chi raises his hand, blocking the attack with an eerie calm. Black energy bursts from his palm, forming dart chains that wrap around Yihao like steel wires, locking him in place. The chains tighten until it feels like every bone in his body is being crushed. Gritting his teeth, Yihao breaks free, summoning his power. A massive, rose-shaped spirit appears behind him, radiating violent energy that tears through the darkness. For the first time, Lin Chi looks genuinely surprised, staring at the spirit behind Yihao. He asks if Yihao also practices divine arts, but blue lightning already crackles from Yihao's hands, filling the air with light. He sneers, declaring he just wants to end this fight and leave this cursed place. Thunder explodes around him, his body tightening with raw strength. He punches forward, the lightning forming into a dragon that slams straight into Lin Chi. The impact shakes the very ground, and Lin Chi is thrown through debris and smoke. When the dust settles, Lin Chi still stands. His body is battered, but dark energy twists around him, mending his broken arm. He lifts his head, calm and arrogant, declaring himself blessed by the gods. Yihao narrows his eyes, muttering that this fight is going to be a real pain. Lin Chi begins to chant in a low voice. With each phrase, the cultists around them gather again. Surrounding Yihao, their eyes are wild, their expressions empty. Without hesitation, they raise their blades and stab themselves, blood spraying across the ground. The air grows heavy, thick with the scent of iron. Yihao watches, utterly disgusted, labeling it a pathetic display. But before he can even react, a chilling sensation washes over him. A coldness that crawls, slithers through the very air. Then, a sickening sound echoes around them, like old wood cracking. Suddenly, a crimson hand violently bursts, straight through the chest of one of the cultists. The skin rips and tears as a grotesque, twisted creature claws its way out. Neither human nor demon, Something far, far worse. And one by one, the lifeless bodies violently split open, spewing forth even more of these abominations. Their twisted horns curve wickedly, sharp like hooks, and their fangs glint, keen as blades. They slither forward, leaving trails of crimson blood in their wake. As the grotesque ritual completes, he doesn't even flinch. Instead, he merely smirks, muttering a chilling thought. These pathetic gods are nothing more than savage monsters, masquerading as divine beings. He slowly raises a hand to cover half his face. Observing with a calm, mocking tone, he scoffs at the cultists for offering their very bodies to summon these abyssal demons. Without a second thought, letting out a short, cold laugh, the summoned creatures then fully reveal their true, horrific forms. Grotesquely twisted and bloodthirsty, their gaze locking onto him. Then brilliant blue lightning erupts high in the sky, intertwining into crackling currents of raw power. As he calmly announces he is unleashing his own formidable forces. The previously small lizards then rapidly transform into massive giants, towering over 10 meters tall, roaring as they surge toward him. The summoned demons charge, desperate. But Ihi's colossal giants crush them instantly, turning their bodies to pulp before they can even strike. Even more giants flood the ravaged battlefield, their thunderous footsteps shaking the very ground beneath them. The deputy bishop, clad in crimson, trembles violently as he watches. He realizes the church leader is truly dead, and now countless monstrous giants are appearing. He desperately tries to use spiritual vision to locate the leader, but sees only Ihi standing menacingly by the coffin. He tries targeting Tai, shouting frantic orders, but nothing, absolutely nothing, can reach him. Meanwhile, Lu Chengju and Suho dramatically descend from the sky, in their awakened states, directly confronting the deputy bishop. The pastor realizes all of them had meticulously planned this ahead, assassinating the cult leader, deploying the giant army, and intercepting him directly. He finally understands the cult's mission is utterly doomed. A chill radiates from the coffin's depths. He senses a deep grudge from the entity within, a grudge tied to the position it once held. The system then announces that has gained 5 special divine energy points, thanks to the ritual's accumulated faith, partially absorbed by a motai to forge a body for Noyat. Yam Icho cackles at this revelation, steps closer and shoves the coffin open with disdain, only to find it empty, save for its luxurious interior. Confused and utterly annoyed, he calls out, demanding to know why the deity hides. He then summons his colossal blade, planting it firmly into the earth, and an eerie silence descends upon the battlefield. The chaos of giants, demons, and battle simply fades, as if the entire world now revolves solely around him. Then, a voice pierces the stillness, and he turns to see a giant moon with a sinister, smiling face, with Archbishop Lin Chi approaching right behind it, revealing the moon and the vast space were all just an illusion. Iho recognizes him instantly, his eyes narrowing, while Lin Chi mocks him mercilessly, asking if he even knows when he fell into the dream. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luo Qingju and Suho continue battling the colossal demon, the very one the deputy bishop summoned. The deputy bishop, realizing Iho is isolated, suddenly grows very uneasy. He draws a jade-green blade and channels a deadly, dark spell, intending to crush Iho with a barrage of blood. Thorns, taking advantage of Luo Qingju and Suho's intense focus on the demon. He then rushes forward with deadly intent, shouting, "The guilty will be punished by the gods." Suho immediately spots the bishop heading straight for Iho and reacts instantly, channeling every ounce of his strength. He forms a massive, swirling tornado of ice and wind, compressing it into a devastating storm sword, capable of absolutely crushing mountains. He uses nearly all his energy to pin down the giant, urging his teammates to act now, without hesitation. Luo Qingju spreads her magnificent wings, soaring over the ice wall and responding with fierce determination. The demon then swings its blazing battle axe, shattering Suho's ice barrier with brute force. instantly rocking the entire battlefield. Suho retaliates, sending razor-sharp ice spikes, flying right through the demon's steel-like skin, tearing it to shreds. A torrent of dark energy swirls around him as he raises a hand, declaring he channels the ancient, formidable power of the Hua-Du clan. Suho's body surges with energy from an ancient clan he once sealed, regenerating his grievous wounds. His mighty dragon horns grow longer. Frost covers his reborn flesh, and his dragon eyes blaze fiercely. He channels the flame blood secret technique, harnessing his own powerful bloodline. He risks faster consumption of life for maximum power. His hands rise, gathering martial energy into a massive, icy greatsword, tens of meters long and shaking the very space around them. He strikes with devastating, full force, aiming to utterly destroy the demon before him. The creature braces, trying to unleash a massive flame, but Suho's attack completely overwhelms it. Ice and fire collide, spreading chaos through the battlefield, shaking everything around them. Despite the full strength of Suho's storm sword, the monster absorbs the energy with its own terrifying flames. The ice melts and fractures, leaving him exposed and utterly exhausted. Just as he begins to falter, a sharp projectile pierces the demon from behind, dealing critical damage and finally finishing it. Suho collapses completely drained, barely able to breathe. He looks toward his unexpected ally, Dr. Dine, who fired the precise rounds. Realizing the kid he had underestimated hides extraordinary potential, Dr. Dine notes Suho's impressive advancement toward martial disciple level, while Lu Qingju demonstrates equally formidable talent. Both carry the promise of the master's chosen team. A swarm of drones appears, heading straight towards Suho, while the deputy bishop attempts to flee. The bishop notices the youth's incredible strength and disguises, questioning their true identities. As Suho and Lu Qingju move forward confidently, Lu Qingju spreads her magnificent wings, soaring gracefully over the chaotic battlefield, while Suho carries the slain demon's head. His steps and presence command immediate attention. The moon deity suddenly intervenes, dropping 6 massive coffins from the sky, each containing an undead martial artist. The coffins strike the ground and burst open, revealing identical, menacing undead figures, radiating immense martial energy. Some are agonizingly familiar faces, members of the university's second team, now just controlled corpses. The vice bishop panics instantly, realizing the dire threat they pose to his divine fetus. The undead hordes begin their advance, and Dr. Dine commands his Titan squad to intercept them, buying precious time for Luo Qingju. The Titans are undeniably strong, but devastatingly fragile compared to martial-level beings. The zombies tear through them with terrifying ease. Luo Qingju seizes the moment, soaring directly toward Yi. She pushes herself against the howling wind, sustaining injuries but stubbornly refusing to fall, driven solely by the desperate need to reach him. The vice bishop erupts in a fresh panic, redirecting his forces to stop her advance. But she fiercely pushes through, evading every attack and finally reaching Yi. Exhausted, she collapses into his waiting arms, finding refuge. Her body trembles from sheer fatigue, but her spirit stabilizes as she rests against him. A precious moment of calm amidst the battlefield's chaos. After destroying the menacing bloodthorns, Luo Qingju holds Yi tightly, suppressing the throbbing pain in her injured arm. She burns a small amount of her inner energy to counteract the corrosive poisonous blood, and keeps moving. From above, she sees the giant mutants, created by Yi, now lying trampled in pools of blood, utterly annihilated. Among them, 6 ominous bodies begin to stir, their eyes snapping open with chilling, predatory intent, sending a bone-chilling aura directly toward her. Recognizing the imminent danger, she fights to resist the overwhelming presence, pressing down on her mind, fiercely refusing to surrender, spreading her radiant wings to create a powerful shockwave of resistance. The four strikes her both physically and mentally, assaulting her very spirit and causing intense pain. Yet, she clings to Ihi, fiercely determined to protect him. Her strength utterly wanes as she falls into profound darkness, still holding Ihi as they descend below. 6 monstrous figures wait with elongated, twisted necks and spiked heads ready to impale them. Just before impact, Ihi's eyes snap open. Time freezes, bringing the deadly spikes to a screeching halt, and Shiro slowly regains consciousness. Leaning heavily on Iha's shoulder for support, he reassures her, and she visibly relaxes, letting herself melt completely into his embrace. Exhausted but safe, the deputy bishop, now enraged, commands 7 martial masters to launch their attack. Iha quietly channels his immense power, teleporting Chingju to absolute safety, while he confronts the remaining threats alone. In his Titan form, he crushes the martial-level undead, moving with overwhelming, unstoppable force, leaving a brutal trail of pure destruction. The vice bishop is plagued by vivid hallucinations of repeated death, driving him to utter despair, as Iha's terrifying presence utterly dominates the battlefield. His mind and body begin to shatter under the immense pressure, leaving him weak, broken, and utterly terrified. Iha continues his relentless assault, towering over all as a mighty titan, annihilating all martial-level enemies with ease. With devastating, crushing strikes below, the battlefield becomes a desolate wasteland of flesh and blood, as his overwhelming power leaves no room for opposition. Suddenly, the moonlight intensifies dramatically, revealing a new, ethereal figure descending from above. This supreme leader, cloaked entirely in silver moonlight, stands utterly motionless, emanating a terrifying yet divine aura. His hair is long and stark white, his features cold, sharp, and unforgiving, and his gaze meets Iha's with an unshakable presence, conveying both cold acknowledgement and absolute dominance. Though he shows absolutely no chi fluctuations, his very aura radiates an overwhelming, absolute power, suggesting he is the true source of all the mutations, and utter chaos plaguing Ling Shui County. Iha immediately recognizes the immense threat, but faces it with unwavering defiance, fully prepared to challenge this formidable figure. Beneath the haunting, distorted moon, understanding that this pivotal encounter may very well define the ultimate outcome of the conflict, a mysterious deity then emerges from the moon itself, and it seems she is none other than the moon deity. Iha is lifted through a void where the city has completely vanished, replaced by an ethereal silver light, like standing directly on the moon. The very air shifts, and although he senses an intense cold, he quickly realizes this is a purely mental realm, not bound by any physical laws whatsoever. Forget illusions. The danger here is all too real, and he's without his invincible golden body. The silver moon deity takes his final stride, hovering above, truly like a god. He acknowledges Ihi's incredible talent and claims that part of his divine essence has been stolen, making Ihi a potential vessel. The silver moon deity promises to elevate Ihi from mere mortal to a true god, offering a partnership so they can rule together. Ihi flat out refuses, full of disdain, declaring that gods merely exploit the weak and rely on threats when stripped of their true power. The silver moon deity remains perfectly composed, explaining that even minimal affinity with a mere mortal is enough to utterly destroy him. He unleashes a surge of black and silver energy, trapping Ihi's body and soul in silver light. Ihi feels the vast gap between God and man as his supergiant body shatters, leaving only his skeletal form suspended in the void. Despite the assault, Ihi's consciousness survives, protected by a powerful talisman, controlling his spiritual essence. He anticipated the god's attack, setting a cunning trap, using the resurrection energy of the vampire queen. The silver moon deity realizes he cannot touch Ihi's soul. He's enraged as the mental realm cracks. A colossal blade descends from above, slicing through the void, and the realm collapses. From a breach emerges the chief of the Longway Division, the National Grandmaster, The azure dragon, wrapped in white bandages, blue hair fluttering, wielding a glowing great sword. He observes silently, satisfied as his plan succeeds, and the divine power he sought can now be seized. The silver moon deity is utterly shocked, questioning whether a human can truly possess such strength. Grandmaster scrutinizes Ihi, noting his chaotic energy and impure form. Recognizing him as the first demon hybrid, the silver moon deity strikes, seizing Ihi, but the attack fails, and Ihi is flung away. Only the silver moon deity and Grandmaster remain, facing each other down. Grandmaster gathers his divine consciousness, channeling overwhelming power as he descends. The silver moon deity readies for battle, unleashing moonlight that floods Ling Shui County. Their combined energies shatter space itself, manifesting as a colossal dragon in the sky. The Grandmaster charges directly into the moonlight pillar, prepared to confront this godlike entity, hoping to restore balance to the world. The sky and earth are torn asunder, as blinding light and roaring thunder intertwine. Iha is hurtled through mountains by the moon deity, landing far, far away from Ling Shui County, miraculously wrapped in a protective sphere. The forest is utterly devastated, trees obliterated by the impact, and Iha emerges pale but miraculously alive. He scans the area, finding no trace of the county, realizing the battle likely leveled the entire region. As Iha contemplates his grim situation, the system panel appears, displaying a terrifying moon seal curse mark, linked directly to the master of the moon and nightmares. He immediately understands the immense danger, but also sees a hidden opportunity within it. He meticulously studies the system interface, identifying divine attributes and their potential effects, particularly those related to the moon and dreams. He promptly begins allocating his points, upgrading his abilities and various templates, including his vampire bloodline, moon demon bloodline, and powers that amplify dramatically under moonlight. Each upgrade amplifies his combat potential immensely, and transforming him into a true war god under the full moon, while remaining relatively inactive during the day. Iha immediately tests his newfound strength, striking with an explosive force that gouges the very ground and sends wildlife scattering. He observes his improved muscles, reflexes, and nervous system processing speed, fully acknowledging the profound effect of his lunar curse. He makes a crucial note. He is a key figure in the unfolding events and anticipates the Dragon Claw's keen interest. He plans to contact Hua University for urgent support, recognizing the critical importance of allies and resources. With a flourish, he activates his bat wings and departs. Back at Hua University, everything appears peaceful. Iha meets with Principal Shi Jinwen, who warmly welcomes him and commends the squad for successfully completing the Ling Shui County mission. The principal assures him that the mission will be publicly presented as a level 4 mission to avoid alarming anyone, while internally the squad is already raking in level 5 rewards. Yiho is aware of this outwardly, but he suspects the principal might already know about his manipulations. Yiho then reviews images of the Ling Shui County disaster sent to him by Dr. Madman, confirming that a truly massive explosion has absolutely devastated the area, leaving few survivors. He vividly recalls Moon Deity's words about the devastating moon attack and truly feels the sheer severity of high-level martial arts threats. Yiho reflects deeply on the urgent need for caution, remembering that only the Grandmaster can help to seal away the terrifying moon mark curse. As he waits, the Grandmaster finally arrives, looking severely injured. His entire body is heavily bandaged and radiating a heavy, ominous aura, clearly revealing the immense toll of his recent battle and signaling the ongoing, grave danger lurking in the martial world. In the reception room, Azure admits to his injuries, specifically the severe frost damage he sustained from his fierce fight with the moon demon. Yet, despite his terrible wounds, he still managed to claim victory. As he speaks, our boy giggles softly to himself, finding it unexpectedly adorable that the usually stoic and reserved Azure Dragon is actually explaining himself. Then, Azure Dragon dramatically drops his cloak and immediately begins helping our boy seal the gaze. Since the principal already discussed our guy's condition with him, he then decides to spill some truly classified secrets. He shockingly reveals that the monsters once used to be just as smart as humans. Casually, he also mentions that he was the only survivor of an A-class ruin excavation, but he definitely didn't leave unscathed. He was cursed. The curse mutated his body and slowly but surely eroded his very sanity, turning him into a beast with absolutely no one able to help. So he chose to enter an S-class realm, planning to finally die alone. But what he didn't see coming was a truly massive sea storm, which forcefully swept him away to an uncharted island, a place no human has ever set foot before. He abruptly stops his jaw-dropping lore, as the rest is simply too dangerous to be revealed. As he unwraps his bandages, strange, glowing runes and ghastly scars cover his body. He admits that an unknown entity on that island. He halted his bestial transformation. But when our protagonist sees the runes, a hellish vision grips him. His body trembles as blood trickles from his eyes. Yet Azure Dragon finds this quite strange. Even a seasoned martial artist would suffer extreme brain damage just from a glimpse of these runes. But our protagonist only bled a little. He hopes Ihu can change this situation, since the principal has never been wrong when it comes to judgment. He then proceeds to imprint 2 more runes into his mind. This way, he can finally get some good sleep. The system then displays a warning. One may encounter the Master of the Moon and experience nightmares under the moonlight, or in dreams once he's finished imprinting Yi. He thanks him, then confirms if his teacher is Gong Ko. He makes it clear he has no problem with her. He only mentioned her because she was once destined to become a legendary martial artist, before her brain injury cut that path short. Then, Azure wonders if they could spar, and our bro isn't one to hold back. He agrees, but only under the moonlight. Next thing you know, the opponents stand in an arena. Azure Dragon urges him to strike first, claiming he will only defend using one hand, relying solely on his physical power. His challenge, to move him by half a step. At the very least, if he's successful, he'll earn 1 free request for Azure's aid. The second prize? Direct admission into Longway, Division's first apartment. The fight begins, and our boy unleashes his flaring aura. Azure Dragon is quite surprised to see this, because it's somewhat similar to the Moon Demon. He's clearly doubtful. But in that moment, our guy lands his first strike. Azure Dragon is shaken by a dense killing intent. Gonka sees from somewhere, unable to decipher how our guy could figure out such a powerful killing intent just after 3 days outside in a hotel. Elsewhere, Swordmaster is with a girl who wonders what got him distracted from her in the sheets. He admits he sensed a heavy, killing aura. He's sure the university campus felt the surge of it too, though he dismissed it as mere showmanship. The attack, it completely obliterates the entire area around Azure Dragon. But what our boy keenly notices is this. Azure's punch feels incredibly simplified compared to his signature Asura 3 blades technique. He realizes something crucial. Azure deliberately avoided exploiting his weak points. Instead, the dragon chose to meet him head-on, power against power, as if openly challenging him. The thought makes his heart pound. It feels raw, almost confrontational, as he's immersed in his thoughts. Azure Dragon prepares to throw another punch. With a military fist, the impact is fast and brutal, sending our boy flying high into the air. Azure realizes he's screwed if he lets Iha die, so he rushes to catch him before he hits the ground. He catches our guy, who wakes up blushing that he won. Azure moved more than 1 step. Iha fooled him. Azure can't help but admire his sharp thinking skills. So he asks what Iha wants, to which he keeps the promise pending. Then, Azure admires his killing intent, but urges him to exercise his body more, to utilize it better. Nervously, our guy admits that he hasn't even used the Demon Emperor template yet. Azure still sticks to his point. Our hero needs a physically strong teacher to serve as a guide. Iha agrees to look for a teacher, But Azure secretly wants that role himself. He's torn between asking Iha to be his disciple or waiting for our hero to come to him. Then he hands Iha a badge containing a top-level body cultivation technique. It's considered a national treasure, level martial art from a Western country. He gives it with the purpose of Iha mastering it soon by staying determined in his practice and studies. Azure Dragon knows this technique is tough to cultivate, and the reason being, this martial spirit space from the West doesn't recognize Easterners. This is why Iha has to wait to reach the Grandmaster realm, and he'll forcibly claim the martial spirit space and claim its powerful inheritance. Since this technique is incredibly challenging, Iha will naturally seek him out, allowing him to take Iha as his disciple. Later, at Iha's dorm, our protagonist takes a shower. While deep in thought, he realizes he's barely spent any time in his own room, as he's been busy studying martial arts techniques. Suddenly, a knock sounds at his door. When he opens the door, he finds Wangza waiting outside. Iha lets him in, hoping he's not here to recruit him for his club again. Suddenly, Wangza drops to his knees, pleading with our protagonist to become the president of the Dragonblood Club. Our guy wonders to himself, since when did this dude become such a loser? But he can't shake off the thought. How'd he know that Iha was back at the dorm? Yangs admits a guy saw him come back, and that absolutely infuriates our bro, dragging Wangza off for some intense practice. A while later, Wangza is seen with a visibly swollen face. Our hero asks what's been going on with the club, and the dude admits that the club is collapsing. And unless they make some exceptional contribution, the university will cut off their funding. The Dragonblood Club started off pretty strong, securing various sponsorships, which attracted many students to join. The beginning was promising, until it was suppressed by the student union, composed entirely of local Hua City people. It happened all because of Shangjin Zhuang. Under Zhuang's leadership, the investors pulled back. Their commercial value declined, and the club's welfare channels were shut down. Seeing the club fail, members began to leave, which made it even harder to recruit new ones. Now, the Dragonblood Club is in a deep crisis. Iha realizes that the club lost Shang Zhuang, and everything started falling apart afterward. To suppress Shang Zhuang, they can't rely on the seniors. They need someone from their own grade. And the only person who fits all the requirements is Iha. Our guy agrees, though he knows Wangza's true intentions is to have him protect the Dragonblood Club's assets. So he urges Wang to get straight to the point. Wangza explains the Daxiao recovery plan, a national operation aiming to rally martial artists from across the country to reclaim the 12 cities and surrounding regions, completely overrun by monsters. He adds that other universities will also participate, with their own school taking the lead. Under Ihi's guidance, the Dragonblood Club will follow official orders. However, his immediate concern is to remove the surveillance cameras, and Yu Yang obeys without question. As Wangza leaves, Iha realizes how big of a help he has been, and also notices he has great skills when it comes down to business. With his help, he can actually make the club go higher, raising the award template for the future. He then decides to master both of the martial arts templates. On the other hand, Xin calls Yin by his name, wondering what's taking Wang so long. Yin is deeply offended but also a bit worried, because Xin is extremely provocative. Yin still informs them that the vice president and the real president will be here soon. Hearing that Xin gets worried if he is the president he's talking about, he urges Yin to let it go, because he thinks Wangza has no chance of a comeback against Jiang Zhuang. Backing off is the sanest option they have right now. The girl on the side agrees with Xin too. Yin wonders what they plan to do quickly enough. Xin mentions the Zhou family, and the eldest son of it, Zhou Kai, has promised to give him a good life. So he finds this option better than waiting for Jiang Zhuang to liquidate the club. The other members start to agree with him. Sure enough, he won't show up. Turns out the people agreeing with him are actors, bribed heavily beforehand. A curly-haired guy walks in. It's Kai, and he wonders, Why is Shin-chun taking so long to deal with Yen? As Yen spots Kai, he unleashes a scream. How did he even manage to get inside? Kai simply states they fought their way inside, and he promises he'll make sure to compensate for the losses he caused. At this, he winds up for a powerful punch at Kai, but a woman suddenly halts his strike. He quickly realizes this woman is no ordinary foe. Then, the sponge-headed guy, Kai orders his club members to beat Yin down for his loyalty to the club. According to him, he's useless if he can't follow orders. Just as the others surge to attack Yin, he suddenly materializes, having rushed over. After hearing the chaos from the floor below, in one swift motion, he seizes Kai by his curly hair, yanking him backward. Then, with effortless strength, he brutally tosses both Kai and the woman through the window. After expelling Kai and his assistant, he turns to confront the people behind him. One stammers, pleading for one more chance, admitting he was blinded by pure greed. He knows that if he's kicked out of Dragon Blood, then there's no place for him in the Hua City group either. Yang strides forward and informs them they won't be expelled, but their actions will be under strict surveillance. They are also suspended from all Dragon Blood Club activities for the week. Our hero then glares angrily at the officers, and they meekly accept their punishment. Later, the main officials gather to discuss the club's investment and financial issues. Wei Yongshe proposes that Daxia's recovery could potentially put them in the spotlight. But our hero proposes a more direct solution, utterly defeating the Dragon Blood Club threat. But to his disappointment, Zhang Zhuang, Wei informs him that Zhang Zhuang has entered seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. That news makes him frown, but he quickly devises another plan. If he challenges the top experts of the entire university, he can attract more hype and, in turn, more investment. He then asks about the first Long Way Division. Yin explains that it's the strongest martial organization in Daxia. Members of other Long Way divisions are known as Long Way agents, while the first division members are called aces. His determination shows just how badly he wants to join. Yin admits that the first division is only for the strongest. Every year, fewer than 3 Imperial graduates are admitted, making it a place all martial artists yearn for. This gives our boy an idea. He orders the Dragon Blood Club's media team to start spreading the word. He gets up and announces, as the president of the Dragon Blood Club and current ace of the Long Way First Division, he issues a challenge to all martial artists below the rank of Grand Martial Master. In Hua University, he turns to the officers, wondering if the hype is big enough. Ian can't believe it, considering our boy hasn't even graduated. Yiho explains that he was directly recruited and didn't need to take any test. Yang wonders if he's joking, but our boy clarifies that he received the position the night before and that the documents will arrive in 2 days. He thinks to himself that ordinary martial masters can be crushed easily, but the talented ones might take some effort. If our hero wants to fight a grand martial master, he would have to use his time stop ability, but that relies on the element of surprise, and showing it off just for investment isn't a wise move. Yang quickly contacts the media team, and soon the news spreads everywhere. Nobody really knows our boy, so gossip runs wild. Many call him arrogant for being a freshman, challenging others. When the news breaks that he joined the first division without taking any entrance exam, people start to wonder if the officials were simply charmed by his smile. After all, 99% of applicants fail. Most students are absolutely convinced he pulled some shady methods to become the ultimate ace. Meanwhile, the media campaign is running wild, splitting people into fierce factions. Some believe he's nothing but a show-off, while others swear he genuinely possesses the talent to be directly appointed without a single test. His live broadcast is garnering massive attention, skyrocketing the club's popularity and attracting a flood of investments. From his hospital ward, a battered Kai watches the news, muttering that this challenge is a pure death trap. Still, he's unexpectedly excited. there's a real chance his rival might actually get killed. Finally, the epic day of the challenge has arrived. Our hero makes a truly grand entrance, descending from a helicopter, leaving the entire crowd absolutely mesmerized. The crowd absolutely goes wild as Iha confidently steps into the center of the ring, and stoically absorbing all the cheers and the criticism too. Our boy casually waits, unfazed, for his first opponent. Off to the side, Long Tao realizes this freshman clearly knows how to hype himself up. The man beside Long Tao wonders aloud if he'd be going up against our guy. Long Tao then folds his arms, eager to ride this massive wave of exposure. As he runs towards the MC, Long Tao thinks to himself, as an internet celebrity, there's no way I can miss the chance to grab this sky-high traffic. Also, he firmly believes that the first challenger never loses, so if he wins, he'll be famous overnight. Furthermore, even if he loses and someone else manages to beat E, he still plans to step up later and boldly claim that HE's the one who exhausted our boy. With all these thoughts, Long Tao charges forward. His body is now covered in smoke as he dramatically yells and proudly announces he's a martial master of second dan. The entire arena seemed to shake as both combatants finally came face to face. But the fight didn't even last a full 10 seconds, as this big mouth got instantly knocked out by a single kick, right to the face as he leaped to attack our hero. Just then, from right behind him, Lao Ying soars even higher into the air and fiercely lunges forward, straight for our boy, her weapon poised, fully ready to strike him down. Everyone in the arena immediately recognized her. She's only a 5th Dan martial master, yet she boasts a record of defeating 3 other martial masters, all 7th Dan students, by herself. Her presence here is pretty unusual, considering she's a top figure in the entire second year. So everyone's wondering if she's even a match for Ihei. No matter what the case, though, she's definitely stronger and more skilled than that so-called influencer Long Tao. As Yao Ling's spears swept down with a deadly glint, our boy channeled all the energy into his palm before striking at her very intent. He then warned her that her blade's purity was far too low, and with that, the energy unleashed by our boy literally cleave her spear right in two. Just like that, all the remaining opponents lunged at Ihei. He immediately declared he was pretty busy and had to finish things up quickly. Seeing his sheer arrogance, the opponents charged forward. But with precise, masterful movements, the protagonist handled them all. Some were severely wounded, while others were sent flying. The moment they even came near, others had their weapons smashed to pieces. At the hospital, Joe Kai trembled, watching all this unfold. He couldn't figure out who to send to get revenge, because at this rate, everyone would end up in the hospital. And perhaps his elder brother, Zhou Yinting, could handle this efficiently, but he's a stubborn blockhead who only recognizes reason and logic, so he won't lift a finger to protect his little brother. However, right then, this guy smirked as an idea popped into his head. Back at the battleground, the wounded guys lying on the ground were utterly ashamed. They knew this was going to be a highlight on the school's pillar of shame, and whenever someone mentioned Ihei, they'd all be reminded of this utter embarrassment. Abruptly, footsteps echoed through the arena, and the whole audience went absolutely wild, because Yinting had stepped in. A 9th Dan martial master expert, who was previously in seclusion, had come here. This guy is no ordinary martial master, as he has recultivated his realm of perfection. He can even fight and defeat ordinary grand martial masters. The crowd is absolutely hyped, because Jian Ting has inherited the mighty Sunblaze bloodline of his family. His power was once so immense he couldn't control it, and would spontaneously burst into flames. His family then provided him with a special battlesuit and rigorous training to stabilize it. The man steps forward and very respectfully acknowledges that his brother caused trouble at Ihei's association, and his family will compensate for all losses. Our protagonist easily deduces that Jian Ting isn't here for revenge, and doesn't even appear belligerent. So, his presence here doesn't quite make sense. The man admits he isn't actually here for revenge for his little brother, but rather for the Jian family's reputation. He understands his little brother was at fault, But Yi insulting Jianting's family is unacceptable. Hearing this, Yi scoffs, realizing jerks will always put their own spin and slander on the truth. Despite this, the man demands our boy kneel and apologize. Having heard enough, our MC challenges him to make him apologize, if he truly has the ability. The next moment, their fists meet, and an explosion of raw energy rings out, as blinding light engulfs the entire area. They both unleash powerful punches, their equal strength and power, making everything and everyone shiver. Jian Ting roars in anger as he throws his full force into a forward charge, while our boy calmly counterattacks. At this moment, Yi notices his enemy's nano battlesuit has receded, and the temperature is rising out of nowhere. The whole crowd understands that. This is the raw power of the sun-blazed blood, and Yi is literally doomed. The whole crowd's eyes are fixed on the match between Yi and Jianting. Both combatants are equally strong, which makes the atmosphere incredibly tense, as they're on an entirely different level from Long, Tao, and Yaoling. The arena floor has split open as two streams of energy, one nuclear and the other fire. They crash into each other, and witnessing this, everyone immediately understands why Yang Ting is no joke. He's the only one who's truly managed to last against Yi. At this moment, our boy unleashes an unexpected move. He transforms into his monstrous template form, which completely distracts Yang Ting. Seizing this opportunity, Yi launches a powerful punch that sends Yang Ting flying. Catching sight of this, even the little kids are now fiercely rooting for their favorite warriors. Gasping and wounded, Yang Ting wonders how Lang Guai ever recruited someone like this, finding our MC's attack style utterly barbaric. For a brief moment, he freezes, questioning his own senses, as he realizes that Yi is actually growing bigger. Yi, standing calmly, suggests his enemy be more confident because he is indeed getting bigger, rather than releasing his humanoid power all at once to form a body externally. He's using the vampire's superior control over his own flesh and blood to slowly release the humanoid power from within his body. In that instant, he transforms into a gigantic form and sends a massive fist crashing down on Yang Ting. Using this technique, he's gained immense speed and incredible nerve reaction capabilities. Additionally, he's increased his physical attributes by several times over. Every second, his ground and trembling punches leave Yang Ting utterly unable to defend himself. He's brutally forced onto the arena floor, which splits wide open. This makes Yang Ting realize that this guy is way too terrifying. He always thought his own bloodline was monstrous, but compared to Yi, it's absolutely nothing. Yang Ting's bones can literally no longer withstand our boy's power, and it seems he'll need to recultivate once again. However, right now, he just needs to get out of this situation. He dodges the powerful punch, leaps into the air, and changes tactics, now relying on speed instead of strength. Though, he wouldn't let him go, and quickly turned in the direction of his opponent. At this rate, Yanting is absolutely furious. Immediately, his body tenses with raw power, and a ferocious blaze erupts, engulfing his entire body. Witnessing the spectacle, everyone screams in terror. They're absolutely thrilled as this immense heat. Energy literally warps the very atmosphere around them. Yanting's move could literally obliterate our boy. But who can possibly stop a raging bull? Suddenly, blazing energy spheres appear of this intense fire, and Blazing King tackles these head-on with his blazing sun demon hand. These spheres have utterly surrounded the Godzilla-like body of our boy. Still, Yiha isn't scared in the slightest, because he plans to use this very encounter to test his newly researched, self-created martial skill. With that, Yiha unleashes his ultimate devastating move, the heaven-bombing dragon cannon. At that very moment, A giant fireball plummets from above as he raises his hand, which morphs into a Godzilla-like mouth, releasing a powerful beam of nuclear energy that instantly swallows the massive fireball. Yanting is left utterly speechless as he realizes he's about to be utterly annihilated. At this crucial moment, after going utterly berserk, he snaps back to his original form, scratching his head casually as a new figure suddenly appears before him, reminding him that he has definitely gone too far this time. This time, the principal himself descended, arriving just in time to rescue Yanting. The old man was on his way to witness this amazing fight, but ends up discovering all this chaos instead. Chuckling foolishly, Ihi states, "It can't be helped. Without the principal gracing the stage, the tournament just feels less important." So he asks the principal to help him out just this once. Sighing, the principal realizes that Ihi was messing with his teacher, Gong-ku, who always called him dull. Thus now, he decides to personally support his tournament and boldly announces, if anyone still dares to challenge Ihi. Witnessing all this utter destruction and the protagonist's overwhelming powers, no one even dares to utter a single word. And just like that, the principal declares our boy the undisputed winner. Yeehaw stands victorious, as the grand announcement boomed across the arena, proclaiming Yeehaw the undisputed champion. He, who has single-handedly challenged every martial master in the school, a feat that will forever etch his name into legend. At Imperial University,